A new world was born, the Abyss. Over time, it teemed with life, but survival came with a price. Bloodshed became the rhythm of existence. People battled monsters, and when they ran out of those, they turned on each other. There were no laws here. Only one rule: survive. And for those who managed to do so, unimaginable treasures waited beyond the carnage. In one grim age, war consumed everything. A colossal dragon lay defeated, its enormous frame sprawled across a field of ruin. Nearby, a man knelt, blood spilling from his lips. Before he could steady himself, another dragon appeared, emerging from the shadows. Its claws closed around him with a crushing grip, forcing another mouthful of blood to the ground. Then, just as suddenly, the beast released him, leaving him broken and motionless. He gritted his teeth, his voice barely a whisper. Mindless creatures, sealing your own end. A glowing sphere formed in the dragon's jaws, light building and churning. The man shut his eyes, his final thoughts drifting to his comrades. Were any of them still alive? Then came a flash, a blinding surge of gold. A hand clad in shining armor reached through the light, followed by a woman stepping forth in radiant battle gear. "The last death squad has fallen," she said. Her tone was heavy, final. "That leaves only us. For survivors, the last hope of humanity." Keldien closed his eyes, silent. Conte stood with arms crossed, unreadable. A short distance away, one man sat still, eyes closed, lost in thought. The burden of humanity's future rested on his shoulders. His name was Hansu. Before them, the space-time crystal, Urkenial, began to turn. The great sphere shimmered, humming with ancient power. It was humanity's final card, the power to turn back time after 50 years of torment in the abyss. Conte straightened. "Only one of us can return to the past," he said quietly. But in his mind, the choice was already clear. He smirked. "Obviously, it should be the strongest among us." Keldien sighed, adjusting his glasses. "I thought for once you might say something reasonable. Clearly, I was wrong." Iris stepped between them, her voice sharp. "Enough. Focus. Most of the Valkyries who fought the Golden Dragon have already fallen. It won't be long before it reaches us." She lowered her weapon, pausing. The decision weighed on her, but there was no other path left. Her gaze locked forward. "The only one who can return is Hansu." Hansu looked up, uncertain. His heart pounded as he stared at his hands. Hands that had fought, killed, and endured for so long he'd forgotten why. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to stop here. Then Iris reached out, placing her hand over his, breaking his thoughts. She sat beside him and spoke softly. Iris steadied her voice. "The fate of humanity rests in your hands. Don't give up, Hansu." Hansu glanced at her, weary but listening. His eyes shifted toward Keldien and Conte. Keldien gave a firm nod. "Iris is right. The fact that you're still standing, despite starting 20 years after Nyan, proves why you're the one. If you'd begun even 5 years earlier, the world might already be different." Conte crossed his arms, a faint grin on his face. "They've got a point. Even I can't deny your skill. But hey, if you really don't want to go, just say so." His grin widened mischievously. "Though, come on. Going back means you get to relive everything you missed out on." He paused, realizing his wording. I mean you'd be the one getting those chances, obviously, since you're the only one going back." A faint chuckle escaped Hansu's lips. Then he rose to his feet. Without another word, he stepped toward the massive, glowing sphere. The moment he neared it, the air trembled. An invisible force crashed down on him like a tidal wave. The others stiffened. From the shadows, a massive presence stirred. A roar split the air, shaking the battlefield. Darkin had arrived. Golden flames burst from the dragon's mouth, lighting up the wasteland. "Hansu, stay focused. We'll hold it off," Keldien shouted, summoning a barrier that flared to life above them. The flames hit like a meteor, detonating in a blinding explosion. "Switch," Keldien commanded. Iris and Conte moved in unison. "Hold it while I prepare." Keldien's voice rang out. Conte gripped his stone, eyes sharp. "Leave it to us." He shot a glance at Hansu. "Now's your moment. Show us what you've got." Iris didn't hesitate. She surged forward, her weapon slamming into the ground. Shockwaves rippled through the battlefield, scattering the dragons that surrounded them. Conte's blade ignited, engulfed in roaring flame. "Figured this out a long time ago," he yelled. With a single swing, he cleaved into the ground, fire exploding in every direction. But before he could recover, A massive claw tore through the smoke, descending straight toward him. His eyes widened, too late to dodge. He braced himself, teeth gritted as the impact roared. Hansu instinctively stepped forward, ready to jump in, but Keldien caught his arm. Your weapon's broken, he reminded him sharply. Don't lose focus now. Iris turned to him, her voice cutting through the chaos. Keldien's right. You have to go. She took a step closer, unwavering. I know we get on your nerves, but that's not an excuse to walk away now. She turned, gripping her weapon tighter. For once, just listen to me. Hansu smirked faintly. I'll try my best. Iris smiled. Even now, he was the same. She turned away, leaving the rest in Keldien's hands. Keldien adjusted his glasses, calling out over the roar of battle. Hansu. His voice was steady, calm in the storm. Hansu turned back. Magic spiraled around Keldien, gathering in waves of light. As Iris said, there's no need for pointless killing, Keldien continued. But don't ever hesitate when it matters most. Keldien's voice hardened. Cut down every parasite that dares threaten humanity. Save only those who deserve to live. His gaze darkened, sharp as steel. And no matter what happens, don't forget about the Berserker King, Clementine Keen. That monster must die. His eyes locked with Hansu's. Do you understand? Hansu nodded once, firm and certain. Keldien's lips curved into a faint smile. Good. Then get ready. The massive sphere began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, until it roared like a storm. Hansu took a deep breath, his expression steady, resolute. The others turned toward him, silent witnesses as the space-time crystal came alive. Keldien brought his hands together, magic surging between them. Layers of protective spells formed around the group, shimmering with lightning that crackled through the air. The dragon's fury thundered beyond the barrier. And then everything shifted. In an instant, the battlefield vanished. Hansu blinked, surrounded by hundreds of shouting voices. People stumbled and screamed, confusion and fear spreading like wildfire. A green sun hung above them, bathing the ruins of a collapsing city in its eerie light. It had worked. Hansu steadied himself. This is it. The mission, their sacrifice, it all led here. He couldn't let them down. All around him, chaos broke loose. Where are we? Someone shouted. I want to go back, a girl cried. A man grabbed another by the collar, shouting, You did this, didn't you? I don't know anything, the other man screamed back. Let go of me. Hansu watched silently as panic consumed the crowd. It was only natural. They had been thrown into a world they couldn't begin to comprehend. His thoughts drifted to the beginning, the year everything changed. Back then, only 100 people had been pulled into the abyss. But the number grew, thousands, millions, all vanishing from their worlds without a trace. He remembered his own disappearance at 20. 1 second, he was holding his phone. The next, it slipped from his hand as reality tore open beneath him. This place, the midpoint of the abyss, was where countless dimensions collided. The first arrivals adapted fast, gaining strange powers driven by pure instinct. But for most, this world was death itself. A land without mercy, ruled by monsters. And when enough people gathered here from a devoured world, the door to the true abyss would open. That's when the Great War would begin. Hansu stretched his arms, exhaling slowly. 5 years, he murmured. That's all I got to grow stronger. He took his first step forward, then stopped. His hands trembled slightly. The strength he once had, the skills he spent a lifetime forging, they were gone. He clenched his fists. It didn't matter. He would start again. A scream tore through the air. Gasps erupted around him. People pointed upward, faces pale. The sky itself was splitting apart, cracks tearing through the heavens. Something was breaking through. Then it fell. With a bone-shaking crash, a grotesque creature slammed into the crowd. The people froze, horror in their eyes. The imp-like being rose slowly, coughing once before straightening its hunched back. Its glowing eyes swept across the terrified humans, and then it grinned. Greetings, everyone! It rasped, voice sharp and mocking. I am your fairy assistant. The crowd stood frozen, eyes locked on the eerie figure before them. The so-called assistant clapped his hands together. I'm here to give you a short briefing. His grin stretched wider, unnaturally wide. So listen carefully. Hansu crossed his arms, his gaze cold. A briefing, he thought. What a joke. This wasn't an explanation. It was a setup. A twisted game designed to make humans tear each other apart. Welcome to another world, the fairy chirped, his voice bright and theatrical. From this moment on, You've been granted an incredible opportunity. Enough nonsense, a man shouted from the crowd, pointing at the creature. What do you mean, another world? Just send us home. The fairy's smile vanished. His tone dropped, sharp as a knife. Wait, until I'm finished. The man flinched. The sudden shift sent a chill through the air. But just as quickly, the fairy's cheerful voice returned. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. You've all been given absolute freedom. His glowing eyes darted across the terrified faces. No laws, no order, no morality, no ethics. Doesn't that sound delightful? He leaned forward, grinning wide enough to reveal rows of jagged teeth. You're free from all those meaningless chains. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The tension thickened, heavy and suffocating. But that's not all, the fairy continued, his voice lilting with excitement. Every physical limit you once had, gone. And depending on what you do, you can grow stronger. Infinitely stronger. He chuckled, tilting his head. Think of it like a movie. You could be the hero or the villain, whichever you prefer. Then he snapped his fingers. Allow me to demonstrate. The man who had shouted earlier began to glow. Confused, he looked down at his body, just before a chunk of it tore away. Blood splattered across the ground. A collective gasp tore through the crowd. Silence. Then, the screams began. The fairy gasped theatrically, hand to his mouth. Oh dear, how careless of me. His tone dripped with mock pity. I really do dislike noisy people. Someone shouted, run, and chaos erupted. People bolted in every direction, trampling one another in blind panic. The fairy sighed, shaking his head. Tisk, TSK. I said I hate noise. He snapped his fingers again. A young girl froze mid-step, tears streaming down her cheeks. She tried to speak, her voice trembling. Please, someone help me. The fairy's face twisted in irritation. Enough. If you want to live, earn it. Then, just like that, the rage disappeared. His voice brightened again, cheerful and sing-song. Ah, much better. Now let's move on, shall we? A faint light shimmered between his palms. When it faded, a small stone etched with glowing runes rested in his hand. This, my dear survivors, he announced proudly, is a rune. You can obtain one by killing living beings. The stone pulsed faintly as he turned it, admiring the glow. There are 8 types in total, each appearing at random. This one's colorless, but the more you fight, the more you grow. Collect them, and your power will soar. His gaze swept over the crowd, smile returning, sharp and gleaming. So, then, he purred. Who wants it? The crowd fell silent. No one moved. Not a single soul dared breathe. Then, one hand rose. Hansu. He stood still among the trembling crowd, his expression calm, unreadable. The fairy's eyes gleamed with delight. Oh, how exciting, he sang out, drifting toward him. Such enthusiasm. I like you already. The creature extended its clawed hand. Hansu met it without hesitation. As their palms touched, the fairy chattered on excitedly. Runes are truly magnificent. They reshape the very laws of this world. Look, my muscle capacity just increased from 117 kilograms to 122.3. Incredible, isn't it? Hansu said nothing. He'd seen this before. He understood it all too well. His lack of reaction made the fairy's grin falter slightly. The creature cleared its throat. Ahem. Anyway, it straightened, regaining its false cheer. Runes come in many forms, each granting powers beyond the reach of ordinary science. Strength, speed, endurance, even control over mana. He looked around the crowd. Would anyone else like to try? A few people flinched, but said nothing. The fairy chuckled. Perhaps not yet. Very well. Let me give you one final piece of advice. His tone sharpened. No matter the rune's attribute, none of them are ever a disadvantage. If you wish to live, if you wish to grow stronger, collect as many as you can. The words hit like a spark in dry grass. Tension broke. People surged forward, pushing and shouting as they scrambled for the runes scattered across the ground. The fairy floated above, watching with childlike amusement. Ah, how predictable, he mused. Greed never changes. He turned his attention back to Hansu. By the way, he said lightly, if you touch your right ear, you can see how many runes you've collected. Like this. He demonstrated, tapping his ear. Instinctively, the others followed, touching theirs in curiosity. Murmurs filled the air. The fairy smirked. Humans do love their numbers. He went on casually. For reference, an average person's stats are around 10. A simple baseline. Hansu checked his own. His strength had risen by a single point. Just one, but it was proof. With each hunt, he could recover what he had lost. Strength, mana, magic power. Everything could be rebuilt piece by piece. The fairy's tone shifted again, almost thoughtful. You can obtain runes from any living being, he said. It doesn't matter what you hunt. His eyes lingered on a quiet boy standing near the edge of the crowd, then flicked to a trembling girl beside him. In truth, the fairy added, this world isn't so different from the one you left behind. A murmur swept through the crowd. Unease twisted into dread. Then, with a sudden grin, the fairy clapped his hands. Well, you all look so gloomy. Let's change that, shall we? Light flared. In an instant, weapons materialized in every person's hands. Swords, axes, bows, and crude blades. Forget the past, the fairy announced brightly. Focus on what's ahead. Train, fight, grow strong, and enjoy your new life. He hovered higher, his grin stretching impossibly wide. Once I'm gone, training will begin. You'd better give it everything you've got. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Training? What did he mean by that? Before anyone could ask, a piercing scream tore through the air. Every head turned. From the shadows behind them, a massive swarm of creatures emerged. Their forms were twisted, grotesque, eyes glowing like embers in the dim green light. They crawled, snarled, and bared rows of jagged teeth. The fairy's laughter echoed above the chaos. Lesson 1, he said, voice dripping with amusement. Survive. Fear spread through the crowd like wildfire. Someone stammered out, Is this part of the training? The monsters advanced, slow, deliberate, unhurried. Their glowing eyes locked onto their prey. The people stood frozen, too terrified to move. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a girl stepped forward, voice trembling but steady. Everyone, don't panic. Stay calm and move back slowly. Her words barely registered. The air was thick with dread. Hansu planted his feet, his gaze fixed on the incoming creatures. Around him, fear was spreading faster than reason. Someone turned to retreat, but collided with another man. Watch it, the man barked. But the first man didn't respond. His shaking hand pointed ahead. Wait, something's wrong. A shimmer rippled across the air in front of them. A wall. Invisible, impenetrable. He slammed his fists against it. Hey, let us out. No response. Only the echo of his desperate pounding. Then more gasps. Others had turned to see it too. The barrier was closing in. Their path was sealed, and the only direction left was toward the monsters. Then it began. The goblins charged, their guttural screams tearing through the air. The crowd erupted into chaos. Some swung their weapons wildly. Others ran aimlessly. The sound of metal, bone, and screaming filled the space. A boy holding a knife shouted, I won't die here, and lunged at the nearest goblin. But before anyone could process what was happening, a strange voice cut through the madness. 49. Everyone froze. The man who'd shouted before was gone. On the other side of the barrier, blinking in confusion. He'd simply walked through. Someone realized what it meant. Only 50 could escape. Panic exploded. People shoved, clawed, and cursed, trampling over each other to reach the wall. The fairy's twisted laughter echoed somewhere beyond, watching his game unfold. Hansu's jaw tightened. He looked at the chaos before him. Humans destroying themselves before the monsters even had the chance. There were 100 of them here. If they just stood together, if they fought properly, they could win. There'd be casualties, yes, but nowhere near this. He remembered the last time. 40 dead. Only 10 had survived. Not again. Hansu gripped his knife tighter. His eyes sharpened. This time will be different. The goblins lunged. Screams tore through the air. Blood splattered across the ground. People cried, begged, fought. Most died before they even understood what was happening. A goblin swung a club toward Hansu's head. He caught it mid-swing. With a swift slash, his blade opened the creature's throat. Blood sprayed as the goblin collapsed. Hansu threw the body aside and turned to the next one. His movements were precise, efficient, a silent storm of violence. When the last goblin fell, the survivors stared, stunned. Hansu stood in the middle of the carnage, surrounded by corpses, blood streaking his face. He wiped it away with the back of his hand. His breathing steadied. His body, this young, untempered form, felt exactly as it had decades ago, and that unsettled him. Nearby, the boy who had survived crouched low, gathering runes from the fallen. His agility stat flashed upward, a 1/10 of a point gained. But agility wasn't just speed. It sharpened his perception, slowed the world around him. In battle, that was everything. As Hansu surveyed the area, a faint whistle cut through the air. A dagger, thrown by a goblin that had been playing dead, was spinning straight for his chest. Hansu twisted, his hand snapping up. The blade stopped midair, caught between his fingers. He exhaled slowly. Round one over. Hansu caught the dagger midair, then flicked his wrist. The blade spun through the air like lightning and buried itself straight into the goblin's skull. Dropping to one knee, Hansu barely caught his breath before the rest came charging. They could smell blood. Dozens of them. Eyes wild, claws dripping, shrieking with murderous hunger. Hansu gripped his cleaver tighter. The moment blood touched the ground, their frenzy began. No hesitation, no thought, just raw instinct to kill. He met them head-on. His blade sliced clean through the first, splitting its chest open. Another lunged. He countered with a sharp elbow strike, crushing bone. His movements were ruthless, precise, and efficient. Each swing was calculated, each kill deliberate. Somewhere behind him, a voice shouted, "He's fighting alone." That was enough. The sight of Hansu, standing unshaken, sparked something in the others. A handful of survivors broke from their panic, raising their weapons with desperate resolve. "Let's go," someone roared. The humans surged forward, clashing against the tide of goblins. Steel met flesh, screams met growls, the chaos swallowing everything. Hansu moved through it all like a storm, focused, relentless. He knew this wasn't the time for caution. The only way out was through. He parried another strike, countered instantly, and drove his blade through the creature's skull. This world, how many have they dragged here? He thought of the millions who had been taken, ripped from every corner of humanity. The first wave had been lucky. 3 months of protection, a training period before the slaughter began. But once that ended, they were thrown into the abyss proper, alongside veterans who had survived for years. He'd seen what that did to people. He thought of those survivors now, the ones who endured, the ones who adapted, and the kind of monsters they became. Another goblin lunged. Hansu met it with a swift, brutal swing. The blade cut deep, and the creature collapsed. He knelt, grabbed a glowing stone from the corpse, a rune. Even the smallest increase mattered now. Every drop of power counted. Keljian had chosen correctly. This world needed someone like him. When the last goblin fell, the field was silent, littered with corpses. Blood soaked the dirt. Someone gasped. He killed them all. The boy who had fought earlier stared, speechless. Around him, whispers spread. Some called Hansu a monster. Others, a savior. A faint voice rose from behind. It was one of the fairies, watching the aftermath. She floated above the carnage, surveying the survivors with a hint of approval. "You all did well," she said lightly. "That must have taken quite the effort." Her gaze drifted over the shaken faces. "And there are still plenty of you left." But the crowd didn't share her satisfaction. Their eyes were hard, filled with hatred. Behind her, the barrier shimmered, then began to open. The fairy smiled. "Now you understand what it takes to survive here. Just keep doing what you're doing." She turned toward the glowing rift. "I have other zones to visit," she added cheerfully. "So I'll leave you to it. Good luck." "Wait," someone shouted. "Get back here." Others joined in, voices rising in anger. But she was already gone, vanishing through the light without a trace. The crowd stood there, fuming, helpless. Hansu exhaled slowly and wiped the blood from his face. He opened his interface window. The numbers blinked faintly. Small improvements, but progress nonetheless. For training, this wasn't bad. He glanced down at the item in his hand. The faint glow caught his eye. It looked valuable, something worth keeping. A faint smile touched his lips. "This will do." The blade glimmered faintly in Hansu's hand, perhaps a token of acknowledgement from the battlefield itself. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the weight of silence settle. His path was clear. He had to grow stronger, faster than anyone else. Sliding a hand into his pocket, he thought back to the people he'd left behind. What would they do in my place? And then a memory surfaced. A dim tavern, the clink of mugs. A man with a half-empty drink leaned forward with a grin. "Ever heard of a hidden dungeon?" Hansu had looked up, intrigued. "A hidden dungeon?" The man nodded, smirking. "Yeah, it's inside the training zone. Harder than anything else here." They'd toasted their mugs together, the man's grin widening. "Not gonna lie, I couldn't clear it. Nobody ever has." Hansu had taken a slow sip, studying him. "You're telling me you got this strong without finishing it?" The man puffed out his chest. "If I were a Valkyrie, do you think I'd still be here?" Hansu frowned slightly, but the man kept going. If this were back in the day, I'd take a shot at it again. If I cleared it, I'd probably be strong enough to beat you. The logic was simple. The harder the trial, the greater the reward. The stronger the enemy, the sharper the blade that emerged. Doesn't it make you curious? The man had asked, eyes glinting. What's waiting at the end? Now, back in the present, Hansu stared ahead, his expression unreadable. The memory faded, but the idea lingered. His next goal was clear. He needed to find that dungeon. But before that, there were steps to take. The training process followed a strict pattern. Hundreds of newcomers grouped into zones, forced to survive for a week at a time. 3 months of this cycle, and then the safety net would vanish. The real abyss would begin. Hansu knew the truth others didn't. There were 2 hidden parts in the first training stage. No one had ever reached the end, but to unlock the hidden dungeon, both were required. It was the fastest, most dangerous path to power, and he intended to take it. His gaze swept across the desolate landscape. A moss-covered sign caught his attention, half buried in dirt. The markings were faint, but it was the clue he needed. He started toward it, until a sharp voice cut through the air. What are you doing? Hansu turned. Nearby, a man and a woman were arguing. The man's tone was forceful. I just said we should go together. Why make it a problem? The woman crossed her arms, shaking her head. We'll manage on our own. Before she could turn away, the man grabbed her wrist. All around them, similar scenes were unfolding. Arguments, tension, the stronger preying on the weaker. The man smirked, his grip tightening. Come on, you want to survive, don't you? We all have to cooperate. His voice dropped, the words twisting with arrogance. That's how we make it out alive. Hansu's eyes narrowed slightly. He'd seen this too many times before. The abyss didn't create monsters. It revealed them. Hansu exhaled sharply. He didn't have time for this. The hidden part would vanish in a week. If he didn't find it by then, the chance would be lost forever. He turned to leave. Hey, wait. The voice made a pause. A man wearing headphones jogged up, hesitant but determined. What's your name? He asked, eyes darting nervously. Hansu frowned. Do we know each other? The man flinched but pressed on. Just tell me your name. Before Hansu could reply, another voice cut through the tension. Have you lost your damn mind? A blond man came charging in, fury blazing in his eyes. He swung a punch straight at Hansu. We were together before this. What the hell is wrong with you? Hansu didn't move. His eyes followed the motion calmly, narrowing slightly. These 2 knew his name. How? Then realization struck. The blonde's voice, the man with headphones, their faces from a lifelong past. His classmates. Memories surfaced. They'd started this nightmare together, but they had died long ago. He had forgotten them. And yet, here they were. Before he could dwell on it, movement caught his eye. The girl from earlier, Yumi-Hee, had broken free from her captor's grip. She stepped forward cautiously, sunlight glinting off her hair. Her name echoed in his mind. Yumi-Hee. He remembered now. She had been with them, too. Hansu's gaze flicked to the man in the jacket, the one who had grabbed her. His face twisted in frustration. You're seriously ignoring me? He snapped. His tone shifted, trying to sound tough, but his eyes betrayed his fear. He'd seen Hansu fight, seen him cut through a swarm of goblins like they were nothing. But the man hesitated. Hansu looked tired. Maybe, just maybe, he could be taken down. A glance at his gang confirmed it. They were thinking the same thing. The leader smirked, stepping closer. Where are your manners? He called mockingly. We weren't finished talking. His gaze slid toward Hansu. You look like you've had a rough day. Think you can handle much more? The group chuckled under their breath, confidence returning. Then the leader turned back to Yumi-Hee. Come here, he said smoothly, voice dripping with arrogance. I'm asking nicely. He grinned wider. More's always better, right? Why don't you join us, before we come to you? Hansu's eyes scanned them all, measuring, calculating. He turned briefly to the blonde beside him, muttering, filth, still crawling everywhere. These men were blind, intoxicated by their small victory, completely unaware of the true predators waiting beyond this place. He took a step forward. The gang leader's grin faltered. Hansu's tone was calm, but the weight behind it was suffocating. Do you even understand where this is heading? The leader's mouth opened, but no sound came. Hansu shoved him backward, the force driving him several steps off balance. His dagger gleamed in the dim light, veins pulsing along his arm. Got anything to say? He asked coldly. The air grew heavy. Then another man stepped between them, broad-shouldered, wearing a red shirt. He raised a hand. Easy, he said, forcing a grin. No need to make a scene. Behind him, A giant with a shaved head moved closer, muscles tensing like coiled steel. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Hansu's fingers twitched around his weapon. This wasn't going to end with words. The man in the red shirt smirked. "Relax," he said lightly. "We're not bad people. Right, boss?" The others nodded eagerly. "Yeah, that's right, boss." Their leader flashed an easy smile, but his eyes told another story. He was sizing Hansu up like a wolf circling prey. "Why not join us?" the man offered smoothly. "Given how things are now, we could use someone like you. Everyone's got a role to play." He tilted his head slightly, a sharp glint cutting through his friendly expression. "Wouldn't it be smarter to work together?" Hansu studied him quietly. This man had already adjusted. No, evolved to fit this cruel new world. He wasn't pretending anymore. He thrived in it. A predator perfectly suited to the abyss. Hansu's hand tightened around his dagger. He could end this now, quickly, efficiently. But then, Iris' voice echoed in his mind. "There's no need for needless killing, Hansu, but never spare those who will become parasites. The kind who will harm humanity when the Great War comes. Protect the ones who deserve to live." He exhaled slowly. These guys, they weren't worth the effort. They destroy themselves sooner or later. "Not my problem," Hansu said flatly, turning away. "Get lost." The boss watched him leave, his expression unreadable. One of his men started to speak nervously. "Boss, should we?" "Enough with the hysteria." The man cut him off sharply. "We've got bigger things to handle." He turned his gaze over the crowd of frightened survivors, people too weak to stand, too broken to fight. In a world crawling with monsters, he saw opportunity. "To survive," he muttered, "we'll need order." Hansu, walking away, recalled the fairy's words and scoffed under his breath. "Fairy, my ass more like a devil." Still, despite everything, something about this place fascinated him. The chaos, the danger, the raw survival instinct in every corner. He smirked faintly. "The strong rule here," he murmured. "So why not use it?" Behind him, the self-proclaimed boss led his followers in the opposite direction. They trailed behind him without hesitation, blind to what awaited them. The blond man watched them go and sighed. How is it that people are scarier than monsters? Then his gaze shifted toward Hansu. There was something different about him now, something colder. "He's always been strange," he muttered. "But was he always like this?" Hansu wiped the drying blood from his face and kept walking. Footsteps followed. He turned slightly. It was the orphan, the boy with the dark, distant stare. Hansu had barely noticed him before. Now, the kid looked up, meeting his eyes. "Why are you acting like you don't know us?" he asked quietly. Hansu frowned. "Memory loss," he said simply. His classmates exchanged uncertain glances. Minnie giggled softly. "Why do you sound like some old man?" Hansu looked at her, confused. He couldn't see what was funny. Minnie smiled awkwardly, cheeks flushed, eyes darting away. She was too bright for this place, too human. In a world they'd come from, that brightness might have taken her far. But here, beauty was a weapon, one that cut both ways. He hoped she'd learn to wield it before it got her killed. They continued through the ruins in silence. Crumbling walls, the stench of death, the distant howls of unseen beasts. The blonde shifted uneasily beside him. "We haven't said a single word about what's next," he began. Hansu didn't answer, because he already knew. There was no next, only survival, and the path to the hidden dungeon. "Word this whole time," she murmured, glancing around the empty streets. Then, forcing a smile, she turned to Hansu. "So, where exactly are we headed?" Hansu didn't respond. He just kept walking, his steps steady and deliberate. After a long pause, he finally said, "You'll know when we get there." Up ahead, their destination came into view. A dark entrance. The stairs descending below read one name, Gangnam Station. Minnie frowned, confused. "Wait, why here?" Hansu exhaled, pressing a hand against his mouth in thought. He didn't have time to explain, not now. If it weren't for Erie's words, he wouldn't have even brought them along. Finally, he spoke, quiet but firm. "I can't explain it, but I have a feeling. I may have lost my memories, but in exchange, I gained something far greater." The group froze. Their eyes darted between one another, disbelief written across their faces. After everything they'd seen, monsters, fairies, worlds collapsing, why was this the part that shocked them? The blonde leaned closer to her friend, whispering, "Are we really sure about following this guy?" Hansu suddenly turned to face them. His gaze was sharp. "I'm not forcing anyone," he said. "Everyone makes their own choices. If you don't want to come, Then stay behind and watch from the sidelines. His tone was steady, almost indifferent, but it carried weight. The blonde scowled, crossing her arms. His confidence irritated her, yet also made her uneasy. He knew something. Hansu took a deep breath and stepped forward, beginning his descent into the subway. She hesitated for a heartbeat, then followed, reluctantly, but drawn in all the same. The rest trailed after. As they moved deeper underground, the air grew colder, heavier. The blonde tried to laugh it off, flashing an uneasy grin. You sure this place is safe? It feels like a horror movie down here. Hansu didn't even glance back. We're meeting friends, he said. She blinked. Friends? Down here. They reached the bottom. The silence was thick, like the place itself was holding its breath. Hansu stopped. His hands slid into his pockets. Then, without warning, he drew his dagger. A sharp gasp echoed. Many flinched. The blonde whipped around. Tae-sung, someone shouted. Hansu's eyes locked on something moving near Tae-sung's feet. A pale, pulsing shape. Before anyone could react, he lunged. His blade sliced clean through the creature's head. A fong caterpillar. Its green blood hissed against the ground before fading into mist. Hansu pulled his dagger free and spoke calmly. This dungeon mirrors Gangnam Station. Those bugs, they respond to vibrations. The corpse dissolved into particles, leaving behind a faintly glowing pebble. Hansu picked it up, studying it as he continued. They can't stand sunlight, so they hide underground. But if one ever bites you, he turned to face the group, his voice low and unshaken. You'll be gone in seconds. Flesh shredded, nerves cut. You won't even have time to scream. A cold silence hung over the group as Hansu's words sank in. Fear crept through them like a chill. Hansu let out a quiet sigh. I'll show you an easy way to deal with them, he said. Then, without hesitation, he drove his dagger straight into another bug's throat. The group flinched at the sound, but Hansu's calmness steadied them. Soon, knives were passed around, and the hesitant group began slashing at the writhing creatures. Hansu watched carefully, studying every movement. These four, they might actually prove useful. His gaze shifted to a boy standing a little apart from the others. Nervous, shaking, headphones hanging around his neck. Hansu stepped closer. If you're not confident, he said evenly, step only on solid tiles. If you spot a crack with dirt inside, stab it, but don't forget to protect your hands. Minhee wiped the sweat from her brow and tried to lighten the mood. So, basically hit the parts that look off, right? The blonde snorted. Sounds like a twisted game of whack-a-mole. The boy in the headphones swallowed hard. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the knife, and slowly steadied his stance. But before he could move, a loud screech erupted behind him. The ground split open, and a massive beetle lunged straight toward his back. Hansu reacted instantly. He shoved the boy aside and swung his blade in one clean motion. The creature split apart midair, crashing to the floor in two twitching halves. The boy stared at him, eyes wide. Then, almost sheepishly, he whispered, "Thanks." Hansu didn't respond. He'd already sized the boy up, too hesitant, too weak. Someone like him would only slow them down. Without a word, Hansu turned away and kept walking. The boy lowered his head, frustration flickering across his face. The blonde, still trying to make sense of everything, caught up to Hansu. "You knew this was going to happen," he said, narrowing his eyes. "Ow!" Hansu glanced at him, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "Didn't I tell you?" His tone carried a quiet amusement. Then, almost playfully, he added, "It's my superpower." The blonde blinked, caught off guard. The others froze too, exchanging uncertain glances. But Hansu wasn't interested in explaining further. "Let's focus on hunting," he said curtly, already moving ahead. As the others lingered, unsure what to do next, Hansu twirled the fallen stone in his fingers and looked back. "Why aren't you collecting the runes?" Minhee gave a sheepish laugh. "Well, we figured you should have them. You're the strong one, right? You protect us, we stay out of the way." She hesitated, rubbing the back of her neck. "Besides, it's not like picking up a few glowing rocks will suddenly make us superheroes." Hansu frowned. Her logic was naive and dangerous. Relying on him for protection wasn't teamwork, it was dependency. He stopped and turned toward them, his voice steady and firm. "Your prey belongs to you alone," he said. "If you want to stay with me, you follow the basic rules." It was a rule as old as the abyss itself. Everyone down there learned it eventually. Your prey belongs to you. In a group, rewards are shared by effort and need. Because when things turn desperate, goodwill never lasts. His classmates stared at him, unsure of what to say. They didn't yet understand the kind of world they'd been thrown into, but Hansu knew it wouldn't take long. He met their uneasy gazes and spoke plainly. First rule, rely on your own strength. If you can't pull your weight, I won't hesitate to leave you behind. The words hit like a cold wind. No one spoke. The silence said enough. Taesung exchanged a glance with the blonde beside him, who gave a small, wordless nod. Hansu caught it and frowned in irritation, but he let it slide. Sooner or later, they'd learn. Sooner or later, desperation would turn them into scavengers, fighting over runes like dogs over scraps. Without another word, the group bent down and began collecting what they could from the fallen creatures. That's when Taesung called out, "Hey, check this out." In his hands was something unusual, a rune unlike the others. Its deep violet hue pulsed faintly, alive with energy. The moment he touched it, a strange instinct surged through him. He knew this was different. Something in it whispered of transformation, the essence of the Akrul troll tribe. Taesung hesitated, glancing toward Hansu. He remembered what the older boy had said about distributing loot. Drawing attention to it could cause trouble. Instead, he smiled lightly. "Since I found this one, mind if I keep it?" Hansu looked at him for a long moment, then gave a calm nod. That simple reaction threw Taesung off balance. He'd expected a lecture, maybe even refusal, but Hansu didn't seem bothered at all. Hansu's gaze lingered on the rune. He recognized its value instantly. A solid foundation, defense, and regeneration, both essential for survival. And since it was passive, it didn't drain energy to use. The only drawback? It increased hunger, but that was a small price to pay. As the wielder's strength grew, the rune would evolve with them. Smart hunters, those who master the system, could collect hundreds of such powers. Keldian, for example, had over 1,000. And this was just the beginning. Hansu watched his classmates silently, his thoughts spinning. They had no idea. His circumstances were unlike anyone else's. Across the ground, runes flickered faintly, remnants of the creatures they'd slain. One of them flared brighter than the rest, and Hansu instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. The surge of light made him clench his fists. Somewhere distant, Iris's voice echoed in his mind. She sighed. As expected, his skill limit is 7. Her frustration was clear. "If only we'd known earlier," she muttered. He could have chosen stronger abilities. A limit of 7, that's crippling. But Hansu wasn't like the others. His power didn't stop at limits. It grew beyond them. Every skill he acquired would evolve over time, shifting into something greater. What started as simple regeneration from a lizard's essence could one day match Kongtae's legendary immortality. His rapid dash, the speed skill, had the potential to transform into something far beyond even Keldian's signature move, Rupture Space. That was why they called him 7 Stars Hansu. While others spent decades perfecting their abilities, he advanced in mere years. That was why he, above all others, had been chosen to return to the past. A faint smile touched his lips, but it vanished just as quickly. Every choice he made from here on out would shape everything that followed. Iris's voice echoed faintly in Hansu's mind. She warned him to choose his skills carefully. Every decision mattered. If things went as planned, his training would be nothing but a warm-up. Meanwhile, Taesung examined his newly acquired rune, curiosity flickering in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed it against his chest. The rune melted instantly, dissolving into pure light that surged through his body. A system notification appeared before him. Skill acquired, physical resistance. A satisfied grin spread across Taesung's face. Checking his stats, he could see the difference. His strength, endurance, and defense had all risen. The thrill of power made his heart race. He shot a glance toward Hansu, a spark of rivalry igniting behind his smug expression. "Just wait," he thought. "I'll catch up to you soon." Hansu noticed, but didn't react. He simply gestured for the group to keep moving. Taesung slung an arm casually over his shoulder. "It's only going to get tougher from here," he said with forced confidence. "Let's stick together, yeah?" Before Hansu could respond, Taesung turned toward Yumihi. "Need me to watch your back?" he added with a grin. She blinked, confused. "Oh, what?" Hansu's expression darkened slightly. So he sees me as his rival now, he thought. The idea was mildly entertaining, but not enough to tolerate. He shrugged Taesung's arm off without a word. The group pressed deeper underground, the air growing heavier with each step. Hansu's eyes dropped to the floor. "We need to go lower," he said. Mihi frowned. "Lower? Why? The subway, Hansu replied. Her jaw dropped. Wait, don't tell me the trains are still running down here. Hansu glanced back at her, his expression unreadable. You'll see soon enough. He continued walking, his thoughts drifting back to a conversation long ago. Someone he'd once met, someone unforgettable. He remembered sitting in a dim bar, half listening to a man bragging about his so-called dungeon conquests. The man boasted loudly, listing the number of dungeons he'd cleared, how many monsters he'd slain, how unbeatable he was. Then, a calm voice cut through the noise. Those dungeons you're talking about, the newcomer said. They're nothing compared to the ones I've seen. The braggart turned, glaring. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. The stranger didn't flinch. He simply folded his hands together and stepped closer. His presence alone silenced the room. Hansu remembered that moment vividly. The quiet confidence, the controlled tone. The man brushed past the loudmouth and took a seat beside him. Then, leaning slightly closer, he spoke with quiet certainty. If you really want to grow stronger, faster than anyone else, there's something you need to find. Hansu could still see the glint in the man's eyes as he continued, voice low but burning with conviction. It's in the training zone, somewhere beneath the subway. He explained that every station shared the same basic design, no matter how different they appeared. Up to the third floor, they were identical, and at the very center of that level, there was a portal. If you stepped through it and descended to the lowest floor, you'd find it, a train waiting in the dark. But boarding that train wasn't easy. Those who managed to catch it, though, their path to power would be sealed. There was just one problem. Reaching the train was nearly impossible, and it only departed once a day. Now, standing before the entrance, Hansu stared into the glowing portal. I have to make it there today, he thought, no matter what. They approached cautiously. The faint hum of energy surrounded them, the air vibrating with power. Mihi's eyes widened as the scenery came into view. Wait, this isn't Gangnam Station. She had been to Gangnam countless times, but this was different. The walls seemed alive, pulsing faintly with light, and the stairs twisted downward into shadow. A chill ran down her spine as her hand drifted to her neck. Are you sure about this? She asked quietly. You don't even know what's waiting for us in there. Hansu's gaze didn't waver. I'm following my instincts, he said. His tone was calm, resolute. If anyone wants to back out, this is your last chance. Taesung grinned, his confidence returning. Back out? Not a chance. I'm in. Mihi hesitated for a heartbeat, then pressed a hand over her chest. I'll go too. Hansu glanced at her, reading her expression. Beneath that shaky determination, he could see it, fear and the will to overcome it. She understood what kind of danger they were stepping into and still chose to move forward. For someone like her, the need to grow stronger outweighed everything else. The blonde scoffed, waving a hand dismissively. Fine by me. We'll stay here. There's plenty to hunt anyway. And just like that, the group split. Sang-jin stood frozen for a moment, trembling slightly. Then, mustering his courage, he stepped forward. I'll go with them, he said. Taesung chuckled. Oh, where was that bravery 5 minutes ago? You could barely move back there. Sang-jin shot him a glare. It's none of your business. Taesung blinked, caught off guard. Excuse me? I said, Sang-jin snapped, voice steady now. What I do isn't your concern. Taesung's smirk faded. A lot of talk for someone who couldn't even swing a knife. He was about to fire back again when Hansu's voice cut sharply through the tension. Enough. The single word silenced them both. Hansu closed his eyes briefly, exhaling. We don't have time for this. Do what you want, but make your choice quickly. Taesung turned away, jaw tight, his fists clenched. Inside, frustration burned. They embarrassed me. In front of me, he, no less. But Hansu didn't spare him another glance. He stepped straight into the portal. The world shifted in an instant. The air thickened, heavy with mana. A vast expanse unfolded before them. An eerie training field teeming with monsters. Different terrains stretched in every direction, yet some parts looked hauntingly familiar. Hansu scanned the area, gauging their surroundings, then stopped. Sang-jin and Mihi stood frozen beside him, eyes wide. Before them stood a convenience store. A real one, brightly lit, perfectly intact, like a piece of the real world had been dropped into the dungeon. Confused murmurs rippled through the group. Is that a store? Here. Without hesitation, they stepped inside. Sang-jin wandered between aisles, examining the shelves stocked with snacks, drinks, and tools. Everything looked normal, too normal. Hansu headed straight for the refrigerators, his eyes scanning the rows of supplies. The rumors were true. There really was a convenience store on the second floor of the subway. But why? Was it a reward? A trap? Or something else entirely? Nearby, one of the others picked up a knife, turning in his hands, debating whether to take another weapon. Hansu ignored the chatter. His attention was fixed on the counter, his mind racing. He remembered something someone had once told him. The place looked less like a convenience store and more like a fully stocked supermarket. Shelves stretched endlessly, filled with every kind of supply imaginable. Hansu picked up a small metal pot and set it on the scale. The cashier behind the counter blinked in confusion. What exactly are you doing? Hansu weighed the bag in his hand before answering calmly. Cooking. Mi tilted her head, curiosity written all over her face. Cooking? With what? Without a word, Hansu poured the contents of the bag into the pot, thick green liquid. Mi's stomach churned as she realized what it was. Worm blood. She remembered watching him collect it earlier, squeezing it straight from the corpses of those creatures with his bare hands. Then, with a faint smirk, Hansu began tearing strips of skin from the green goblins they'd slain. The moment the goblin flesh touched the worm blood, the mixture hissed, releasing a faint, acrid smoke. The reaction was instant. The flesh turned dark, almost black, and the air grew heavy with the scent of toxins. Goblins had evolved to resist the worm's venom, so their bodies naturally produced toxins of their own. Combined, the result was devastating. Dais grinned, sniffing the air. Smells amazing. Mind if I get a bite? Hansu looked up at him, unamused. It's poison. Dais froze. What? Then why didn't you say that earlier? Hansu gave a small, dry laugh. You were the one sniffing around like a hungry dog. He couldn't help but laugh softly, then leaned in, intrigued. I never would have thought of doing something like this. How do you even know how to make poison? Hansu paused. His gaze flicked toward her before he replied, evenly. It's part of my ability. My head's full of knowledge. Taesung frowned slightly. He could tell Hansu wasn't giving the full truth. In reality, Hansu's mind had been on the verge of breaking when he tried to memorize it all. He could still remember Keldian's words echoing in his memory. That day, Keldian had slammed his hand against the board, eyes blazing. Going back in time means nothing without knowledge. He had spoken with conviction. It's not just about finding items. It's about knowing how to make them stronger. Keldian tossed the pointer aside, his expression sharp. If you have any sense, you'll understand why this is critical. And one more thing, don't share this with anyone. Memorize everything. Every formula. Every name. Knowing the future won't stop destruction. It'll only speed it up. Then his eyes locked directly on Hansu. Don't become Prometheus, he warned. Only share your knowledge when absolutely necessary, and only when it fits the plan. Back in the present, Hansu stared at his reflection in the steel pot. Without exact ratios or timing, this formula would be useless. But that was fine. He poured the thick purple mixture into a bottle, then uncapped a small vial and spread the venom over his dagger's blade. The liquid gleamed darkly under the fluorescent lights. Mihi's eyes widened as she watched the poison drip from the weapon. Can we have some too? She asked carefully. Hansu held out his hand. Sure, but it'll cost you. Half a power rune or stamina rune per use. Taesung's expression hardened. You're seriously charging us? What's wrong with you? Hansu turned his back to him, voice quiet but firm. I could give it to you for free, he said. Then, lowering his head slightly, added, but in the long run, that wouldn't help anyone. The group fell silent. They didn't fully understand what he meant, but Hansu did. One-sided relationships never last. Mihi hesitated, then nodded. Fine, I'll give you the runes later, but at least let me try it first. Hansu turned to her immediately, handing her the small tube. Be careful, he warned. If this gets on your skin, it'll burn. Badly. She nodded again, her grip cautious. From behind, Taesung's jaw tightened. If Hansu kept this up, acting like some untouchable hero, he'd never get a chance to swipe that poison for himself. His eyes narrowed. What if I use it first? Taesung said, voice edged with defiance. And give you the runes after? Sangjin spoke up right after him. Same for me. Soon, one by one, they all started passing the tube around, each coating their weapons with measured hesitation. Hansu didn't bother interfering. He simply turned away, organizing his own gear. When he was done, he slung his pack over his shoulder and grabbed a few more bags of supplies. It wasn't much, but it would be enough. He turned back toward them, only to pause. Mihi was standing there, watching him carefully. We're ready, she said. Then she frowned. Why are you looking at us like that? Hansu's gaze swept over them. They were all carrying too much, bags strapped to every limb, weapons clinking, supplies stuffed wherever there was space. He sighed deeply. Are you planning to fight or make yourselves bait? The words hit like a slap. Hansu sat down, folding his arms. If you don't want to spend the rest of your lives running, he said flatly, bury most of that junk out here, showing off what you have just painted a target on your back. They exchanged uneasy glances, realizing he was right. Mihi's eyes lingered on him for a moment. At first, she thought Hansu was just quiet, distant. But now she saw it clearly. He wasn't just strong. He knew how to survive. Her cheeks flushed as she awkwardly patted his hand. Right, she murmured. Then, almost absent-mindedly, she looked up at him. Hey, why don't you have superpowers? The question hung in the air. Mihi bent down, reaching for a nearby bag, her mind suddenly heavy. Until now, she'd clung to hope that maybe, somehow, they'd find a way back. That all the people who'd vanished might still be alive somewhere. But the deeper they went, the clearer it became. This wasn't a temporary nightmare. This was reality. The realization hit hard. Her knees gave out, and she sank to the ground, trembling. I don't want to die. Her hands clenched tightly, knuckles pale. Still, she forced her gaze forward. If survival meant doing whatever it took, then that's what she'd do. When she glanced at Hansu again, something stirred inside her, a strange, quiet resolve. Standing near him, she felt a pull. Safety, maybe, or something more complicated. But before she could think on it, Hansu met her eyes. Startled, she quickly looked away, pretending to adjust her gear. Neither said a word. They simply turned forward and started walking again. From behind, Taesung muttered under his breath, You act like the center of the universe. He tossed his heavy bag towards Sangjin. Here, carry it. Then, stepping ahead, he turned back toward Hansu, a sharp glint in his eyes. That superpower you mentioned earlier, he smirked faintly. Can we get one too? Hansu's gaze flicked toward him. Maybe. The three froze, eyes wide. Seriously? Hansu nodded once. Yeah, some people awaken abilities here. Abilities they never had before. But even as he said it, his expression darkened. In the back of his mind, Keldian's warning echoed. Be careful. There were those in this world who had awakened powers they were never meant to have. And those people were far more dangerous than any monster. Keldian had spoken at length back then, his tone calm, but his message brutal. In the end, it had been simple. Eliminate anyone who becomes useless to you. Hansu's expression darkened as the memory surfaced. The words weighed heavy on him, pressing against the back of his mind like a curse. Taesung noticed the subtle shift in his face and smirked. You've gotten pretty cold, huh? He stepped closer. Still holding a grudge? You were pissed at me when we first got here. Hansu didn't respond. He kept walking, his silence cutting sharper than any retort. There was nothing left to say. 4 or 5 years before this moment, he had fought without rest, an endless war against the abyss. Each day had bled into the next, filled with monsters that multiplied like rot. At first, there had been hope. Then, only despair. He could still remember standing amidst the wreckage, his body caked in blood and ash, his eyes hollow. He had stopped feeling long ago. No fear, no hope, just the dull rhythm of survival. Now, that same emptiness flickered behind his gaze. He turned away. Taesung frowned. What's his deal? He clenched his fists, irritation boiling beneath the surface. Fine. Keep acting like you're above everyone. He glanced at Mihi, then at Hansu again. I'll get stronger. Then I'll have Mihi. I'll get rid of Sangjin. And Hansu, his lips curled faintly. He'll follow my lead. But before that thought could go any further, Hansu's voice cut through the air. Stop. The command was sharp enough to freeze everyone in place. Everyone stand still. Hansu crouched, pressing 2 fingers to the damp ground. He rubbed them together, feeling the texture. A slick, sticky residue clung to his skin. The blonde leaned forward, confused. What's that? Hansu didn't answer right away. He brought the slime closer to his nose, examining it carefully. It didn't have the sharp, sour stench of sword snails. No traces of entrails nearby either, so it wasn't from a zombie carcass. That only left one option. San's eyes widened as the realization hit. Land mermaids. Almost on cue, shapes began to slither from the shadows. Slick, pale bodies dragging across the tunnel floor, eyes glinting faintly in the dark. Hansu's jaw tightened as he studied the trails. He knew exactly what they were dealing with. Land mermaids moved slowly, but the moment they injected their paralytic venom, escape became impossible. They would drag their prey through the tunnels, feeding until nothing was left. But Hansu already had a plan. A faint grin flickered at the edge of his lips. Taesung noticed it and scowled. "Quit acting like you know everything." Hansu ignored him and gestured to the group. "You're about to see something interesting," he said. "Follow my lead." Confused, they watched as he began filling bottles with a thick, homemade mixture. No gasoline, just what he could scavenge from the store. Still, it would do. Mihi and Sang-jin exchanged uneasy glances. Mihi sighed. "Don't tell me. You made those with stuff from the convenience store?" Taesung grabbed one of the bottles, turning it in his hand. "If this is supposed to be a superpower," he said with a smirk, "I'll admit it's not bad." He looked up at Hansu, his tone turning teasing. "You actually like it here, don't you? This world. You can do whatever you want." Hansu's lips curled slightly, a half-smile that didn't reach his eyes. Taesung's smirk faltered. "What?" he said, stepping back. "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong?" Hansu didn't answer, but the look in his eyes said enough. In Hansu's mind, the voices of Chaldean and Eries still echoed, arguing endlessly over whether Tun even deserved to exist. He forced the thought away, crouching to the ground. With a stick, he began sketching in the dirt, outlining a rough plan. "One of us throws the Molotov," he said, marking an X. "As soon as it hits, the rest charge in and finish the job." He added 3 more crude figures around the first. The group leaned closer, silently studying the drawing. "The person in front gets first pick when we divide the runes," Hansu added calmly. Taesung lifted his chin, smirking. "Then I'll go first. Someone competent should lead." Hansu didn't comment. His gaze swept across the others instead. "Fine. Then who's throwing the Molotov?" Sang-jin and Mihi exchanged awkward glances. Neither spoke. Then Mihi tilted her head, eyes softening as she gave Sang-jin a helpless, pleading look. It worked instantly. His face turned red as he looked away. Before the tension could build, Hansu cut in. "We'll take turns." Shadows stretched long across the station floor as the team crept forward. The air was thick, every sound echoing faintly through the tunnel. Sang-jin tried to gauge how far they'd gone, his pulse quickening. He didn't want to turn back, but deep down he wondered if they even wanted him here, or if he was just tagging along to avoid being left behind. The group moved in silence. Sang-jin's grip tightened around the Molotov in his hands. Ahead of him, Mihi fidgeted with the straps of her backpack. He glanced at her just as Hansu suddenly stopped. "They're close," Hansu said quietly. A low, wet sound echoed from the darkness, something heavy dragging itself across the floor. The faint hiss of scales followed. Hansu's stance shifted instantly, blade ready. "Throw it," he ordered. Mihi's breath hitched. Her fingers trembled as she struck the lighter, the flame catching on the cloth. She whispered to herself, "Don't slow them down. Don't be useless." The fire climbed higher, devouring the rag. She took one sharp breath and threw. The bottle arced through the air and shattered. Flames erupted as the Molotov exploded against a creature's chest. A shriek ripped through the tunnel. The land mermaid flailed, its pale skin igniting in a burst of orange light. I did it," Mihi breathed, stunned. Hansu didn't hesitate. "Move," he shouted, charging straight into the firelight. "These things spit paralytic poison," he warned, driving his knife into another monster's skull. Taesung froze for a moment, watching in disbelief as Hansu tore through the enemies one after another. Each movement clean, precise, merciless. Every time a creature fell, runes burst from its body in a flash of light. TCH, that bastard's taking them all. Taesung thought bitterly. Before he could stew any longer, a mermaid lunged straight at him. He snapped back into focus, swung his sword, and split it cleanly down the middle. Blood sprayed across his face, warm and metallic. He stared at the corpse, then at his blade, and grinned. "Damn, this poison really works." Hansu glanced over while collecting the fallen runes. "Told you it was worth it," he said coolly. Taesung caught his reflection in his blade and smirked to himself. "With his power, I'll catch up to him. Just wait." Another Molotov flew. Another creature burned. The battlefield was chaos, fire lighting the walls, shadows writhing like smoke. The mermaids shrieked as the flames devoured them. And through it all, Hansu moved like a storm, silent, unstoppable. He didn't fight for glory or rage. He fought with purpose. As the last body hit the ground, Hansu's thoughts flickered to what waited deeper inside the tunnels. Hansu's mind was clear. using Molotovs against creatures drenched in their own flammable toxins. It was the perfect strategy. The dull edge of his blade didn't matter. What counted was precision. He plunged the knife deep into a land mermaid's shoulder, twisting until smoke hissed from the wound. That's exactly why I made the poison, he thought. Behind him, Taesung fought wildly, adrenaline coursing through him. Then, 2 runes dropped near corpse. His eyes locked on them instantly. Mine. He lunged toward the glowing stones. But before his fingers could close around them, something wet splattered across his leg. Pain shot through him like electricity. His muscles spasmed violently, sending him crashing to the floor. He screamed. His leg convulsed, every nerve on fire. Humiliation flared hot in his chest. Everyone had seen it. The mermaid loomed over him, dragging itself closer, eyes gleaming like molten fire in the dark. Its jaw unhinged, revealing rows of teeth slick with venom. "Get away from me," Taesung yelled, scrambling backward in terror. Yumihi frantically searched through her bag. "I'm out of Molotovs," she shouted, then turned toward Sangjin. "We're switching." Sangjin fumbled to light the next one. His hands trembled as the flame caught, but before he could throw it, the mermaid lunged. Sangjin screamed. The bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering uselessly across the floor. Taesung's rage boiled over. "I told you to throw it, not take a piss," he roared. Panicked, Sangjin swung his arm in desperation, his elbow slamming into the mermaid's skull. The creature crumpled with a hiss, twitching once before going still. He froze, staring at what he'd done. Then, a dagger flashed between them. "Calm down," Hansu said sharply. His voice cut through the noise like steel. "Stick to the plan." Neither of them moved. Hansu gave him a quick glance before turning away. "Take a breather, then collect your runes." His tone was flat. Neither praise nor scolding, just command. Taesung exhaled shakily, still trembling. "Thought I was dead for sure," he muttered. He glanced down at his leg. It had already healed. "Guess my skill kicked in." Hansu looked over. "Boost your stamina," he said simply. "You'll recover faster." Then, in the same steady tone, he repeated, "Gather the runes." Quickly, Taesung did as told, but when he counted the few runes in his palm, bitterness surged through him. That's it. Meanwhile, Hansu had already gathered most of the others, methodically dividing what he needed without question. Sangjin bent down quietly, picking up his share without a word. Taesung's gaze darkened. Slowly, he stepped closer, shadow falling over the smaller boy. A cruel smirk twisted his lips. "Sangjin," he said, voice low. The boy hesitated, sensing something wrong. Taesung's grin widened. "Does your whole family have no shame?" Sangjin's fist clenched. "What did you just—" Before he could finish, Taesung's hand shot out, gripping him by the throat. Sangjin gasped, his feet leaving the ground. Taesung's grin turned feral. "You couldn't even throw a Molotov properly. Did you forget how you almost got me killed?" Sangjin clawed at his arm, choking for breath. What are you doing?" "Let go." Taesung shoved him. Hard. Sangjin hit the ground with a thud, headphones snapping off as his body crumpled. He gasped for air, clutching his chest. Taesung crouched beside him, grabbing a fistful of his hair and yanking his head up. "Not long ago, you were crawling around like a useless coward," Taesung hissed. "Looks like you've already forgotten your place." His voice was cold, mocking, almost gleeful, but steel struck the ground between his hand and the pile. A dagger buried deep. Taesung froze, his breath catching. Hansu's voice came low and even. "Those aren't yours." The words hit harder than any threat. Taesung slowly looked up, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "You're seriously giving them to him?" His tone cracked into anger. "You might as well toss them in the trash." Hansu didn't move, didn't even blink. That silence only fueled Taesung's frustration. "What do you do to earn them?" he snapped. "We could split them. We don't need him." His voice wavered between fury and desperation. His pride, already bruised, cracked further with every word. "Tell me I'm wrong," he demanded, his chest heaving. Hansu's gaze remained steady. "The distribution should be fair," he said evenly. "But it's not my place to decide how others survive." Taesung scoffed, a bitter laugh slipping through clenched teeth. "Fair? That's your excuse." He turned away, muttering, "You'll regret that later." Hansu's eyes flicked to Sangjin. "Then learn to protect what's yours," he said quietly. "Next time, no one will defend it for you." The group dispersed quickly, each hurrying to gather whatever runes remained. The silence between them carried the sting of what had just happened. Mihi hung back, her expression uncertain. After a moment, she walked up beside Hansu, fiddling nervously with the strap of her bag. "Doesn't all this bother you?" she asked softly. "Watching us fight like that?" Hansu kept his gaze forward. "It's fine," he said simply. "I'm not going to judge anyone for struggling with what they're still learning to do." She nodded slowly, biting her lip. His words weren't meant to comfort, but they did anyway. A few steps later, she caught up again. "Then, does that mean you're staying with us? Until the end?" Hansu stopped, his back still turned. "You're the ones who chose to follow me," he said. "You've done well so far. There's nothing to worry about." Mihi looked down, her chest tightening. When she lifted her gaze again, her eyes lingered on his back, strong, solitary, already half a step away from them. There was something unbearably lonely about it. They passed the scorched corpses of the land mermaids, their twisted forms littering the tunnel floor. As Hansu walked, he noted the faint glow of dropped runes scattered among them. Most radiated with strength and endurance, physical traits essential for survival. He picked one up, studying the faint pulse of light within it. It was exactly what he needed. Crushing in his hand, he absorbed the energy. His body pulsed faintly, the surge immediate. Then, ahead, a light shimmered. A small figure appeared, wings fluttering softly in the air. A fairy. Her presence illuminated the dim tunnel as she hovered in front of him. "The traveler's total stats have surpassed 50, she announced brightly. "His first achievement has been unlocked." The others murmured in confusion. "What is that thing?" someone whispered. "Why is she here again?" The fairy's gaze fell on Hansu. "You," she said, smiling. "You were the one who raised your hand first." Her tone carried a mischievous lilt. "I was curious who among you would reach this point the fastest. And it seems I found my answer." Circling him playfully, she tilted her head. "We always admire those who work hardest, you know." Reaching out, she brushed her fingers lightly against his hair, her smile soft. "So I brought a little gift for the most active traveler." Her gaze shifted toward Mihi, who watched in stunned silence. "Tell me, traveler," the fairy said, voice twinkling like the light around her. "Aren't you curious what it might be?" Mihi's hands trembled as her voice broke. "This isn't fair. We didn't even start with the same stats." The fairy let out a soft, mocking laugh. "Fair? Don't worry about that. It's not like you'll even get close enough to touch me." But before Mihi could react, the fairy shot forward. Her grin twisted, her aura turning sharp and dangerous. "There are exceptions," she whispered, eyes glinting. "Maybe you're one of them." Mihi froze, every muscle locking in fear. Then, just as the air thickened with tension, the fairy leaned back and giggled. "Relax. I'm kidding." She gave Mihi's shoulder a light push, her tone turning casual again. "Forget about fairness. You got your own edge, don't you?" It took Mihi a moment to realize the fairy was pointing at her. "I'm not in a rush to get rid of you," the fairy continued, smirking. "If you want to catch up, you'll have to earn it." The Abyss assistant chuckled softly. "Life's never been fair anyway." With that, she fluttered toward Hansu, her expression shifting to amusement. "Now then, it's time for your reward." Hansu didn't look surprised. He already had a guess. "For reaching a certain level with your physical stats," the fairy explained, "you get to choose 3 runes." She snapped her fingers, and glowing symbols floated into the air. Agility, perception, healing. She held the last one between her fingers, spinning it lazily. "This one's special. It's expendable, but it'll seal a hole in your stomach and cure almost any poison. Think of it as an extra life." Hansu studied it in silence. A healing rune, powerful, but not if a limb was gone. Around him, the others stared wide-eyed. A rune that could pull someone back from death. It was the kind of miracle no one expected to see. Some of them secretly hoped Hansu would use one on them. But he only looked at the fairy and asked, "Do you have a rune that grants magic immunity?" For a split second, the fairy's expression stiffened. Then, she flicked her wrist, and another set of runes appeared. "There is one," she said slowly. The group exchanged uneasy glances. To Hansu, it seemed like just another choice, nothing out of the ordinary. He examined the runes, thinking it through. Healing was useful, sure, but immunity, especially to magic, was far rarer. Stamina only helped with endurance, but resistance? That could turn the tide in any battle. Physical attacks could be learned, countered, endured. Magic, though, that was a different kind of threat. He scratched his cheek, deep in thought. Finally, he checked his stats and nodded slightly. What he had should be enough to keep him alive for now. The fairy stretched her arms, opening a swirling portal in the air. Well, my job here is done. She threw Hansu a playful wink and blew a kiss. Keep up the good work. The others just stood there, speechless. Hansu turned, noticing their stunned faces. What's with the looks? He asked flatly. Time passed. Mihi was now locked in combat with a mermaid, her body slick with sweat as she wiped her forehead, the salty sting of sweat fading as she realized something. Fighting was getting easier. Her movements flowed more naturally now, sharper, faster. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Hansu. She froze, pressing a finger to her lips, quietly watching him work. Hansu turned when someone called out to him. Why haven't your movements changed? You've gathered all those runes, but you still move the same. Another voice joined in, skeptical. Yeah, your speed's identical to before. Hansu lifted his hand, and a faint glow pulsed from his palm, a rune etched into his skin. This is why. The others exchanged puzzled looks. What is that supposed to be? It's a storage mark, Hansu explained. You can store runes in it. Just stretch out your hand, focus on a rune, and it'll embed itself. Someone frowned. And how exactly did you figure that out? Adjusting his sleeve, Hansu gave a faint smirk. My ability told me. Mihi leaned closer, eyes curious. Then I should try it too. He immediately shut her down. Don't. She frowned. Why not? Hansu glanced at the scattered runes around them. Because it slows the hunt. I can't store every rune I find. He held one up, its glow flickering faintly. And if I die, everything I've stored drops with me. Sangjin crossed his arms, confused. Then what's the point of collecting them like that? Hansu's reply came flat, steady. I'm planning ahead. Once things stabilize, runes like these will have value. They'll become a kind of currency. He looked around at the others. You shouldn't do the same. Use what you find. Don't hoard it. Taesung threw up his hands, scoffing. Oh, come on. Who made you the boss? Just because we follow you around doesn't mean you get to decide everything. I'll do what I want. Hansu's eye was sharp and quiet. These people still didn't get it. Not yet. They'd only understand when the world beat the lesson into them. His eyes dropped to the dull, chipped blade in his hand. It wasn't enough anymore. Neither were they. He looked up, his decision already made. Listen carefully, he said. Everyone went still. Hansu's gaze swept over them, cold and unwavering. You can follow me, or you can collect runes on your own. Makes no difference to me. Then, with a calm, deliberate motion, he threw the worn blade to the ground. The sound echoed between them. But for now, his voice dropped low, cutting through the air. Hand over your weapons. Taesung's laugh was bitter, sharp. You gotta be kidding me. You want to rob us now? He gestured toward Hansu's weapons, anger flashing in his eyes. You already have plenty. Why should we give you ours? Hansu pointed to the discarded blade. It's useless. Too rough to fight with. He shook his head. I need proper weapons, spares. That set Taesung off completely. You've lost it, he shouted, fists tightening at his sides. Hansu didn't flinch. His tone stayed calm, steady. Do you understand what I'm saying? Taesung's jaw clenched. You think I'll just let this slide? If you take our weapons, how are we supposed to fight? You want us to just stand here doing nothing? Taesung's voice cracked through the air, heavy with anger. Nothing. What? You expect us to just stand here, sucking our fingers while you play the hero? His words burned with frustration, but the smirk on his face carried a clear challenge. Sangjin hesitated, reaching a trembling hand toward Hansu. I'll give you everything because... Shut up, Dai snapped, cutting him off as he stepped forward. His expression hardened as he planted himself between Hansu and the others. The air shifted, tense, electric. Hansu regarded him for a moment, unflinching. You want to fight? He asked calmly. Taesung's grin widened, though his eyes betrayed him. Why wouldn't I? He sneered. There's nothing here to be afraid of. His voice dropped, bitter and tight. I've always hated that smug look on your face. Hansu rubbed his cheek lazily, unimpressed. He'd expected the guy to talk big, maybe even flinch. But no, this one really didn't understand what he was stepping into. He sighed softly, his gaze turning cold. Enough talk. Lifting a finger, Hansu laid out the terms. You've got two choices. He pointed toward the tunnel entrance. 1. Go on your own. Handle everything yourselves. Then, toward the group. 2. Stay out of my way and watch me do it alone. His tone dropped, sharp and final. Choose. The silence stretched. Sangjin fidgeted, his voice barely above a whisper. I'll step aside. Yumi bit her lip, eyes flickering with doubt before she finally nodded. Me too. If he says it's dangerous, then it probably is. Taesung's hands clenched. That's exactly why we should fight together. he shouted, his desperation cracking through. Sweat rolled down his temple as he turned to the others, voice trembling with fury. He's trying to ditch us, to take everything for himself. You're just going to let him? Hansu's stare didn't waver. He didn't care that Sangjin was scared. That was expected. But Mihi's hesitation? That was unfortunate. He smirked faintly. Friend, huh? He thought. That's a nice word. If Keldian were here, Taesung would already be wandering lost somewhere deep underground. But this wasn't the time for sentiment. He needed to move. Hands sliding into his pockets, Hansu turned toward the dark corridor ahead. We'll settle this downstairs, he said evenly. If you're confident, follow me. I won't stop you. Taesung's glare tightened, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Why is he so eager to go alone? He muttered. Does he know something we don't? His gaze shifted toward the black, gaping passage. The unknown beckoned, and so did greed. And so, they followed him down. The descent was suffocating. Darkness pressed against their skin, the air thick with heat and decay. Then light. All three burst through to the surface, gasping for air. They squinted against the sudden brightness, hearts pounding in their chests. Yumihi clutched her chest, trembling. I knew it, it's too dangerous down there. Just moments earlier, they'd all frozen in place, paralyzed by what they saw. A snake. No, a monster, uncoiled in the shadows. Scales rippled like armor, muscles flexing beneath its massive form. Its eyes glowed faintly, locked on its next prey. Taesung's throat went dry. His mind screamed at him to run, but his legs refused. He looked back, disbelief twisting his features. He's really going to fight that thing alone? It was madness. And yet, Hansu didn't move back. He didn't even flinch. He stood his ground, eyes fixed on the beast, silent and steady as a blade ready to strike. The snake's hiss ripped through the chamber, a sharp, piercing sound that made the air itself vibrate. Then, in an instant, it shot upward, its massive body coiling high above Hansu like a living tower of muscle and scales. Hansu tensed, muscles coiled tight, ready for what was coming. Without warning, the creature's jaws split open, revealing a blinding light deep within. A deafening blast erupted from its mouth, a beam of raw energy that screamed across the room. Hansu barely had time to react. He dove behind a nearby column, just as the attack struck. The explosion tore through the chamber. Stone cracked and split, shockwaves blasting dust and debris in every direction. Crouched behind cover, Hansu quickly checked his stats. As expected, his magic immunity had held. He was still standing. Even the sound, warped by the beast's power, couldn't reach him. Still, he wasn't foolish enough to relax. The snake reared back, surveying the chaos it had unleashed. Then it slammed its tail into the broken column, shaking the ground. Hansu moved. In one breath, he sprinted forward, silent, focused. He couldn't afford to drag this out. The tail lashed toward him again, slicing through the air, but he slipped past by inches. He saw it, the small, vulnerable gap between its armored scales. That was his chance. With a swift, precise strike, Hansu drove his blade deep into the opening. The snake let out an ear-splitting shriek, thrashing wildly as dark blood sprayed across the ground. Hansu leapt back, the blade still buried in its flesh. The beast writhed in fury, slamming its tail again and again before raising its head high. Its mouth opened, another beam forming. This time, the attack hit him squarely. The impact sent a burning shock through his body. Hansu gritted his teeth, fighting the pain, every nerve screaming. Before he could steady himself, the snake's tail whipped around and struck him hard, throwing him across the floor. He slammed into the wall, gasping for breath. So, it's regenerating now, he muttered, watching as the wound he'd carved began to seal itself, scales knitting back together. The serpent's head swung slowly, eyes scanning for him through the dust. This was the Abyss training area. Nothing here fought fair. His resistance would keep him alive for now, but immunity didn't mean invincible. The poison seeping from the beast's blood was still lethal. He knelt, gripping another blade, his fingers trembling slightly. 5 left, but 5 wouldn't be enough to finish it. He exhaled once, slow, steady, and pushed his feet. His gaze hardened. Then he ran. The snake lunged down to meet him, fangs gleaming, its roar splitting the air. The ground trembled under the force of their clash. Steel met scale. Sparks scattered. The echo of each blow ricocheted through the cavern like thunder. Far above, Yumihi stood at the tunnel's edge, her heart pounding as the faint echoes reached her. Each sound, each distant crash, tightened a knot in her chest. She clenched her hands. He's still fighting? Taesung glanced at her, frustration written across his face. Why'd you stop? He demanded. We don't even have a single weapon left. We should go back, get something, anything. Yumihi hesitated, torn between reason and instinct, but only for a second. Then she turned, determination flashing in her eyes. I have to check on him. Before Taesung could stop her, she bolted into the darkness. Damn it, he growled, jaw tightening. He'd been ignored since the moment they arrived, and now, once again, she was running off after Hansu, leaving him behind. Still cursing under his breath, he ran after her. The three of them raced through the winding corridor, their footsteps echoing in tense rhythm. No one spoke. The air grew heavier with every step. Then, as the faint glow of the chamber came into view, Yumihi froze. Her breath caught in her throat. Her eyes widened in horror. Are you? She began, but the words died on her lips. You. Her body froze. Hansu was suspended in midair, the massive serpent's fangs buried deep into his arm. Then came the scream, a raw, guttural sound that tore through the chamber. Hansu gritted his teeth, feeling the crushing pressure sink into his bones. I wasted too much time, he thought, forcing himself to steady his breath. His left hand hung limp, blood trailing down his sleeve, but in his right he still gripped a blade. Without hesitation, he drove it upward, straight into the snake's gaping maw. The steel sank deep. The creature shrieked, its jaws snapping open as pain rippled through its body. Hansu dropped, twisting midair before landing in a controlled roll. The ground shook as the serpent thrashed violently, blood splattering across the stone. 3 daggers were now embedded in its body, each one precise, each one lethal. The fight was over. Hansu's arm pulsed with pain where the fangs had torn through. He glanced at the shredded sleeve and sighed softly. I'll have to change this later. His stats would handle the rest. The wound was already knitting together. He knew what this meant. As monsters evolved, they adapted, stronger regeneration, immunity to poison, sharper instincts. Skills that once worked lost their edge. But in the early stages, paralysis toxins still had their use. Without that, he thought, I wouldn't have lasted this long. He adjusted his grip on his blade, watching as the serpent's movements slowed. The glowing eyes dimmed, and finally, the massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Silence. Then, hurried footsteps. Yumihi rushed in first. Are you okay? She cried. Hansu barely glanced her way as he walked past, wiping blood from his blade. You're still here. She frowned, caught between irritation and relief. I was worried, but I guess I didn't need to be. Her eyes flicked his arm. That bite looks serious. Hansu exhaled, unbothered. Just a scratch. It's healing already. Taesung stood frozen, eyes wide, staring at the serpent's corpse. The size, the destruction, the fact that Hansu had faced it alone. His mind couldn't keep up. He killed that by himself? He'd always known Hansu was strong. But this was something entirely different. The gap between them wasn't just large, it was crushing. How am I supposed to compete with that? Hansu crouched beside the serpent's body, his expression unreadable. Then, a faint smirk tugged at his lips as he reached into the creature's remains and pulled something free. A small, glowing rune shimmered faintly in his hand. Taesung stepped closer, voice cautious. What's that? Hansu held it up, studying the faint light that danced across its surface. A shockwave rune, he said quietly. From a needle snake. Not bad. He slipped it into his pocket. It wasn't the kind of power he usually used, but still useful. Especially if he paired it with a magic rune. Taesung's eyes narrowed with envy. That thing's valuable. You're not actually planning to waste it, are you? Hansu shook his head. No point. It doesn't suit me. 7 skills. That was his current limit. Every slot mattered, and a blunt weapon like that didn't fit his style. He preferred tools that bent the rules rather than followed them. Before he could put it away, Sang-jin suddenly stepped forward, eyes gleaming. Then give it to me, he said eagerly. Before Hansu could even respond, Taesung moved. An elbow slammed into Sang-jin's chest, sending him staggering back. Don't even think about it, Taesung snapped. You wouldn't know how to use it anyway. Then he turned to Hansu, tone shifting, part demand, part challenge. Hand it over. You don't need it, right? Sang-jin rubbed his aching chest, glaring. Why should you get it? Tun's already here. Annoyed, the blonde turned sharply toward him. You really think you'll be any use with that? Did you already forget the mess you caused last time? Sang-jin flinched, lowering his gaze. His voice came out small, almost offensive. If I had a powerful rune, I could catch up, maybe even surpass you. Taesung scoffed immediately. You? Don't make me laugh. Before the argument could spiral further, Yumihi stepped between them, hands raised. That's enough. Both of you. Hansu, who had been silently watching from the side, finally sighed in irritation. What exactly are you two doing? His voice cut through the noise like a blade. He lifted the glowing rune in his hand, letting its light reflect across their stunned faces. Did I ever say I was giving this to anyone? The air went still. If I'm parting with it, he continued, his tone dry, I'd rather sell it. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. Tell you what, I'll even give you a 5% discount. Make me an offer. All three froze, caught off guard. Taesung blinked. Can we pay in installments? Hansu shrugged casually. If someone's willing to vouch for you, you can guarantee each other. Yumihi turned away, thinking, then stepped forward with quiet resolve. I'll take it, she said, pressing a hand to her chest. That didn't surprise anyone. Trust was a rare luxury here, and she was the only one among them still clinging to some sense of it. Hansu handed her the rune without a word. He'd already noticed earlier that she'd picked up a rune of magic during the chaos. She hadn't even needed to hide it. After all, she'd earned it. She was the one who helped bring the beast down. But still, in this place, it was better to keep your cards close. As the rune's light faded into her palm, Hansu studied her a little longer. Beneath her calm front, she was far more ambitious than she pretended to be. Yumihi broke the silence first. There are 3 runes for agility and perception, and 7 for strength and endurance. Hansu nodded slowly. Then I'll take 6 strength runes, he said with a faint smile. With a discount, of course. She smirked. You're generous. Hansu chuckled softly. Don't get used to it. Then he turned to the others, his tone sharpening again. Don't take this the wrong way, but if you get comfortable receiving things for free here, you won't last. Nothing in this world comes without a price. He looked down at the rune still in his hand, the glow reflecting off his expression for a fleeting moment before he pocketed it. There was no time to linger. They had to move. As they continued forward, Hansu's eyes caught a faint shimmer ahead, a cluster of Zeterium deposits embedded in the wall. He walked up, cracked a piece off with practiced precision, and pocketed it. The others watched closely, unsure if he was activating some hidden ability again. Yumihi and Sang-jin followed at his sides, their gazes fixed on every move he made. Hansu suddenly paused, straightening. Then, without a word, he drew his knife and turned toward the massive serpent's corpse. The others froze. With quick, precise movements, Hansu began cutting into the snake's thick hide. The sound of the blade, slicing through scales, echoed through the chamber. Yumihi and Sang-jin stared, transfixed by his focus, while Taesung frowned, clearly confused. What are you two even staring at? Hansu didn't respond. He just kept working. One clean cut followed another until the beast's insides spilled out onto the ground, glistening in the dim light. Taesung's voice wavered, uncertain. Wait, is he making more poison again? But this time it wasn't that. Hansu gathered several of the snake's scales, examining their texture and durability. They were dense, resilient enough to block an ordinary blade, yet light enough to be worn. He turned the scales in his hand, expression unreadable. This wasn't about poison anymore. He was preparing for what came next. The scales were sturdy, dense enough to deflect steel, yet light enough to move with, strong enough to serve as weapons on their own. That meant Hansu didn't need to find one. He could make one. There were 134 possible weapon combinations using monster materials from the training area. Only 11 were practical in real combat. Most were either too brittle or too slow to handle. The needle snake's material, though limited in range, had potential. Its weakness could be turned into precision. If he struck the right spot, even a small wound could be fatal. Hansu examined the thin needle in his hand. The tip was a little dull, but he didn't have the luxury to complain. It was handmade, crude, but it would do. Sweat ran down his temples as he worked, combining the pieces carefully. A sudden flash of light flared. The fusion process had begun. He knew exactly how much effort went into this. Early alchemists had spent countless hours experimenting to find the best combinations. The difference between success and failure could mean life or death. When the light faded, Hansu lifted the weapon, inspecting it closely. He'd sharpened the blade, reinforced its body for penetration, and adjusted the balance so it could punch through armor. It wasn't perfect, but it was deadly. Wrapping the handle with leather, he took a step back and exhaled. Now this looks like a real weapon. Taesung had been watching him the whole time. His eyes followed every move, impressed despite himself. If you'd used cocoa lizard materials instead, it could have been even stronger, he said finally. But the needle snake isn't bad either. Honestly, I doubt you'll find anything tougher than that for a while. He paused, glancing at the weapon again. Can I buy it from you? I'll trade all my runes for it. It was obvious how much work Hansu had put in. Just from the craftsmanship alone, Taesung knew it outclassed anything they had. Hansu turned the blade in his hand, thinking it over. This isn't just any weapon, he said after a moment. But if you really want it, fine. I'll sell it. He added casually, don't expect another one, though. I'm out of materials. Taesung clicked his tongue, frustration clear. Selfish, he muttered, running a hand through his hair as Hansu packed his gear away. Hansu didn't respond. His mind was already elsewhere. There's something better ahead, he thought. I just need to be patient. His gaze shifted toward the faint glow spilling from the massive doors up ahead. That would be their next destination. The doors creaked open, revealing something unexpected, a carriage bathed in soft light. Electricity hummed faintly inside. No monsters, no traps, just emptiness. Even their overconfident Mr. I Can Do Anything was silent now. That silence could only mean one thing. There wouldn't be a fight this time, which meant a reward was waiting. They approached cautiously. The air inside was different, clean, almost sterile. The faint hum of power vibrated through the floor. As the group stepped in, Hansu's brow furrowed. Something was off. This carriage is for one person only, he said flatly. The others froze, looking around. He turned back to them, voice firm. I said, this carriage is for one person. Get out. Then he sat down, calm and unmoving, signaling that the matter was not up for debate. Sangjin frowned, confusion and irritation mixing in his expression. You're kidding, right? Look at it. There's plenty of room. How could it be for just one person? He ran a hand through his hair in disbelief, trying to make sense of it. But Hansu didn't blink. His tone was final. This carriage, he said quietly, moves forward only when it carries one. Taesung threw up his hands, frustration breaking through his voice. And what rule says you're the only one who gets to go? After everything we've been through together, why do you get to decide? Hansu let out a long sigh, quiet but heavy with exasperation. Taesung's fist clenched, knuckles pale. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have even made it here. Hansu's gaze swept over them, cold, detached, unimpressed. Pathetic. He understood their greed. They wanted what he had earned, but they still didn't understand the one truth of this place. He stood, his face unreadable. You're right, he said evenly. There's no rule that says I have to be the only one. Then, clang. The sound of metal striking stone echoed through the chamber as Hansu slammed his sword against the floor. His voice rose, steady and commanding. Because there are no rules in this world. He pointed toward the exit, his tone sharp. So, here's your choice. Leave now, or stay here and argue until you're out of time. Then he turned to Taesung, raising the needle-like weapon and aiming it directly at him, a smirk curling at his lips. Or, he added mockingly, go find a lawyer and file a complaint against me. The grin that followed wasn't friendly, it was razor-edged. Now make your choice. Taesung's defiance faltered. His jaw tightened, and for a moment, fear flickered behind his eyes. His mind spun, caught between pride and survival. But before he could act, the carriage doors closed with a hiss. The train pulled away, leaving the three of them standing at the station as Hansu disappeared into the distance. Taesung clenched his teeth, muscles trembling as curses slipped through his lips. He stared at the tunnel where the train had vanished. Was he really serious? He looked around. The others were just as unsettled, their faces pale and uncertain. He acts like he's in his 40s, Taesung thought bitterly. But every move he makes is pure madness. A dark idea began to form. If the three of us attacked him together, we might stand a chance. If we won, we could take everything, his weapons, his runes. His hand twitched toward the knife at his waist. And if we lost, we could just beg for forgiveness. He wouldn't actually kill us, right? But then, a memory flashed through his mind. Hansu's eyes. That calm, emotionless stare that froze him in place. No, he wouldn't hesitate. Taesung's fingers fell away from the knife. A chill ran through him, cold and absolute. He took a slow breath and forced himself to let go of the thought. "We'll see each other again," he muttered under his breath, though even he wasn't sure if it was a promise or a warning. Beside him, Yumihi absently rubbed her wrist, her voice quiet. "We shouldn't have pushed him like that." She adjusted her hair, letting out a small sigh. "And we definitely shouldn't have provoked him. He's been helping us this whole time." Without another word, she turned and started toward the exit. "Let's go." Taesung didn't follow right away. He just stood there, eyes fixed on the tunnel where Hansu had disappeared. "There's nothing wrong with wanting to get stronger," he told himself. "That's the whole point of being here, to go beyond your limits." Hansu might have been ruthless, but he wasn't wrong. Power was survival, and Taesung swore he'd get his share of it, no matter what it took. As they left the platform, pieces of the puzzle started falling into place in his mind. The system was clear now, 20 stations. Each one held a random artifact, and once a station was passed, it was gone forever. Hansu sat quietly, hands folded, lost in thought as the carriage hummed beneath him. The entire system was built on pressure, psychological, relentless pressure. Every station tested more than strength. It chipped away at sanity. Even if he reached the final stop, survival wasn't guaranteed. Not here. Caution was everything. When he opened his eyes again, the train had already stopped. Station 12. He ran a quick inventory check. Loren's circlet, kettle claws, steel glove, 8 weapons total. Decent for beginners. Nothing remarkable. The circlet, when paired with high perception, could expose monster weak points. But Hansu didn't need it anymore. He already knew them all by heart. He stepped off the carriage, boots hitting the platform with a quiet thud. His focus shifted. He'd secured enough raw power. What he needed now was mobility. Something that could increase his speed. His freedom of movement would change everything. And then he saw it. His eyes narrowed, a faint glint of surprise flickering across them. Resting atop the stone monument was an artifact shaped like a silver case, the Cloud Maniac's neck. Hansu exhaled slowly, almost laughing under his breath. He hadn't expected to see this here. One drag was all it took, instantly boosting all stats. And as long as he kept smoking, the enhancement would continue to build. Each cigarette offered a 20% increase for 10 minutes. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Perfect. It wouldn't work outside the training area, but here it was flawless. A perfect tool for pushing limits. He picked it up, turning in his hand. The faint scent of tobacco stirred something buried deep. A memory surfaced, a familiar voice, soft but teasing. "Again? You're aging faster than you think." She'd smiled, taking the pack from his hands. "Keep that up, and you'll ruin your face." Hansu stared at the cigarette between his fingers, the faint smoke curling upward. He lowered his hand and murmured quietly, almost to himself, "Don't worry. This time it's different." The train doors hissed open behind him, snapping him back to the present. Time to move. He returned to the Snake's Court core, scanning the area carefully. The others were gone. The silence confirmed it. Good. He still had 4 days before the next hidden artifact appeared. 2 of those would need to be spent deciding his path. Continue hunting and farming runes, or focus on completing side tasks. The choice was obvious. His gaze fell on a pot, resting nearby. A quest container. He'd already completed a few missions during the ride. Maybe it was time to see what rewards they held. He slipped it into his pack, mentally noting to open it later. Some rewards, he thought, are worth the grind. But one task in particular caught his attention. The description was simple, but the reward, that stopped him. The prize was a sage stone, and a clumsy mage to go with it. Hansu rubbed his chin, intrigued. The sage stone was no ordinary artifact. It boosted every stat by 10, including itself, and could instantly heal fatal wounds. A rare treasure, even beyond the training area, valuable enough to shift entire power balances in the red zones. But there was a catch. The person who completed that quest last time hadn't been sane. He knew who it was. Anvi, a member of the death squad. She'd volunteered at a prison, helping the inmates, until the day she got thrown into the abyss with them. At first, Anvi had been surrounded by people she trusted, friends, comrades, her own team. But once the training began, everything changed. Fear twisted them. Greed devoured them. They turned on her. The betrayal shattered whatever restraint she had left. For 7 days, she hunted them one by one, her vengeance cold and unrelenting. When it was over, she had torn them apart and eaten their hearts. By the end, only silence remained. She'd planned to end her own life soon after, until the quest appeared. A new objective, a reason to keep going. Hansu exhaled sharply, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Not my kind of quest, he muttered. It clashed with his principles, his mission to save as many as he could. He let it go. There were better things to focus on. Night was falling, and that meant new opportunities, quests that paid well both in runes and supplies. He recalled one in particular, a mission to retrieve food from a selfish, well-fed man hoarding his resources. Simple, efficient, worth the effort. He adjusted his pack and moved on, priorities clear, finish the quest, manage stamina, and keep pushing forward. Rest could wait. He ducked into what had once been a convenience store, its shelves stripped bare and windows shattered. He scowled at the mess. So much for teamwork, he muttered, kicking aside an empty box. A hole had been dug into the floorboards. Someone had already looted the stash beneath. His jaw tightened. Scoundrels. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped outside, eyes drifting upward. The sky had turned to deep indigo. The moon would rise soon. A smirk tugged at his lips. Let's see how brave they really are. The sun had already dipped below the ruined skyline, casting long shadows over the crumbling city. In the half-light, figures moved, men in dark jackets unloading crates from a battered truck. A small group of survivors crouched behind rubble nearby, watching in silence. One of them hissed under his breath. How can I just take everything? A girl beside him clenched her fists. We have to stop them. A blonde-haired man shot her a glare. Use your head. The second they notice us, we're dead. We didn't even grab anything yet. They even took my cash. He shook his head, jaw tight. How do they move so fast? Another survivor peeked out from behind a slab of concrete. They might be stronger than us. Sang-ho, who rarely spoke, murmured, there's too many. Even if our stats are higher, the numbers aren't in our favor. His calm tone caught the group off guard. The blonde girl glanced at her boyfriend, whispering, since when does Sang-ho talk this much? Across the street, movement. A man named Sango stood in the open, smirking as he waved toward them. Instantly, everyone tensed, ducking lower. The blonde frowned. Wait, is he waving at us? Taesung scoffed. They're just trying to mess with us. Ignore it. He turned, motioning for them to follow. Come on, we'll find food somewhere else. The others hesitated, uncertain. The blonde still glanced back, unease flickering in her eyes. She didn't understand what the wave had meant, but it had done its job perfectly, because they never noticed the movement behind them. A shadow emerged from the alley, quiet, steady footsteps echoing against the walls. Sang-ho squinted. Who? Before he could finish, Taesung spoke without turning around, his tone casual but focused. We're low on food, he said. Let's check the subway. He flashed a faint grin, eyes reflecting the distant light. Taesung smiled, his tone light, but his words deliberate. Then let's hurry. We should grab supplies before anyone else gets there. He flashed a confident grin. I'll show you the way. Sango's grin broke the tense silence. And why should we trust you? He asked coldly, voice dripping with suspicion. You just want to trick us into fighting for you, don't you? The blonde tensed. That's not. But Taesung snapped. He stepped forward, his patience gone. Do you even understand the situation we're in? Sang-ho bristled, anger rising. Don't yell at me. Bam! A sharp crack echoed through the air as Taesung's fist slammed straight into his face. Sang-ho hit the ground hard, clutching his nose as blood streamed between his fingers. He let out a sharp groan of pain. Taesung stood over him, smirking. Why would I need to set a trap for weaklings like you? Sang-ho glared up at him, dazed and furious, but Taesung had already turned away, calm as ever. I'm giving you a chance, he said coolly. Think about it. Meanwhile, the rest of the group had taken shelter inside an abandoned building. The door creaked open. The blonde girl looked up and froze. Her breath caught in her throat as Hansu stepped through the doorway, shadows trailing behind him. Relief flooded her chest before she could stop it. He was back. Taesung, sitting near the wall, smiled faintly to himself. Perfect timing. No one needed to know how much he'd engineered this situation. Even if they found out, he could talk his way out of it. He always did. Hansu crossed the room without a word. The store was raided. The girl blurted, trying to explain. Everything's gone. Hansu nodded. I saw them on my way here. He approached the table, eyes scanning what little was left. How much food do we have? A few cans. A handful of packets. Nothing more. We tried to gather as much as possible, but one of them started. Taesung cut him off with a quiet, knowing smirk. Things happen. But now that you're here, maybe we can get it all back. A man near the corner shifted uneasily. It won't be easy, he muttered. but I can help. Hansu said nothing. He simply pulled out a chair and sat down. Let's eat first. The words hit harder than any outburst. A vein pulsed on Taesung's forehead. Did he just snort at them? His jaw tightened as he leaned forward. This doesn't feel right. His forced smile wavered. Do you really have no shame at all? Hansu looked up, annoyance flickering across his face. Turning toward Hansu, she folded her arms. If you got something valuable, then maybe, just maybe, we'll share. Her lips curled into a smug grin. And let's not forget, the food was gathered for everyone. Taesung raised his hand, feigning disbelief. You're just going to hand it out for free? He allowed a dry laugh. You all seem to have forgotten. This food cost us. People bled for it. His smirk deepened, tone dripping with mock sincerity. Even among friends, fairness matters. That was when Hansu finally spoke. His voice was calm, but it cut through the noise like a knife. Nothing comes for free. The room went silent. The two in blue jackets nodded in silent agreement. Taesung spotted his chance. If he could get everyone on his side, the hero wouldn't stand chance. He looked toward the man, who stood there, quiet and unreadable. Hansu broke the silence with a scoff. Too bad, he muttered, his tone sharp. Then he turned to the hero. If you've got nothing to offer, what's your plan? Taesung's grin widened. Come on, he said, his voice dripping with mockery. You must have found something useful in there. The blonde watched the hero expectantly, waiting for a reaction. Taesung pressed harder, gesturing toward the spot the hero had come from. You just walked out of the hidden area, didn't you? Don't tell me you came out empty-handed. He feigned innocence. Right. With a lazy chuckle, Taesung tossed a chocolate bar toward him. No need to make this difficult, he said smoothly. Let's be reasonable. Hansu didn't move. His stare was steady, unreadable. Then he sighed. Looks like you finally learned your lesson. Taesung frowned. What are you talking about? Just answer me. The hero suddenly rose to his feet. This guy really doesn't know when to stop. Still, he couldn't blame him. Everyone here was just trying to survive. Taesung watched, puzzled by the hero's sudden shift in mood. But the hero wasn't thinking about him, or anyone else in that room. He hadn't brought these people because he needed them. Their runes, their help, it all meant nothing to him. Hansu turned as the blonde called out in frustration. Where do you think you're going? The hero didn't answer. His thoughts drifted back to why he had come here in the first place. He had done everything he could. His eyes fell, remembering Kongtae, furious, vengeful, swearing he'd destroy everything in his path. How could anyone say something like that so easily? Guilt tugged at him. Without another word, he pushed the door open. Take care of yourselves, he said quietly. Save your strength for what's ahead. And then he was gone. The room fell silent. Yumi, he, and Sang-jin stayed still, tension thick in the air. Trying to break the mood, the blonde stepped in. We've made it this far together, she said firmly. Let's not fall apart now. Then she turned to her friend. Come on, let's go get him back. Taesung ran a hand through his hair, annoyed. If he wants to leave, let him. Why chase after him? Hansu walked out without a word. The blonde scoffed under her breath, thinking how arrogant he was, still acting like he was above everyone else. Taesung glanced at the girls heading toward the door and smirked. Putting on a show, huh? Don't bother. The moment you give him something for free, he'll crawl back sooner or later, he sneered. Then he turned to me. We don't need him. We'll be fine on our own. Mihi froze, torn. Taesung kept pushing, but something in her snapped. Without warning, she dashed out the door. When she finally caught up to the hero, she stopped him, breathless. Please, she said, let me come with you. His gaze was cold, unwavering. I can't take you, he said firmly. She reached out, her voice shaking. But you said, he turned away. People make their own choices, he replied quietly. For a split second, her face softened. Hope flickered in her eyes, her lips curling into a faint smile. But before she could say another word, a sharp voice cut through the air. You're not leaving. She froze. Taesung stood there, fury simmering beneath his glare. You didn't even get your runes, he snapped. Maybe he gave you his, but not Sang-jin's. No one's going anywhere, especially not you. Before she could respond, Sang-jin stepped forward. It's fine, he said calmly. Taesung's gaze narrowed. What? I'm going with them, Sang-jin said, his tone steady. A laugh burst from Taesung's throat. He clapped a hand on Sang-jin's shoulder, his grin razor-sharp. You serious? Do you even hear yourself right now? Sang-jin didn't flinch. Taesung leaned in closer, his voice dripping with scorn. You think your father's gonna let this slide? He slammed his hand down again, harder this time. You pick up some stray dog, and now you think you can just walk away? Don't tell me you've forgotten who owns you. Sang Jin's jaw tightened. He slid his headphones back into place. And what are you going to do about it? He said coolly. You can't even step outside anymore without a problem. No one even knows I'm alive. So tell me, Tae-sung, are you planning to explain that to my father? Tae-sung froze, momentarily thrown off. It doesn't matter anymore, Sang Jin said firmly. His stare cut through the tension as he faced Tae-sung head-on. I don't have to listen to you. Tae-sung's eyes widened. Even after everything, after all the manipulation and threats, Sang Jin was still walking away. You think it'll be different out there? He yelled after them. We got all the food. You'll come crawling back sooner or later. But they didn't turn around. The three of them walked off, their silhouettes swallowed by the dark city streets. Sang Jin glanced at the girl beside him. We don't have much left, he said quietly. Hansu reached for a jacket hanging nearby. He paused for a moment before slipping it on. Doesn't matter, he murmured. The two exchanged uneasy glances. Adjusting the jacket, Hansu gave a small shrug. We've still got things to do. Sang Jin watched him, brows furrowed. What's going on in his head? The guy had the power to change everything. Yet he just stood there. If Hansu made one wrong move, everything they'd fought for could fall apart. Hansu caught the look and smiled faintly, as if reading his thoughts. Figures. He doesn't know about the moon. He turned suddenly, a grin spreading across his face. It's almost midnight, he said. Yumihi blinked in confusion. Then her expression shifted. A chill crept down her spine as she slowly lifted her hand, pointing upward. The moon, she whispered. Something's wrong with it. Above them, the moon began to pulse, its light strange and unnatural. The glow deepened, spreading across the sky like a living heartbeat. Then, without warning, the surface split open. A single colossal eye stared down from within. The city froze under its gaze. Yumihi's breath caught in her throat. What is that? She whispered, unable to tear her eyes away. Sang Jin looked down and froze. The chocolate bar in his hand was falling apart, crumbling into dust. What? His voice trembled. He tried to grab it, but the bar disintegrated completely, slipping between his fingers like sand. Panic surged through him. He tore open his backpack, searching desperately. No. This couldn't be happening. When he reached inside again, all that came out was more sand. His pulse roared in his ears. This can't be real. A faint light flickered in front of him. He looked up, and his heart stopped. Everywhere he turned, people were glowing. On rooftops, in alleyways, along the empty streets, their silhouettes shimmered in pale light, visible through the night. It wasn't just a few. It was everyone. A cold dread crawled up his spine. Are we glowing too? Yumihi's voice cracked. Wait, does this mean people can see each other? Even through walls? She shook her head in disbelief. This is insane. It's forcing people to fight. Sang Jin spun toward Hansu. Did you know this would happen? Hansu gave a short, dry laugh. Don't be ridiculous, he said. I may have some power, but even I can't predict this. But Sang Jin didn't buy it. He's too calm, way too calm. Then screams. They echoed across the city, sharp and chaotic. Sang Jin flinched. The cries grew louder, people shouting, accusing each other of stealing food, of lying. The night erupted into madness. From every glowing figure, it was clear what was happening. Fights were breaking out, everywhere, and it wasn't stopping. Hansu watched from a distance, expression unreadable. He sighed quietly. Pathetic, he muttered. They still haven't learned. He lifted his gaze to the glowing sky. The moon's terrible eye still loomed above, watching. He had told them before, not to take too much. Once the moon appeared, everything would vanish. All food, all comfort, gone without a trace. He turned to leave. Wait, Sang Jin called after him. Where are you going? Hansu didn't even glance back. I've got things to do, he said simply, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, back in the building, the others stared in horror as their supplies turned to dust before their eyes. Tae-sung slammed a hand against the table. It's all gone, he said, voice shaking. Everything. A girl began to cry. What do we do now? Should we try to find more? Her boyfriend stood motionless, staring out the window. There's nothing left, he said numbly. Most of the stores are already empty. Tae-sung leaned forward, gripping the edge of the table as anger twisted in his gut. Hansu's warning, his calmness, the way he'd walked away, it all clicked. That bastard knew. He clenched his fists, rage boiling just beneath the surface. Did he set us up? Did he want this to happen? Cursing the so-called hero, Tae-sung glared toward the window. Outside, The streets burned with light. Glowing silhouettes moved through the darkness, some wandering, others hunting. Near the glass, a blonde girl froze. "They're everywhere," she whispered. Out there, Sung-ho and his crew were on the prowl, their glowing figures cutting through the night as they searched for one man, Tae-sung. And this time, they weren't looking to talk. Rage burned through the gang as they shouted about how that coward dared to trick them. Tae-sung peeked through the window, pulse hammering in his ears. If they got caught now, it was over. No chance to fight, no chance to run. He gritted his teeth. Should we escape or wait for them to split up? The blonde turned toward him, her voice low but firm. "We should go find Hansu." Tae-sung scoffed, jabbing a finger in her face. "That bastard? The one who ditched us and came crawling for help? You gotta be kidding me. Have a little pride." She shoved his hand away. "And what's your plan, huh? Hide here until they find us? You really think we can survive this alone?" Her frustration flared. "If we don't move, we're done for." Her boyfriend stepped in, trying to calm her down. "She's right," he said carefully. "If we don't reach Hansu first, they will. And if that happens, we're finished." Tae-sung turned his head sharply, annoyed but silent. The thought of begging Hansu for help twisted his stomach. But if they could turn it around, make him owe them, a grin crept across his face. "Fine. You win," he said. "We'll find him. But we do this my way." He looked toward the street, scanning for movement. "If we move quietly, they won't spot us. Stick close and follow me." They barely took a step before something cold slid across his shoes. Tae-sung froze. Then his eyes widened. A thick green sludge began creeping up his legs, clinging tight, dragging him down. What the hell is this?" he shouted, clawing at the slime. "Help me. Get off." Before the others could react, a calm voice cut through the air. "Are you sure you want to bring him along?" They turned. The gang's leader stepped into view, his trademark jacket draped casually over his shoulders. His expression was unreadable, his tone almost amused. "I doubt any of you are going anywhere," he said, stepping closer. "Come on, let's have a little chat." The couple froze in terror, then bolted. Tae-sung's screams echoed after them as they disappeared down the street. The gang leader crouched beside him, studying the struggling man like an insect caught in a web. "Such harsh words for someone so young," he said softly. "That, my friend, is orange duct tape." He smirked. "While you were busy plotting, we weren't exactly sitting around." He sighed, sounding almost bored. Things get dull when there's no real fight left. Straightening, he glanced at the others. "Enough talk. There were 3 of you, right? Where are the rest?" Tae-sung didn't answer. His chest heaved. His jaw tightened. The boss didn't wait. With a sudden kick, his boot slammed into Tae-sung's leg. A wet crack. A scream. Blood splattered across the floor. "Aff!" Tae-sung's cry tore through the night as pain shot up his body. "I'll talk," he yelled, his voice breaking. "I'll tell you everything. Just stop. Please. I'll tell you where they went." The leader turned toward one of his men, Sang-ho. A slow grin spread across his face. "Good," the boss said. "At least he knows his place." Then, with a flick of his hand, he added, "But first, someone's been waiting to talk to him." Sang-ho stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. His grin widened into something cruel. "Let's finish this before we move," the boss muttered. Sang-ho crouched beside Tae-sung, his shadow stretching long across the ground. "That leg looks bad," he said in mock sympathy. "Hurts, doesn't it?" Then his tone darkened. "Good, because I don't feel better yet." He leaned closer, voice dripping with menace. "Not until I return the favor." Tae-sung gritted his teeth, cursing the so-called friends who'd left him. The boss nodded once. "Don't overdo it." Sang-ho laughed and signaled his men. "You heard him. Don't go too far." Blows rained down. Tae-sung hit the ground, shielding himself as best he could. Through blurred vision, he watched the couple vanish. He swore under his breath, "I'll kill them all." The couple ran without a destination, and they saw a pot of meat soup bubbling over a fire. Hansu and his group sat around it, eating in silence. The couple stopped and stared. "What are you doing?" the man asked. They glanced at the broth. "Is this a picnic?" The blonde stepped forward. Hansu stood up and raised his sword, flicking the blade toward her face. The edge hovered inches away, mouth still full. Hansu said, "Don't come any closer." Then he turned his back. The couple bristled. "What's with this?" the man demanded. The blonde snapped. This was Tae-sung's fault. "What if we step forward anyway?" the man asked. Hansu lowered the sword a fraction. "Then my ability says it won't end well for you." The man scoffed. "Does your ability tell you everything?" "It tells me enough," Hansu replied. "Like the fact you led danger to us." A voice came from the dark. Your sharp hero. A squad in jackets emerged, their boss smiling faintly. Hansu watched them. The blonde stood still. Hansu thought of the rules here. A bag of food, held by someone who won't share. The condition was simple. Cook and eat as much as possible while the moon was in the sky. Only the person who ate the most, without sharing a bite, would get the reward. Beside the fire, sliced meat lay on a board. Hansu stuck his knife in the soup, pulled out a piece of meat, and ate it. Footsteps approached. The jacketed gang dragged in the battered Tae-sung, his body covered in fresh bruises. The blonde gasped. Tae-sung, are you okay? He snapped his head toward her, eyes blazing. Shut up, he roared. His voice cracked with fury. Why did you leave me? The couple froze, terrified. We ran to get help, she stammered. Tae-sung laughed bitterly. Help? Don't give me that crap. If it weren't for you two, I would've. Enough, Sang-ho interrupted, clicking his tongue. Calm down. The gang boss stepped forward with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He gave Tae-sung a light pat on the shoulder. Relax. No need to shout. Then his gaze shifted to Hansu. Long time no see. He looked around the campfire, eyes narrowing at the pot of bubbling soup. You've got some nerve cooking out here. Gotta admit, impressive. But tell me, he gestured at the stew. Where'd you get that meat? Hansu didn't even glance up. He pointed lazily at the ground. Meat's everywhere, he said flatly. Why ask me? He scooped another bite and slurped it down. You really want me to describe it for you? The gang exchanged uneasy looks. They'd seen others eat that kind of meat before. Every one of them died horribly. But Hansu, he was eating like it was nothing. The boss took a step closer, studying him. So you figured out how to cook it safely. Hansu swallowed, then said without emotion, boil it in goblin blood. Then it's edible. He nodded at the pot. Go ahead. Try it. For the first time, the boss hesitated. Tae-sung had told him Hansu wasn't ordinary. He had a skill, something unique. And he'd taken something valuable back at the station. The boss's smirk returned. Perfect. Hansu might have fought monsters, but he was still human, a 20-year-old civilian. Against real people, experience would win. The boss's grin widened. He's not ready for this. Tae-sung looked between them nervously. What are you waiting for? Relax, the boss said smoothly. We'll eat, talk, maybe trade a few words. No need for tension. Tae-sung frowned, jaw tight. He didn't like taking orders, but he wasn't about to defy the man leading an entire crew. Hansu rose slowly, sword in hand. His eyes never left the boss. He tensed. Something in Hansu's stance felt different. He wasn't preparing to talk. He was preparing to end it. Tae-sung forced a smirk and stepped forward. Let's talk then. Don't. He screamed. Don't cross that line. Tae-sung ignored her, fist tightening. Shut up and wait, he snapped. Hansu lifted his blade, voice calm but final. This ends here. In his mind, he spoke a silent apology. Don't blame me for this. Tae-sung's smirk faltered. Confusion flashed across his face. Then pain exploded through his body. In an instant, his knees buckled. He collapsed, eyes wide in disbelief. For a heartbeat, silence. Then a scream tore through the night. Tae-sung looked down. His legs were gone. Blood pooled beneath him, steaming against the dirt. He clawed at the ground, trembling violently. The gang staggered back, horrified. Even the couple flinched, stumbling away from the sight. Tae-sung's screams echoed through the darkness, raw and desperate, his rage swallowed by agony. They howled in agony, screaming at the hero. How could he call himself human after that? How could he be so ruthless? Screams ripped the night as Tae-sung demanded. All this, just for a piece of meat? Sang-jin stared, beads of sweat on his forehead. The blonde warned the group to be careful. If the hero would do this to avoid sharing food, what would he do once he grew stronger? Would he not turn on him someday? Tae-sung spun toward the jackets, shouting that the hero would kill them all for the runes. We have to act now. Kill him before he gets stronger, he yelled. The boss's face hardened. Get ready, he ordered. Sang-ho hesitated, eyes tracking the hero. He suspected the warning was right, but something about the hero's calm set Sang-ho on edge. If the guy gained enough power, he could wipe them out without breaking a sweat. Knives were drawn. Under the moonlight, escape looked impossible. Sang-ho saw the logic and readied himself. Their best shot at survival was to eliminate the threat now. Hansu met the stares without flinching. Sang-ho tried to parse the man before him. What kind of history produced eyes like those? What had shaped him? A memory flickered through Hansu's mind. Eries and Keldien, old arguments about enemies. One said avoid unnecessary fights. The other said crush any enemy completely, because if you don't, you'll be crushed. Hansu smirked and glanced at his hand. Runes glowed faint against his skin. He pulled them free. Shouts erupted. What kind of trick is this? Kill him. Sangho barked. Men surged forward. Hansu tightened his grip on the sword hilt. If they wanted to fight, he would finish it before dawn. He sprang. Speed hit them first, too fast for the jackets to track. He struck once, then again, moving through the group and knocking bodies aside like rag dolls. Groans filled the clearing as men hit the ground. The boss froze, eyes darting across the chaos. Had the hero absorbed all the hidden runes? If this kept up, panic rose. Don't run, he screamed. We outnumber him. Use it. Before the command landed, Hansu was already in front of him. His hand closed around the boss's throat. The boss tightened his grip on the knife. You think I'll back down? He spat. Hansu stepped forward, measured. Think about it. The boss laughed, edge in his voice. You really think you'll be fine after killing a person? Monsters and humans aren't the same. Hansu didn't stop. The man's voice climbed into a scream. You're just a kid. Do you even know what you're doing? Steel flashed. The boss froze. Hansu walked past him. The blade sank into the man's stomach. He collapsed, blood pooling at his feet. Around them, jackets lay broken on the pavement. One by one they fell. Another bandit hit the ground. The rest stared. Hansu didn't hesitate. He drove his sword into a man's back and moved on. He glanced toward the couple. Still here, he said. Want to fight? They ran. Hansu flicked his blade clean, sheathed it, then went to the pot. He blew on the stew and took a bite, chewing slowly as he scanned the group. No reason to look like that, he said. Everything's fine. He stretched out and sat on the ground. Sang Jin said nothing. He watched the bodies, the blood, the slow light of dawn. Above, the moon closed its eye. Hansu stood, slung a bag over his shoulder. He'd eaten nearly 3 days' rations in one sitting. It was heavy work, but he'd done it. The fairy's voice echoed in his head. The bag protects food from the moonlight's gaze. Anything placed inside it exists in subspace. He knew the bag's true size. Small on the outside, it held almost 2 weeks' worth of supplies. The couple hovered behind him. Is this okay? One asked. You didn't kill us, the girl said, uncertain. Hansu paused, then gave a small, almost amused reply. Who's the scary one here? I'm not scary, she answered. I was worried, that's all. Hansu walked away. She watched him go. It made sense. There was nothing they could have done. He'd only grow stronger. Yumi stepped forward, pushed other thoughts aside. If Hansu had taken their runes, that meant more power for him. She noticed the pouch at his waist. She let out a breath. In this world, there was one rule that mattered. Rise or fall. Hansu looked away. He could have killed them all and taken their runes if his only goal was power. But he had come back for something else. To save as many people as possible, reduce conflict, and set rules. The first rule was simple. No killing for runes. He could have taken the runes. Their value wasn't only in strength. It was in what people could contribute. The real task would be enforcing rules. If power decided order, someone strong had to set the example. He couldn't let people watch him slaughter others for runes. A purge might come later, but not here. Not now. Too many eyes were watching. Sang Jin kept close, holding his arm. Hansu knew someone would probably find the runes they'd left behind soon. Sang Jin stopped. I'll stay here, he said. Hansu turned. What are you talking about? Sang Jin scratched his arm. I don't think I can keep going. Not with the others. Yumihi looked at him. Why? Hansu didn't look back. Do whatever you want. I respect choices. Sang Jin walked away without another word. Yumihi watched him go. Hansu called after her. Why don't you do what you really want? She answered, I'll stay. Hansu turned to her. Are you not afraid of me? I am, she said. But I know not to cross that line. If I leave now, you won't let me come back, will you? She asked. Hansu said nothing. I'll stay. Until the end. Hansu considered her, then said, Good instincts. Then let's go. They descended into the subway. Sometime later, Taesung thrashed under a body, hands slick with blood. Damn jackets. All they do is yap, he spat. He thought he should have killed them all. The hero had made a choice. Taesung's wounds were closing. Soon he would heal. When he healed, he would make them pay. He dragged himself forward, inch by inch, pain with every move. He wouldn't stop. He would follow the hero. How dare they abandon me, he snarled. Yumihi. She left him too. Rage burned through Taesung's veins, his vision swimming red. I won't let him get away with this. I'm not the one who gets left behind, he hissed. Then, a shadow fell over him. Heavy combat boots stopped just inches from his face. Taesung froze. Slowly, he looked up. Sang-jin stood there, silent, unmoving. For a moment, Tae-sung stared, confused. Then realization struck. This is it. My chance. He forced a weak grin. Help me up. No response. His smile wavered. You deaf? I said, pick me up. Still nothing. Sang-jin just stood there, eyes hollow, a storm brewing behind them. Tae-sung's patience snapped. You're really gonna walk away after everything I did for you? Silence. Then Sang-jin's hand began to move, slow, deliberate. Tae-sung sneered. What? You trying to scare me now? Don't make me. The words died in his throat. Sang-jin's fingers closed around a knife lying on the ground. A chill ran down Tae-sung's spine. The blade shimmered under the faint light, cold, merciless. And those eyes, they weren't the eyes of the man he used to know. Tae-sung smirked at the boss, pretending control. Sang-jin stayed silent, his gaze locked on his target. As Tae-sung turned to leave, Sang-jin moved, quietly, steadily, closing the gap between them. Tae-sung frowned. What's your problem? Too late. A hand grabbed his collar and yanked him forward. Tae-sung's instincts kicked in. He caught Sang-jin's wrist. What the hell are you doing? Sang-jin's voice was low, steady. Now I see it. Tae-sung's eyes widened. When did he get this strong? Sang-jin pulled him closer, his expression unreadable. I should have done this long ago. Tae-sung snapped. What are you talking about? Let me go. But Sang-jin's grip only tightened. And then pain. A sharp, blinding pain stabbed beneath Tae-sung's ribs. His breath hitched. His hand trembled as it reached for his headphones. You, he growled, voice shaking. The headphones slipped from his grasp, hitting the floor with a dull clatter. Sang-jin's voice cut through the silence like ice. You told me to know my place. Now it's your turn. Tae-sung's body trembled. Sang-jin glared down at him. You thought you were untouchable? All you ever did was hide behind your father, using him to humiliate me. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. The bloodied knife slipped from his hand and hit the ground. Then, almost as if struck by his own thoughts, Sang-jin dropped to his knees, clutching his face. Get it together, he muttered. This is nothing. You've faced worse. Around him, the shattered runes of the dead glowed faintly. He rose. The boss, trembling, extended a hand. Wait, we could talk. Spare me, and we'll work together. Sang-jin didn't even glance at him. His eyes drifted instead to the fallen man beside him, the one who had followed him through it all. And suddenly, it all made sense. Hansu hadn't stayed behind because of fear. He'd known. The wounded man reached out weakly, voice shaking. Sang-jin scoffed. Pathetic. If you had the guts to stand with me when it mattered instead of hiding behind your fear, maybe things would have been different. His voice faded into the air, along with the last echo of what they once were. Can I still stay by your side? Sang-jin's hand tightened around Tae-sung's runes. If only he'd been stronger, the hero wouldn't have turned his back on him. That truth had never changed. His thoughts drifted back to the days of school, back when every hallway felt like a battlefield, every glance a reminder to stay small, stay quiet, because of one person. But not anymore. This time he would rise. Sang-jin's eyes burned with resolve. He would grow stronger, just like the hero. If it meant using others as stepping stones, so be it. As he walked forward, blood trailing in his wake, he whispered, one day, he'll see me differently. Above the shattered skyline, mutated birds circled, their cries echoing through the air. One screamed, a sound that split the silence in two. Below, Yumihi stood firm. She drew in a deep breath, then let out a roar that shook the world itself. The air rippled. The sky fell. One by one, the creatures dropped lifeless to the ground. But then, a rustle of wings. A lone bird, faster and fiercer than the rest, dove straight toward her. Before she could move, steel flashed. A blade cut through the air, cleaving the creature in two. The protagonist stepped forward, a faint, awkward smile on his face. Mihi let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Guess I still need your help after all, she said softly. Hansu handed her a rune, his tone calm but firm. Being independent doesn't mean doing everything alone, he said. If you've got gaps in your skills, you lean on your comrades. That's what they're there for. He glanced at her, then added, work on knowing your strengths and your limits. Yumihi smiled faintly. He was as meticulous as ever when it came to dividing resources. Pushing her hair behind her ear, she realized it had already been 2 days since they arrived. Her eyes flicked to her status window. What if I bought mana and stamina recovery skills from him? She thought. Without them, catching up to his pace would be impossible. But still, the idea of relying on him made her hesitate. A small sigh escaped her lips as she focused on her stats. Meanwhile, Hansu glanced at his own window, every attribute perfectly balanced at 42. He scratched the back of his neck. Balance growth was safest. No need to trade runes. Mihi still lacks strength and stamina anyway. Then, a sharp voice cut through the still air. Survivors, return to the starting point immediately. Latecomers will be punished. Hansu's expression darkened. He didn't like being ordered around. Beside him, Mihi fidgeted, unsure. Hansu turned to her. Let's go. The two moved through the ruined streets, debris crunching under their boots. Mihi kept sneaking glances at him. Quick, hesitant. Her heart beat faster each time. Finally, Hansu caught her staring. What's with that look? He asked, eyebrow raised. Mihi hesitated. Then, after a deep breath, do you have a girlfriend? Hansu froze for a moment, a nervous smile tugging at his lips. Mihi instantly regretted it. Why did I ask that? It wasn't the time or the place. But still, there was something about the way he carried himself, something that drew her in. Hansu looked down, his expression tightening, a shadow flickering across his face. Mihi clenched her trembling fists. That wasn't even what she wanted to ask. Beside her, the reincarnated noticed. She was nervous, but she was trying to be genuine. He thought briefly of Kongtae. That guy would have laughed at this kind of question. Maybe teased her for it. A memory flickered in his mind. Kongtae's awkward grin, Keldian's disapproving stare, and Iris' exhausted sigh. Those days felt distant now. Back then, Mihi could barely bring herself to speak at all. She opened her mouth again, wanting to say something else, something real, but the words never came. Instead, she lowered her head and stayed quiet. The protagonist finally spoke, his voice steady but faintly nostalgic. He mentioned his beloved, someone he hadn't even met yet in this life. But even so, he couldn't lose her again. Mihi blinked, confused. I don't remember that, she said slowly. He didn't answer, just kept walking. Mihi followed in silence. They eventually reached a parking lot, where a crowd of survivors had already gathered. Mihi scanned the faces, some familiar, others barely recognizable. But something about the air felt wrong. A fairy hovered above the group, smiling brightly. Is everyone here? He chimed. Nearby, a devil stretched his arms and sighed in boredom. A shame. We arrived too early. Without waiting, their assistant stepped forward, voice crisp and mocking. I bring you 2 pieces of good news, dear travelers. The crowd froze. Even good news sounded like a threat from him. The assistant raised one finger, eyes closing as if savoring the moment. First, survive 72 more hours, and you'll earn your freedom. The fairy's face lit up. Isn't that wonderful? He sang. But no one cheered. Every face was pale, every breath tight with fear. The devil frowned. What's wrong? Not excited. Reluctantly, a few claps broke the silence. Weak, trembling applause. The assistant's grin widened. That's better. I love a crowd that knows how to appreciate good news. Then he snapped his fingers. Now, let's welcome tonight's main event. The ground shook. Pebbles scattered across the pavement as the air turned heavy. A massive altar began to rise from the center of the ruins, its dark silhouette swallowing the horizon. Mihi took a step back, eyes wide. What is that? A deep growl rumbled from within. Iron bars trembled as a colossal claw slammed against them, bending the metal. The fairy beamed. Our adorable little guest is just dying to meet you. The devil spread his wings dramatically. Behold, do you see it? Behind him, an enormous eye opened, unblinking, blood red, filled with hunger. The assistant chuckled. This beauty here is a carnivorous beast. A chorus of gasps rippled through the crowd. The fairy leaned forward, voice dripping with mock sweetness. We even skipped its meal today just for you. A hush fell. Every survivor felt the same dread crawling up their spine. The altar shook again, this time harder. The devil slammed a hand against the barrier, grinning. It looks strong, doesn't it? I assure you it's not. Then came the roar. A sound so raw it rattled bones. The carnivorous beast bared its fangs, straining against the cage. The assistant tilted his head slightly, smiling as if asking about the weather. So tell me, he said softly, when it breaks free, how many of you will still be alive? Silence. Then, from somewhere in the terrified crowd, a voice whispered, barely audible. Do we have to fight that thing? The fairy spoke. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's one more piece of good news. The devil lay back on a pillow and said, there's a way to make it fall asleep. If we do that, they won't even try to break free. The assistant blew a kiss to the crowd and teased. Anyone want to guess how? Silence filled the parking lot. The survivors' faces stayed hard. The monster tossed the pillow aside. You're all such boring actors, he said. The fairy continued. The method is very simple. The devil spoke plainly. Feed the monster 5 people a day. The girl glanced away. The assistant did the math. 3 feedings over 72 hours. The protagonist counted quickly. Just over 60 people remained. That meant nearly a quarter would need to be sacrificed to keep the beast asleep. The fairy snapped his fingers. The choice is yours, he said. Then he played a recording to end the debate. On the system window, footage filled the screen. A gigantic creature trampling buildings, eyes burning like coals. Screams echoed. People tried to flee, but one man was lifted and thrown into the beast's open maw. The devil leaned back, hands behind his head, and explained the clip came from another training area, one where survivors had tried to fight. Their fate, he said, was obvious. Arguments broke out among the crowd. Hansu looked around as voices rose. The assistant sighed and pointed out the obvious. Fighting the beast was a joke with a terrible ending. A man in a red cap raised his hand. His voice shook as he asked how they were supposed to pick who to sacrifice. Why ask me? The fairy said, watching him recoil. The devil answered, it's up to them. They could force people to go or leave it a chance. Either way, he added, as long as the victims were still breathing when fed, it would work. The assistant spread his arms. You have 1 hour, he announced. Decide, and you'll be safe for the next 24 hours. Then you'll have another hour to choose the next 5. A bright timer appeared on the system window, counting down. The beast remained in its cage, watching. The survivors stood frozen, the choice hanging heavy in the air. Mihi turned to her friend. Which choice do you think is better? She asked. He shut his eyes. Does it even matter? The outcome is already decided. The man in the red cap spoke up again. Let's at least be honest about it. We should draw lots to decide the first 5. A voice scoffed. And why should we do that? All eyes swung toward the speaker. Fear spread through the crowd. The girl's mouth opened. Sang-jin asked quietly, why be honest? The boy stepped forward, scanning the crowd. Do we even have a reason to be? The man in the hat crossed his arms. Then what's your plan? You can't just reject an idea without offering a better one. The boy turned away. Sang-jin proposed the most practical method. Just as the boy placed his hand on a nearby pole, the pole snapped in 2. The traffic light crashed to the ground with a loud clang, and a wave of fear rolled through the survivors. Well, the group raised a hand. We should start with those who are useless, he said, scanning for potential sacrifices. People stepped back. Mihi looked at her former ally. Sang-jin noticed the attention shift to him. He had power now. Everyone was listening. Spreading his arms, Sang-jin warned there was no time to waste. Another 100 people had already disappeared, and those ahead of them were beyond reach. Picking them off one by one would be impossible. The protagonist crossed his arms and fixed his gaze on the burning altar in the distance. The boy moved forward. We need to stick together, he said. If we end up fighting that monster, we'll need every advantage we can get. The survivor scoffed and pointed toward a weaker man. Then we shouldn't waste resources on dead weight. Sang-jin frowned. Isn't it only logical to send the weakest into the beast's mouth first? Hansu looked up as they turned to him for his opinion. The heroes faced each other, the air thick with tension. The boy thought of his past, of Tis, and realized he wasn't the same. He had changed. Looking at his former comrade, he decided he didn't want an enemy there. If he wanted a fresh start, he needed allies. A smirk crossed his face. Sang-jin trusted his friend's judgment. He had always believed his friend chose well. The boy raised his hand. That's not a bad method, but I have a better idea. He stroked his chin before continuing. If we follow my plan, no one needs to be sacrificed. Silence spread through the crowd. What? Someone blurted. The man in the hat narrowed his gaze. Are you saying we should fight that thing together? The recording had shown that was a death sentence. The monster grew stronger with every victim. Outnumbering it would not work. The boy shook his head. I never said anything about fighting it. The survivor's face darkened. Then what do you suggest? He asked. The reincarnated smiled. Simple. I'll fight it alone. A stun hush. Mouths opened. Tense faces watched. The fat man threw up his hands. What nonsense is this? This isn't some goblin horde. Pointing at the boy, he reminded everyone time was running out. The blue system window glowed with the countdown. 49 minutes left. Sang-jin clenched his fist as the others argued. He glanced toward the boy. Had his former comrade really become strong enough to face that monster alone? The survivor stared at the protagonist, waiting for an answer. Hansu said, I want to fight it, but right now it's not that simple. Sang Jin's expression shifted. Even someone like him needed help here. Then let's do it together. The strongest among us should step forward and fight. The boy held up a hand. At least let me finish talking first. He paused, organizing his plan. The survivor asked, All right then, what's your plan? A girl glanced toward her friend, thinking about whether she'd be included. She already knew the truth. There was no chance. The reincarnator spoke at last. If I boost my strength and endurance by 30 points, I can take this thing down one-on-one. Murmurs ran through the crowd. Some reacted with surprise, others with skepticism. Then the protagonist made his offer. Give me your stat-boosting runes, and I promise I'll destroy the monster. From the altar, the creature stirred, parting its massive jaws. Hansu placed his hands on his belt, waiting. The travelers hesitated. He needed 60 runes, but who would give hers up? The boy looked certain. If he used his items and maxed out his stats, he could do it. A pack of cigarettes rested in his breast pocket, a reminder of past fights. He knew the monster's weaknesses. If he succeeded, he could claim the second hidden treasure. Even seasoned warriors had failed to obtain it. The treasure was the prize, and this time he vowed to be faster, stronger. I don't care who hands over the runes. Just give me what I need, and I'll head to the altar immediately, he said. The timer ticked. 41 minutes left. The fat man scowled. Wait a second. If these weaklings have that many runes, why aren't they stronger? The survivor spread his arms. Then let's settle this. Everyone, hand over your runes. If we can't agree, we'll draw lots. Tension thickened. Someone muttered, Selfish bastard. A man stepped forward, voice hard. Why should we just hand over our runes to you? If we start with the weakest, you be the first one gone. A woman moved closer, measuring the gap between strong and weak. Or is it just because you don't have that many runes to begin with? Her words hit like a blade. The man gritted his teeth, frustration twisting his voice. How dare you talk to me like that? The stranger rested her hand on her knife. Careful, she warned. Push me again, and I'll break every bone in your body before tossing you into the altar myself. The survivor froze, covering his face with one trembling hand. Reality sank in. It all came down to strength. He stammered. We should respect our elders. Isn't this supposed to be a democracy? The girl's lips curved into a smirk. A democracy? She echoed. Then let's vote. Her voice sharpened. Hand over the runes and live, or refuse and get eaten. The words rippled through the group like lightning. The mention of an anonymous vote made the crowd flinch. Eyes darted, fear spreading fast. The fat man stiffened, his voice trembling. He's right. You could just take them by force. Another added coldly. Killing the strong ones would make it even easier. Tension snapped. Someone swung a fist, striking the man across the face. A man in a hat grabbed him by the collar, shouting, You trying to die right now? The fat man raised shaking hands. Please, I have a family waiting for me. But it was too late. The crowd's mood had turned. Voices rose, echoing one another. Throw him in. Feed him to the beast. Hansu checked the timer. 32 minutes left. He exhaled and stepped forward. Chaos had taken over. The travelers were turning on each other. And if no one stopped it, they'd all be gone before the hour ended. Hansu raised his hand. Enough. The shouting died down. Dozens of eyes turned toward him. He spoke calmly, cutting through the noise. Listen carefully. You have 5 choices. Each one decides how the rest of this week plays out. He pointed toward the crowd, outlining their options, step by step, method by method, each one more desperate than the last. The fat man's jaw dropped. You can't be serious. The man in the hat's face went pale. You're saying we should really sacrifice people to that thing? Parents pulled their children close. Someone shouted, Are we really throwing the weak away like trash? A young man in the corner smirked. The timer flashed again, 30 minutes left. Mihi stood before the altar, her fists tight at her sides. Behind her, a man sneered. If that's how you're going to act, you might as well join me. Sangjin walked up beside her. This might be your chance, he said quietly. You could get closer to him. Mihi shot him a look. You still don't get it, do you? You have no idea what Hansu is really like. The boy looked away, lips pressed thin. Behind them, a woman raised her hand. I want to go with him too. Mihi chuckled softly. You can't just tag along and hide behind him forever, she said. The survivor turned to her. What are you going to do now? She stepped forward, her voice steady with resolve. She wasn't going to stand by and wait. Turning toward the crowd, she spoke clearly. If I do nothing, I'll earn nothing but your scorn, and that would make me no different from any of you. Hansu's gaze swept across the group. While you're all standing here arguing, he said, others are out there taking on real challenges. What are you doing? The survivors looked up, uneasy. Hansu continued, his tone hard. It doesn't matter how bad things look. What matters is knowing the cost of your choices. The leaders didn't abandon you because you're weak. They left because they couldn't afford to drag you along. Did you really expect to be taken care of here? No one answered. Eyes fell to the ground. If you want to live, he said, folding his arms, you each need to claim 2 runes. Hunt them down in the next 3 days. Pay what you owe. Then he smiled a sharp, knowing smile. And if anyone tries to run without paying, they'll regret it. He turned away. He always keeps his word, she said quietly. He doesn't need me watching over him. Still, determination flickered in her eyes. She needed to move faster to catch up. Sang-jin stepped closer. You could join us instead, he said. My team would be glad to have you. Mihi hesitated, then smiled softly. Thanks. I'll give you my answer later. As she walked away, the boy watched her go. He didn't need proof. He could tell she'd grown stronger. Her hair caught the wind, and he clenched his fist. What he had now wasn't enough. He had to be better. Narrowing his eyes, Sang-jin swore he'd prove himself. A voice called out, You, we need to talk. He turned to see a stranger pointing at him, a faint smirk on her lips. What do you want? Sang-jin asked. A hand landed on his shoulder. Another man joined in. Don't mind her. She's just not great with introductions. The newcomer extended a hand. Suyol, he said. Nice to meet you. Pointing toward a nearby group, a man in a formal jacket spoke up. The leaders of both teams are about to meet. You should come. Sang-jin blinked. Leaders? You mean me? He shook Suyol's hand awkwardly. They're not following me. We just moved together. Suyol laughed. That's what leadership is. Then, lowering his voice, he added, You know Hansu, right? Let's talk about him for a bit. Sang-jin nodded. Sure. Inside the altar, a purple portal pulsed to life. A dispenser sat quietly at its base, glowing faintly. Goblin poison wouldn't work here. Not against a carnivorous beast. Hansu gripped his sword tighter. Paralyzing poison. It was the only option left. He slipped the rosary over his wrist, preparing himself for what was coming. The item restored stamina and boosted strength. A valuable find, even if it had to be earned the hard way. Without hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth. Every edge counted. As he descended the stairs, he analyzed his odds. They weren't good, but retreat wasn't an option. He didn't have enough power to face this thing head-on. Not yet. The creature below exhaled, a thick mist spilling from its jaws. Hansu reached into his pocket and pulled out a familiar pack of cigarettes. Cloud snacks, he muttered under his breath. He placed one between his lips, inhaling the faint scent of tobacco. It had been a long time since he'd needed one of these. Tucking the pack back into his jacket, he exhaled slowly, hoping, just this once, that he'd made the right call. A surge of energy burst around him, bright and sharp. He looked down at the rune forming in his palm. At last, something built perfectly for this world. The dull gray stone shimmered and shifted through colors. Red, orange, yellow, until it burned like a miniature sun. A colorless rune evolving past its limit, its stats surpassing 100. A system window blinked into view. Cloud snacks, boosts all stats by 20%. The text faded, but Hansu knew what it meant. Once runes crossed the 100 mark, every level widened the gap. The difference between life and death could be measured in numbers. From the shadows, the monster's eyes flickered open. This wasn't some creature from the early trials. This was a carnivorous beast, intelligent, vicious, and fully aware. Only a colorless rune would be enough to kill it. Hansu stepped forward, mind racing. If he had the essence of a troll, this fight would already be over. And if that ever happened, even the Berserker King would lose control. He stopped. There was one man, only one, who had ever claimed the hidden treasure. Lightning sparked in his eye. The harder the challenge, the greater the reward. That was the law of this cursed world. The monster stirred, massive muscles coiling beneath its hide. It turned its head, sensing him. Hansu raised his sword. No hesitation, no turning back. He charged. The ground trembled as the beast moved to meet him. The air above filled with enormous shapes, creatures circling, watching. This one was different. It had 2 racial skills. The carnivorous beast slammed its hand down, splitting the ground open with a single strike. Hansu didn't flinch. His eyes never left the target. The creature's gaze locked onto him, and a pulse of dark pressure rolled out from its body. Its first skill, intimidation. Hansu braced himself, sword raised. The monster lunged, claws tearing through the air. At the last second, Hansu slipped aside, the impact shaking the floor behind him. He knew what that skill did. It froze the target with fear, making them easy prey. Once they were paralyzed, the beast used carnivory to devour them whole and restore its stamina. Hansu straightened, the cigarette still between his lips. He lit another with calm precision. The flame flared, then dimmed. He smirked. Some habits never die. In a way, Hansu was relieved. His strength hadn't faded. The monster's tongue lashed out as it screamed, the sound echoing through the altar. He recognized the pattern. After carnivory, it would use its next skill, blood-drinking swamp, a technique that drained its prey dry. The creature's crimson eyes flared, locking onto him. This was it. One of them wouldn't walk away. Hansu moved first, a blur of motion. He dodged the strike by inches, the force cracking the ground where he'd stood a heartbeat ago. Reckless attacks wouldn't work here. He needed control. He needed to slow it down. Lightning rippled across the beast's skin as Hansu stopped and turned. The creature lunged again, claws slicing through the air. He twisted aside and tightened his grip on the blade. Random swings wouldn't cut it. He had to hit the nerves, disable the joints, poison the blood flow. In one sharp movement, his sword flashed. The blade found its mark, piercing the monster's arm. A jolt of lightning crackled from the sword's edge. The beast roared, thrashing violently as black smoke coiled from the wound. Hansu planted his sword into the ground, steadying himself. 12 minutes. That's how long the poison would take. A blinding light flared across the altar as the creature swung again. Hansu leapt back, boots skidding over broken stone. Dust exploded around him when he landed. The beast snarled, its gaze wild and unfocused. Hansu lit another cigarette and took a slow drag. The monster charged. Its intimidation skill pulsed again, the air trembling with pressure. Against a weaker man, it would have been fatal. But Hansu's will held firm, his immunity dulling the effect. He exhaled a thin stream of smoke. Compared to what's waiting ahead, he muttered, "You're nothing." He flicked the cigarette aside and sidestepped another strike. Every movement was precise, instinctive. Years of battle had sharpened his reactions beyond thought. He smirked, remembering Kong Tae's words. Anticipation is survival. Reaching for another cigarette, he almost laughed. He could predict every move the beast made now. The creature twisted, its gaze snapping toward his flank. Hansu followed its line of sight immediately, reading the attack before it came. His enhanced stats kicked in, speed, strength, endurance, all in perfect sync. Fighting inside the altar had been the right call. Here, he could move freely. Here, he had time. And snacks. From high above, a figure crouched on a tower, watching. The woman's eyes gleamed. "He's really doing it alone," she whispered. Suyol, standing beside her, chuckled. Either he's insane, or he knows exactly what he's doing. Down below, Sangjin stood apart, arms crossed. The others murmured around him, their voices laced with envy and doubt. "He took our runes on purpose," one whispered. "He didn't need them. He just didn't care," another added. Sangjin glanced toward the glowing altar. "Enough talk," he said, turning toward the stairs. "You all remember why we came here." They were just about to move when a voice called out from above. A boy cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted down, "We're here to help." Hansu stopped mid-step. He turned, eyes narrowing, caught off guard by the voice echoing through the chamber. The survivor below waved frantically. "Wait, we're coming down." The group leader frowned. "What's going on?" he hissed, placing a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. "Keep it down. One sound, and that thing will notice us." Sangjin, however, wasn't convinced. "He needs to know we're here." Suyol spread his arms. "If he knows, the beast will too," he snapped. The younger one froze, scratching his head. "All right, I didn't think about that." The older man sighed, shaking his head. "Figures. Don't shout next time, idiot." The boy looked back, sheepish. "Sorry." From below, Hansu caught the exchange. He couldn't help it. A quiet chuckle escaped him, low and amused. The sound carried through the air like a whisper, unnerving the group above. The leader's face hardened. They couldn't afford mistakes, not now. But there was no immediate threat. The staircase spiraled deep into the altar, and from below came the sounds of another battle raging in the darkness. As they made their way down, Seal muttered under his breath. Once that beast is finished, we deal with the boy. When the adrenaline fades, he won't even notice us coming. But the longer he watched Hansu fight, the less sure he became. That man was dangerous. Standing in the center of the altar, Hansu moved like a machine. Every strike sharp, every motion deliberate. To the guild leader, he didn't even look human. He was something else. A predator. Calm only when hunting. A bead of sweat slid down Seal's cheek as an old memory surfaced. That night, Hansu had cut through a mob alone. He hadn't hesitated. He hadn't even slowed down. And worse, he looked like he was enjoying it. Suyol gritted his teeth. He couldn't allow someone like that to keep growing stronger. If Hansu continued at this pace, he'd crush everyone, Suyol included. Turning to his ally, he ordered quietly, "Go check below. See how it's going." Down on the altar floor, the tide of the fight had shifted. The carnivorous beast was slowing down, its movements uneven, the poison spreading fast. From the staircase, Sangjin leaned over the edge, eyes wide. "He's actually winning," he muttered. Then, unexpectedly, a grin crept across his face. Beside him, a woman frowned. "What's with that look? Why'd he go quiet all of a sudden?" Before anyone could respond, a roar tore through the chamber. The ground exploded beneath them. The staircase shuddered violently, and a blinding blast of light swallowed the upper levels. Boom! The entire structure split apart. Debris flew everywhere. The woman screamed midair. "What the hell?" They crashed hard, stone and metal raining down around them. Coughing, she struggled to push herself up, her ears ringing. The truth hit her instantly. They'd been exposed. The monster had found them. It let out another guttural snarl and slammed its tail across the ground, carving deep cracks through the altar floor. Bracing itself, the beast lowered one massive claw. The creature slammed into the ground, its bloodshot eyes burning with fury. A crushing force rippled through the air, so intense the onlookers clutched their heads, gasping for breath. Then, the beast turned. Its gaze locked onto them. Its jaws parted, releasing a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the air. Suyol gritted his teeth, forcing calm into his voice. Their ambush might have failed, but as long as Hansu was here, they still had hope. From the staircase, a woman spotted him. "What are you doing just standing there?" she shouted. The man turned slightly, voice steady. "Shouldn't we be focusing on taking it down? If we work together, we can finish this." Their leader's expression tensed. Were they about to lose another fighter now, right when the end was in sight? Hansu, cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled a slow stream of smoke. His eyes flicked toward the monster. "You idiots just messed it all up," he muttered. "Now let's go to recover everything." His dodging earlier had only been possible thanks to the cloud snack. But that advantage was gone now, and things were about to get much worse. The group flinched at his tone, their faces tightening. If the beast tore through these amateurs first, the fight would only get harder. "Fine," he said at last. "Why don't you all handle it yourselves?" The woman's eyes went wide as he turned to leave. She sprinted toward the stairs, shouting, "Are you seriously running away right now? Your friend's still here." Hansu didn't even turn. Her expression hardened. "Would he mind," she said bitterly, "if we used his friend as bait instead?" From a lower step, Sangjin tilted his head. "Who are you looking for?" Before she could answer, the boy smirked. "Didn't you realize?" You all fell down the stairs. Her body went rigid. The broken steps, his smug grin. He had heard everything, and he'd done it on purpose. "You bastard," she spat. "I'll kill you." "Not happening." The survivor cut her off, his tone ice cold. His eyes lowered. "You don't have the time." The monster's tongue swept across its fangs, savoring the fear in the air. Its shadow loomed over the frozen travelers like a curtain of death. "If that thing recovers, we're finished." Suyil shouted. His heart pounded as his eyes darted toward Hansu. "We need him. Without him, we're dead." Hansu scanned the area, lips curling into a faint grin. The stairs were no longer a concern. He turned to face them again. "So tell me," he said evenly, "did you come all this way just to throw your lives away?" The group leader froze. What are you talking about?" Suyil's body shook. Fragments of a memory, laughter, a cruel smile, a warning flashed through his mind. The fairy's words echoed, relentless. 5 lives. Every single day. A blood-curdling scream split the silence. The beast's tongue snapped out, coiling around a helpless man and yanking him into its gaping maw. The others stood frozen, their screams dying in their throats as its jaws slammed shut. Hansu didn't move. He simply watched. Then, with a faint nod, he murmured, "Appreciate the sacrifice." As the survivor turned to leave, Hansu's voice cut through the chaos. "Why'd you do that?" The boy paused, squinting over his shoulder. He said he'd already seen through Hansu's intentions and warned him to be more careful with his words. His tone lowered, thoughtful. He'd realized something. A small, knowing smile curved his lips. "I can be useful," he said. Hansu's eyes hardened. "Then prove it." The young man blinked in disbelief. "Why should I?" Sangjin's calm answer came quick. He knew Hansu's ambitions weren't like the others. Hansu drew in a slow breath of smoke, gaze heavy beneath the shadows. "You're always 3 steps ahead," Sangjin continued. "You never hesitate. I saw it back with Song, and with the bandits." The memory flashed. Their enemies lay defeated, groaning, bleeding alive. Hansu had chosen not to finish them off, even when he could have, even when it would have made things simpler. He'd stood before the altar that loomed over the city, strength unmatched, and yet, instead of striking, he'd raised his hand and called for peace. Hansu frowned, voice low and sharp. "Why spare them? That's not like you." Sangjin didn't answer right away. Then, slowly, he lifted his hands. "Then let my hands be stained instead of yours," he said. "Take me with you. Let me fight beside you." Hansu's gaze flickered. Then he exhaled softly, eyes closing for a moment before stepping past him. He spoke without looking back. "I had no choice back then. That's why I got caught. But next time, I won't make the same mistake." Sangjin watched him walk away, the weight of his resolve settling in. There would always be obstacles in Hansu's path, so he would remove them one by one. For Hansu to reach his goal, he would become the blade that cleared the way. Hansu glanced back, his expression unreadable. "And if the world doesn't give you that chance," he asked quietly, "what if you fall behind?" Their gazes met in heavy silence, the air thick with unspoken resolve. It felt like a promise, and a warning of trials yet to come. A faint grin crossed Sangjin's face. "Then I'll get stronger," he vowed. "And when I do, you'll accept me as an ally." Hansu's eyes closed briefly before he gave his quiet reply. "Then leave." The words hit like a blade. Sangjin froze, unable to understand why his friend was still pushing him away. "Just one chance," he pleaded, rushing forward. "Let me fix what I messed up." Hansu dropped his cigarette, crushing it under his heel. He looked back, voice calm but final. "You misunderstood me." Without another glance, he turned and started walking. Just before disappearing into the shadows, he spoke over his shoulder. "Meet me here tomorrow." He pulled out a fresh pack of cigarettes, tapping one loose. "The monster won't be around by then." Confused, Sangjin frowned. "What do you mean?" Hansu didn't answer. His eyes flicked to the cigarette in his hand. "Take the runes from the bodies," he said simply, a faint smile ghosting across his face. "See you tomorrow." When his figure vanished, silence settled over the ruins. Sangjin's knees gave out. He hit the ground hard, frustration clawing at his chest. Hansu still didn't trust him. Not yet, but maybe one day that would change. A soft voice broke the stillness. Iris knelt beside him, her tone steady and cold. "You've forgotten your mission," she said. "Your duty is to save humanity." Her long hair hid her eyes as she continued, "But many will stand in your way. That's why you'll need a punisher, someone who'll do what you can't." Around them, armored warriors appeared like echoes of the past. The woman in armor raised a dagger, her movements deliberate. "Every monarch has a punisher," she said. "A hand that carries out the dirty work, so the master's focus remains pure." Hansu had once considered Ambi for that role, but Sangjin, he had already been a punisher once before, in another life. The glowing rune on his hand, now, was proof of it. Despite his doubts, Hansu decided to give him a chance. When the second training began, the survivors would scatter, shattered into glowing fragments of blue light, flung to faraway places. Hansu knew that when that day came, his view of Sangjin might change again. He smirked, turning his head slightly. If he could gain a punisher with many hands and 8 cloud snacks, then the risk was worth it. Failure wasn't an option. His focus shifted to what came next, the second hidden treasure. Somewhere deep within the dungeon, a monstrous roar shook the walls. The creature's chest caved under a barrage of blows, rubble raining from above. The condition for claiming the treasure was simple, yet brutal. The monster had to die before it destroyed the altar. Hansu tightened his grip, blade gleaming in the dim light. Then he drove it straight through the beast's chest. No one else would dare attempt this. At the far end of the chamber, a golden portal flickered to life. Hansu stepped forward, sword in hand, and disappeared into the light. The system's voice echoed through the silence. Hidden task complete. Blood dripped from his fingertips as the boy reached forward, closing his hand around the glowing treasure. A faint smile curved his lips. Resting in his palm was the legendary ring of the Vampire King, Manhwa. As he studied it, the truth clicked into place. Now he understood how the Berserker King had come to possess it and why no one else ever could. The ring's white gemstone pulsed with a brilliance that seemed almost alive. Beyond it floated countless other artifacts, suspended in the void, each radiating its own hue, a clear mark of value and rank. Ordinary artifacts could never rival superior ones. But, as always, there were exceptions. Color-shifting runes danced across the air, whispering their power. Over time, when travelers evolved their runes, certain artifacts could absorb that energy, changing color, growing stronger. And above them, all stood the most coveted of them, the single artifacts. A sudden flash exploded from the pedestal. Flames ignited in his palm as the system's message blazed before him. Number 9. The Manhwa ring, the emblem of Clementine himself. Once, the Berserker King had hidden his face behind his hand, the world trembling beneath his strength. Single artifacts weren't named for rarity, but for ownership. There was only ever one rightful wielder. And this one, this ring, had belonged to Clementine, whose enemies had been ripped apart under its power. Now, that same power rested in Hansu's grasp. He turned the ring over, disbelief flickering in his eyes. To obtain something like this, it wasn't luck. It was proof that he had earned it. Sliding the ring onto his finger, he clenched his fist. Instantly, the system responded. System notification: only one ability can be active at a time. Total abilities: 8. Current status: colorless, one ability available. Energy surged, flooding his veins. Power of destruction: a chilling force swept through him. An ability capable of shutting down an opponent's skills, their traits, even their passive powers. A crimson warning blinked across his vision, marking the time limit. But it didn't matter. Even limited, the power to erase another's strength was an overwhelming advantage. Another screen appeared, listing the ring's hidden conditions. To awaken its full potential, one of his attributes needed to align with the colorless rune. Hansu touched his chin thoughtfully. That would demand countless magic runes, but that challenge could wait. He stepped through the golden portal. Light folded around him, and in an instant, he emerged back on the city streets. A familiar voice called out, "Did you really kill the carnivorous beast?" She ran toward him, eyes bright with relief and awe. Before he could reply, a deep, guttural roar rolled across the ruins. Her smile vanished. A massive shadow loomed behind her. The timer had run out. The altar was gone. Hansu exhaled slowly, gaze steady. "I told you this would happen," he said quietly. Then a faint smile. "And I promised I'd take responsibility for destroying it." Her face flushed, and she quickly turned away, trying to hide it. Sangjin lifted his gaze to the sky. For the first time in a long while, he felt certain he'd made the right choice. Looking back down, he spoke quietly. "We've got some time before the next training starts." Turning toward the others, he made his decision. "Let's go hunting," he said. She hesitated, her eyes falling to the ground. "I was thinking of going a different way." His head turned sharply, surprise flickering across his face. But she didn't meet his eyes. "I'm not strong enough to stay by your side forever," she said, her voice calm but steady. "Sooner or later, I'll need to stand on my own." She closed her eyes, exhaling softly. "The boy asked if I'd go with them," she continued, glancing toward the nearby group. "They said I could join, and they meant it." Hansu watched her for a moment, then nodded, realization settling in. This was the right time to part ways. The second training would scatter them anyway. He smiled faintly. "Good choice." She stayed silent, watching him as he turned to leave. Then, just as his back began to fade into the distance, she called out, "Wait." He stopped. Her brows tightened with resolve. "When we meet again," she said, "I won't give up. Not this time." A small smile touched his lips. "Then I'll hold you to that," Mihi replied gently. "Let's meet again." He nodded once, the faintest glimmer of warmth in his eyes before turning away. Just as he was about to go, his name echoed behind him. He paused, listening. Without looking back, Hansu said, my offer still stands. The choice is yours. Sang Jin's eyes widened. Then, slowly, a smile spread across his face. One that reached his eyes, his cheeks flushed with a quiet, genuine light. A week later, the fairy spread her arms wide before the assembled travelers, her voice ringing through the air. You've waited long enough. The second training begins now. Beside her, the devil covered his mouth, clearing his throat with a sly smirk. His gaze swept over the crowd. There are more of you than I expected, the assistant noted dryly. The creature's lips twisted into a grin. I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The air shifted. Hansu narrowed his eyes, watching closely. Then, with a snap of her fingers, the fairy changed everything. A blinding light burst from the ground, swallowing the field. Sang Jin stumbled, eyes wide. What's happening? A girl's small voice trembled as she clutched her father's hand. All around them, panic began to spread. Hansu looked up. He understood immediately. It's starting. The light consumed them whole, then vanished. When he opened his eyes, Hansu was standing in an empty room. The others were already there, whispering in confusion. Where are we? Someone asked. A schoolgirl broke into tears, her sobs echoing in the tense silence. Then the mechanical voice of the system filled the air. System notification, all participants confirmed. Recalculation in progress before the second training commences. A brunette frowned. Recalculation? What's that supposed to mean? Several men clenched their fists in frustration, glancing around the sealed chamber. The voice returned, calm and cold. System adjustment complete. From this point forward, each room will contain no more than 7 individuals. Training will resume once this condition is met. A tense silence filled the room. 8 people stood in a circle, their eyes darting between one another. The man with glasses adjusted his frames, his brow furrowing as realization struck. We've got 8, he muttered grimly. The system's voice echoed overhead. Notice each team's environment will differ, but all must begin under the same condition. You are free to discuss and decide among yourselves. The brunette crossed his arms, expression calm. Lately, things have been too easy. Maybe a little chaos would shake things up. His gaze swept the circle, stopping on a strange, needle-like weapon hanging from a competitor's belt. That man stood tall in the center, exuding quiet confidence. The brunette hadn't seen him fight before, but the rumors were enough. This one was dangerous. A woman raised her hand, breaking the silence. No matter what, we'll have to cooperate, she said. But let's be honest, one of us has to go. She closed her eyes briefly, then looked around. Let's introduce ourselves first. At least this way, we'll know who we're dealing with. Stretching her arms slightly, she added, and how useful we might be. The first to step forward was a man with a fiery red blade in hand. My name's Daechiol, he declared, voice filled with confidence. I'll be blunt. None of you have the strength to beat me. That makes me your most valuable ally. The man in the black suit arched a brow, visibly uneasy. Nearby, another traveler narrowed his eyes, recognition dawning. That aura? QI art, he murmured. Red light rippled from Daechiol's sword. QI art, a runic technique that infused weapons and physical stats with raw mana. Powerful, unique, but not exactly ideal in this confined space. Still, Daechiol didn't seem concerned. His grip tightened, the faint glow intensifying around his fist. Next, a man with a calm demeanor stepped up. Kong Min, he introduced. Healer, if we're talking about usefulness, you'll need me just as much as your fighter. Before anyone could respond, another voice cut in, sharp and dismissive. Han Chiol crossed his arms. Combat skill. Horror type. I'll handle anything that tries to scare us. The man in the suit hesitated, his voice cracking slightly. Do we really need to eliminate someone? He asked. My family's here. There must be another way. No one answered. Then, Daechiol raised his hand. His gaze landed on the one person who hadn't spoken yet. You, he said flatly. Set the example. The woman's eyes narrowed. After a moment, she closed them briefly, then spoke. Jimin. When she opened her eyes again, a grin stretched across her face. Sharp, wild, and fearless. Before anyone could react, she moved. Wait, hold on. A nearby man stammered, stepping back. You don't have to. Too late. A purple aura burst around Jimin like a storm. In one swift motion, she blurred forward, and the sound of steel cutting through flesh followed. Blood splattered the floor. A strangled gasp escaped the warrior's lips as a blade pierced through his chest from behind. Han Chiol froze, disbelief twisting his face. The man in the suit threw himself over his family, shielding them as Jimin straightened. The blonde fighter fell forward, lifeless. Jimin twirled the blood-red stone between her fingers, her grin unshaken. The odds of getting a rune like this, she said casually, are incredibly low. Holding it up, she gestured to the rest of the runes scattered on the floor. Let's split them evenly, she suggested. No point wasting what's been earned. No one argued, but every pair of eyes watched her warily, killing so effortlessly they couldn't afford to let their guard down around her. Off to the side, the protagonist crossed his arms, gazed distant. This woman had just made things simpler for those who lacked strength. Her ruthlessness cleared the path for the weak to survive, at least for now. Nearby, a mother tightened her hold around her trembling daughter. They had died here once before, but this time, things were different. The future had changed. Hansu smirked faintly, watching it all unfold. Now, this was getting interesting. Just then, the air shimmered. From a rift in space, the fairy peeked out, clapping her hands. Congratulations. You're the first group to reach 7 members, she chirped. Her wings fluttered as she continued. Now, let's begin the next phase. The world shifted. The group blinked as the ground vanished beneath them and reformed into a vast chain of floating islands suspended in the sky. Each island was connected by narrow suspension bridges, leading higher and higher. The fairy's voice rang out again. Your mission, over the next 3 months, ascend to the dormant volcano at the center of the 2nd floor. That's your first goal. The devil appeared beside her, pointing toward the glowing peak in the distance. Reach that mountain, and a new world of adventure will open before you. The assistant's voice followed, soft and indifferent. Good luck, you'll need it. The survivors exchanged tense glances. Then, one by one, they stepped onto the bridge. Han Chiol gave a half-smile. Guess we're stuck together for a while. Might as well be friends, right? He paused mid-step, frowning. Hey, where's that guy heading? Before anyone could answer, his expression twisted in horror. Wait, stop! The bridge behind them snapped. Wood splintered. Chain screamed. The group bolted forward as the bridge crumbled into the abyss. Wind howled around them as they barely made it across. Panting, one of them looked back. The rest of the squad was racing to catch up. Overhead, the fairy appeared again, cheerful as ever. Oh, right. Almost forgot to mention, she giggled. As time passes, the lower islands will start breaking apart. That means the bridges will fall faster too. The man who'd spoken earlier clenched his fists. Would have been nice to know that sooner. He forced down his frustration and got to his feet. Fine, but seriously, where's that guy going? The soldier beside him frowned. Probably off being antisocial again. Jimin chuckled, brushing blood from her sleeve. Let's follow him. He looks like he knows what he's doing. Ahead of them, the reincarnator walked steadily, eyes fixed on the forest path winding through the island. The sunlight filtered down through the canopy, warm and blinding. Han Chiol sighed, dragging his feet. We've been walking for hours. Not a single bridge upward in sight. He glanced around, irritation growing. Are we sure he even knows where he's going? A girl lazily waved away a fly. Beats me. Han Chiol scowled. We've passed this spot before. There's nothing here. Then, noticing their leader chewing on something, he asked, What you've been eating all this time? Hansu turned, holding up a rough strip of bark. Oak, he said. Works as an antidote for fawn. Han Chiol raised an eyebrow. An antidote? For what reason? Before Hansu could respond, a deep rustle echoed from above. Branches bent, shadows shifted, and then, with a hiss that split the air, a massive serpent uncoiled from the trees, its tail snapping toward them like a whip. The serpent dropped from the branches like a thunderbolt. In a split second, Hansu grabbed his comrade by the collar and yanked him backward. Just as the beast lunged, its jaws snapping shut where the soldier had been standing. Hansu squinted, the corner of his mouth lifting. Found it. The team scattered, barely dodging the impact. Catching his breath, one of them looked up. How did you even know it was coming? Still chewing on the piece of bark, Hansu shrugged. Superpowers. The soldier blinked. What's that supposed to mean? He didn't get a finish. The snake whipped around and sank its fangs into his hand. Grunting, he tore it free and hurled it aside. A knife followed, embedding itself into the serpent's neck. The beast shrieked, thrashing wildly as its coils snapped through the air. The system's voice cut through the chaos. Rune snake identified. The creature's abilities vary according to the shifting runes etched across its scales. Han Chiol hissed in pain, clutching his bleeding hand. These monsters weren't letting up. If this kept going, his stamina wouldn't hold. He glanced over to the couple cowering nearby, the woman clutching her child. His voice hardened. Why aren't you helping? Stop hiding behind everyone else and fight. The man straightened his suit, tension flickering in his eyes. I have people to protect. I'm not risking my life for strangers. Han Shiol's expression darkened. That shouldn't matter. We're all trying to survive here. He turned toward the others lingering near the trees. And what about you? No family's holding you back. So what's your excuse? Kongmin adjusted his glasses, tone calm and measured. If I die in battle, who's going to heal you afterward? Han Shiol scoffed. You think I carry this sword just to look cool? The healer raised a finger, voice even. 3 power runes, or 1 magic rune per treatment. Your choice. Han Shiol's eyes went wide. That's insane. Jimin rolled her eyes, her tone sharp. Are we seriously haggling overpayment while that thing's still breathing? Han Shiol clenched his jaw. Maybe he was the only one here actually trying to hold things together. The man with glasses lifted his hand impatiently. Enough talk. Move. Han Shiol glared. You're getting real confident for someone who just heals. Before Kongmin could reply, a new voice echoed nearby. How do you like the place? Han Shiol sighed, lowering his sword. Better not talk about it. He tilted his head. How's it going on your end? A holographic icon. 2 machine guns crossed, flashed in the air. Not bad, came the reply. We've got a rescuer on this side. Another voice joined in, calm and commanding. Keep an eye out for strong recruits as you go. We'll need numbers for what's coming. Han Shiol ran a hand through his hair, exasperated. He wanted to move forward, but trusting someone who called himself superpowered felt like walking into a trap. Ahead of them, Jimin raised her sword, her stance unwavering. The doctor, cool and cunning, looked away, avoiding the sight of blood. And nearby, a man nervously scratched his neck. The next moment would decide who lived long enough to climb. The man scratched the side of his neck, frozen in place. Then, faintly, like a whisper bleeding into his thoughts, a voice echoed in his mind. Survival, that's all that matters. We'll meet again. Han Shiol's eyes flicked toward him, catching the faint glow of a symbol on the man's hand. It shimmered, a golden crown. So soon? He thought. It hadn't been nearly long enough for a monarch's trait to fully awaken. Above them, the golden emblem pulsed faintly in the air, its shape unmistakable. A monarch's mark. In another place, a girl stood tall before her people, raising a flag high against the wind. Every monarch had their own way of ruling. Some used rings, others magical brands, but each mark connected their chosen directly to them. Their clans shared that power, their minds linked through silent words and thought alone. Back in the forest, a sword drove through another snake's body, pinning it to the ground. Even monarchs had limits. They could only mark a handful of followers. That was why they chose carefully, marking only the most capable, the most loyal. The young man crouched, picking up a rune from the dirt. Its faint glow reflected in his eyes. He knew what he had to do, grow stronger. If he ever wanted to stand among them, to challenge them, he couldn't afford weakness. His gaze drifted across the clearing. The ground was littered with dead serpents, and yet it didn't feel over. One of his squad mates hesitated, eyes darting toward the trees. Did we really make it out of their territory? He asked, voice uncertain. The silence that followed said enough. Pushing through a wall of bushes, the reincarnator's eyes narrowed. Ahead lay a small clearing, a massive fallen tree twisted with vines and decay. Wrapped around it was the largest serpent yet. Its scales shimmered with runes, and carved into its forehead was a strange, glowing mark. The man in the suit stepped forward, lifting a cautious hand. Wait, he said. Do we really need to fight that thing? We could slip past it. Stay alive. Hanser's expression didn't change. I'll handle it alone, he said flatly. If you want to move ahead, go. The man's frustration broke through his calm. That's not what I meant. Why would you take something like this on by yourself? We're supposed to move together. Hanser's tone dropped, cold and sharp. I never planned on going with you, he said. You were just walking in the same direction. That ends here. He stepped through the brush without looking back. Jimin exhaled softly, closing her eyes. There was no point in arguing. The suited man froze, stunned. Han Shiol watched, his jaw tight, hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. He couldn't just let the kid walk into that alone. Why? He asked himself. Why was he even hesitating? The doctor scoffed beside him, his words dripping with cynicism. Because he's the only one who never once asked me for help, Kong Min said, turning slightly. People like him, those who've lived their lives on battlefields, they don't listen to anyone. Then, in a tone almost bored, he added, and people like that don't last long. Han Chiol's glare deepened. Losing someone like Han Su would be a waste, but trying to control him? That would have been impossible. The devourer snake's fangs sank deep into a tree trunk, splintering the wood as its jaw stretched impossibly wide. It moved with eerie precision, waiting, calculating. Whenever a certain magic rune pulsed to life, the beast recoiled. Yet the moment another rune appeared, it struck without hesitation. Only one rune threw off its rhythm: agility. Each time that one activated, the mark on its forehead began to shift. Hansu's eyes narrowed. The instant the runes flickered, he moved, his blade slicing through the air in a blur. The snake hissed violently, coiling and striking again. It was faster, stronger, and smarter than the common breeds. But Hansu had faced far worse. Lighting a cigarette, he exhaled slowly through the haze of smoke. A long fight won't wear me down, he thought, but it'll attract trouble. The rune snake's scales shimmered as its resistance rune activated, dulling the force of his blows. That only confirmed what he already suspected. The key wasn't to kill the beast, it was to destroy its lair. His gaze darted toward the cluster of trees at the center of the clearing, the heart of its nest. If he struck there, instinct would drive the serpent to defend it. Perfect, Hansu muttered. In one smooth motion, he lunged forward. His blade tore through the air, cutting deep into the roots of the lair. The beast shrieked. As predicted, it abandoned its guard and lunged after him in blind fury. Hansu pivoted, sidestepping effortlessly. Steel flashed. A flurry of strikes followed. Sharp, precise, relentless. And then silence. The massive serpent hit the ground with a thunderous crash. Hansu turned away, cigarette between his lips, as the corpse collapsed behind him. Done already, he murmured. Faster than expected. Among the fallen leaves, something pulsed faintly. An egg, trembling, faint runes crawling across its surface. Hansu knelt, pressing a rune against the shell. Crack spread. A small eye blinked open. From within, a tiny serpent emerged, no larger than his wrist. But its aura was different. Runes shimmered around it like living threads of light. The hatchling swallowed a rune, then immediately spat it back out. Hansu's expression shifted. So that was its ability. After consuming 3 runes, it could release any 2 of the user's choosing. Some might call that inefficient, a loss of 1 rune for every trade. But Hansu knew better. Quality mattered more than quantity. And with this creature, he could refine his strength with precision. He gently brushed a finger over its head. Rest, he said quietly. The newborn snake coiled in his hand, its tiny runes flickering softly. This was a turning point, and he knew it. With this ally, his path forward had just become clearer. Not far away, another group studied their map in frustration. Where do we go from here? A girl asked, uncertainty in her voice. A man holding the map sighed. Be patient. These things aren't exactly detailed. The suited man beside him frowned. We can't just keep moving blindly. We need to know where it's safe. He clenched his jaw. If we hadn't been left behind, this wouldn't have happened. A rustling from the bushes cut him off. The woman tensed, clutching her daughter. Stay back, a man shouted, raising his weapon. The sound grew louder. Then, a familiar figure stepped out from the trees. Relief spread through the group instantly. Hansu brushed a few leaves from his shoulder, glancing at them calmly. What are you all doing here? He asked. One of the men grinned wide. You made it. You got away from that monster. Hansu's smirk returned, cool, unreadable. Something like that, he said. Han Chiol scratched the back of his head and said casually, caught it. The man in the suit froze, disbelief written all over him. Just a scratch? That was all his friend got from that? No way. When Han Chiol asked about the others, the survivor hesitated. Earlier, Kongmin had simply crossed his arms and told the family to go. The suited man frowned. What do you mean? He asked, his tone uneasy. Splitting up now was dangerous, completely pointless, even. Han Chiol let out a short laugh. So what? You're just planning to hide behind us and take it easy. Jimin looked over her shoulder and nodded slightly. Without someone strong to rely on, dragging along weak and whiny people would only make things harder. The healer shrugged. Doesn't matter who gives me runes. I just stick with the strong ones. The suited man's face darkened. We didn't leave them. They left us. Even blocked the way so we couldn't follow. As his comrade turned away, the survivor called out, Where are you going? The boy didn't even glance back. We've wasted enough time. Let's move. The woman frowned, then gave her husband a look. He hesitated, then finally lifted his hand, signaling the family to follow. Trailing behind, the reincarnator spoke quietly. What's your plan? The man in the suit arched a brow, thinking back to his own words. With a tired sigh, he said, forget it. You go your way. We'll handle it ourselves. Han Chiol shrugged, eyes half closed. Suit yourself. Doesn't matter to me. I'm fighting alone anyway. Hansu faced off against a pack of boars. Each battle pushed his limits, sharpening his strength with every victory. He released the rune eater snake onto the grass and watched it swallow a rune hole. Strengthening his resistance first had been the right call. Picking up another stone, he muttered to himself, this should make things smoother. From the bushes, his family watched in silence. He noticed they needed food. The girl blushed, realizing how far ahead he'd grown. The woman only felt relief. At least he wasn't blaming them. The schoolgirl whispered, should we fight too? Her father shook his head. That's reckless. What matters is staying alive. The fact that we're still together, that's enough. Ahead of them, the reincarnator pressed on, and they hurried to keep up. Where are you going now? Someone asked. Han Chiol stopped at the entrance of a dark tunnel. Sunlight poured through from above, lighting his face. The survivor raised a hand to block the glare, squinting. There were people, many of them. He stared in shock. Wait, they've been heading here all along. Behind him, the family smiled in relief. They made it. They'd survived. Han Chiol turned. The moment Hansu's eyes met his, the soldier's face hardened. One glance was enough. His condition said it all. The rumors were true. He really had taken down a beast alone. Meanwhile, the fairy propped her chin on her hand, clearly irritated by the noise from the stragglers. With an exasperated sigh, she waved her arm, and the heavy door slammed shut behind them. A massive slab of stone sealed the tunnel, leaving no path back. Not far away, the devil snapped his fingers, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Let's make things more exciting, he said, triggering another large-scale event. In an instant, the scenery twisted. The survivors blinked, finding themselves standing on the shore of a mountain lake. At the dock on the first floor, the assistant stood waiting, visibly relieved. Around 75 people had made it this far. Then, a hulking figure appeared above the water, its voice booming across the area. Next event, battle for the tickets. Blue tickets shimmered into existence before each traveler. These weren't just ordinary slips of paper. They were the only way to escape the collapsing island and reach the next one. The fairy floated up, spreading her arms dramatically. Now, then, listen carefully, she said. Some islands are crawling with monsters and surrounded by lava. Others, especially those at the center and south, hold treasures beyond imagination. But don't expect it to be easy. A projection appeared above the lake, showing the map. Boats were scattered across the water, each designed to carry 3 people. To travel, every group needed at least 3 tickets. But there was a catch. If 3 people used 3 tickets, they'd be sent to separate islands. A glowing diagram appeared, displaying how boats would scatter. Some would drift toward the outskirts, others toward the center. One island pulsed with a question mark, its destination unknown. If 2 people use 3 tickets, the fairy continued, you'll land together, but you won't get to choose where. Han Chiol and Jimin exchanged a glance, listening intently as the devil raised a finger for the final rule. One person, he said, with 3 tickets can go anywhere. The family froze. The rule changed everything. Up above, the assistant peered through his telescope, scanning the islands. His voice turned grim. The islands will start collapsing from the outside in. Where you land will decide your chances of survival. Secure your advantage now, or you won't have one later. A digital timer appeared in the air. 30 minutes until the starting island crumbled. 25 boats lined the crater's shore. The fairy's grin widened, eyes glinting with amusement. Remember, she said sweetly, only survival matters. And the more chaos, the more fun this gets. Just like that, panic erupted. People lunged at each other, shouting, clawing, desperate to snatch tickets before time ran out. A young man stood frozen, frustration flickering across his face. Stopping this madness was impossible. Before he could move, someone shouted his name. Not far away, a man in a suit had fallen to his knees. His head hung low as he pleaded, voice trembling. Please help my family. Just this once. Without raising his gaze, he continued. explaining their situation. They needed more tickets, enough to reach the central island safely. His ally only laughed, eyes gleaming with wild amusement. "You're strong, aren't you?" he taunted. "Shouldn't be hard for you to grab a few tickets yourself." The man looked up, desperation burning in his eyes. "If you just take a few extra and pass them to us," he urged, "we can all make it there together." Then, he pressed his forehead to the ground and begged him to spare the innocent. The reincarnator looked away. "It's time you took responsibility for yourselves," he said. "Mind your own business." The survivor scoffed. "You have no sympathy at all." Before he could continue, Han Sheol stepped forward. Without hesitation, he kicked the traveler aside and grabbed him by the collar. "Shut up," Han Sheol snapped. "I just want my tickets and to go." The soldier turned to the protagonist with an offer. He'd travel with them and even hand over his tickets if needed. He admitted he disliked the others in the group, despite being on the same side. Han Sheol clenched his fist. "If you're so strong, why not team up with someone on your level?" he challenged. The soldier raised his hand and revealed a glowing symbol. "This isn't just a skill," he explained. "It's a power awakened by a friend. One you could have too." He added that their leader had already agreed to give it to him, and that traveling alone was a hassle. Hansu stared at the mark, then shook his head. "I'm not interested." The survivor's eyes widened. "What? Do you even understand what you're turning down?" he demanded. He tried to convince Hansu, pressing the value of the clan and what he would gain. Hansu turned away, thinking of his comrades and the bond they'd formed in the forest. He made his choice. He would follow the monarch. It was the path to his goal. Cho let out a small sound. "So that's how it is." He flicked his wrist and tossed a ticket at Hansu's feet. "I stole this from that worthless man," he said, pointing to the fallen survivor. "Take it or don't. Consider it a gift for later. We'll be seeing each other again." The soldier left without another word. Hansu glanced at the ticket on the ground and remained unmoved. The tricks wouldn't work on him. None of it mattered right now. The moment other travelers saw the ticket, chaos erupted. A mob surged forward, desperate to grab it. Someone snatched it first, but the fight continued. Hansu stood to the side and watched as survivors clawed at each other for a chance to escape. A flash of silver cut through the melee, a knife. Kian lunged at a man to protect her father. The attacker seized her by the vest and, realizing they were from the same family, spoke in a cold tone. "Perfect. Then you could die together." From above, the fairy watched the chaos unfold, resting her chin on her hand with a wicked smile. The parents' cries for their daughter echoed through the air, raw, broken, and exactly as intended. Every tear, every scream, all part of the design. This wasn't just survival. It was entertainment. Below, the battlefield of puppets danced on cue, and the devil's unseen hands tugged at every string. Even death was nothing more than a piece of the show. Through the noise, a voice called out, asking why the young man had rejected Han Chiol's offer. Jimin folded her arms, her eyes fixed on him. The reincarnator didn't flinch. "Personal reasons," he said flatly. "What do you want?" A faint smile crossed her face. "Then maybe you'll consider mine." She stepped closer, removing her glove and offering her hand. But Hansu shook his head again. Jimin exhaled softly, not surprised. Before turning away, she threw one last question over her shoulder. "You're not staying behind because of sympathy, are you?" Her voice sharpened. "You're not that soft." Hansu gave a faint smirk, but stayed silent. She was the last one. Everyone else who could leave already had. One by one, the boats rose into the air until only a single vessel remained in the crater. Down below, silence followed. No one would ever know what happened here. Bodies covered the ground, some bleeding, most lifeless. Those who survived could barely stand. Behind Hansu, shadows trembled and begged for help. He wanted to save them, but he couldn't. Not here, not under the fairy's control. Above, the devil floated lazily, his grin stretching wider as he observed the despair below. Hansu turned from the pleading faces, tightening his grip on his sword. If he hesitated now, everything he'd fought for would mean nothing. His hand shook. "Forgive me," he whispered. He already knew what awaited those left behind. The remaining travelers fell into the acid river, their screams cutting through the air. The fairy clapped her hands in delight as their bodies melted away, her laughter ringing across the crater. Hansu raised his arms, his blue eyes blazing. "Complain all you want," he said. He wasn't letting them die for her amusement. This was his way of granting mercy. Above him, the floating islands gleamed in the light. The rune eater snake on his shoulder coiled tighter, swallowing another rune as it hissed softly. Fascinating, Hansu murmured, but the moment passed as quickly as it came. The assistant crossed his arms and nodded with approval. As expected from a rising star, he said. We never talk for fun. The devil chuckled, hovering just behind him. I'll be waiting for our next encounter. Hansu glanced down, his face unreadable. He felt no regret. He hadn't come back to save everyone. He'd come to win. In this world, hesitation was death. Lifting his gaze to the sky, he focused on what lay ahead. The central island. As the last boat rose into the air, he stepped aboard. The wind caught his hair, the light fading behind him. And just like that, he moved on to the next stage. At the center of the island rose a towering clock tower, its shadow stretching across the land like a silent guardian. A system voice echoed through the air, congratulating the 1,921 travelers who had made it this far, welcoming them to the land of opportunity. Beneath the endless blue sky, the castle stood tall, with crimson roofs glinting under the sun. Here, on the central island, three things mattered above all else. Defending the crystal sealed within the castle, growing stronger through the island's dungeon, and surviving the monster waves that would soon descend upon them. The massive pink crystal shimmered with radiant light, its glow spilling across the castle's open doors. Beams of sunlight cut through the darkness inside, touching the grand hall beyond. But within those halls, an army of skeletons marched forward, armor clattering, eyes burning an eerie red. Hold the line, the hero shouted. From the castle walls, defenders loosed arrows and swung their blades, trying to push back the tide. But panic began to spread. We're out of men, a boy yelled. The hero's jaw tightened. His sword met bone and steel, sparks flashing with every strike. Then a sickening sound. A skeleton's blade sliced clean through a girl's neck. The hero's voice broke into a desperate roar. Just hold on. If we endure a little longer, we'll live to see another day. Among the fighters, one man raised his trembling hand, exhaustion hollowing his face. Last another month? Are you insane? We need reinforcements. The hero turned, barking an order for everyone to stay in formation. Then came a crack of light, pure energy ripping through the air, shaking the ground. Pebbles rose from the floor as a shriek split the battlefield. Inside the castle, a young man slammed his palm against the ornate table. We need order, he shouted. The hero stood, frustration in every breath. Their defenses had fallen on the first day. The losses were unbearable. How long could they keep this up? Young-wook scowled. At this rate, we won't just lose the crystal, we'll all die here. And Juyun folded her hands, voice calm but uncertain. We should wait for the other monarchs before making any decisions. Xia crossed her arms, unimpressed. The strongest are already here, she said flatly. The rest don't matter. Li Guktae raised a brow. Then what's your brilliant plan? Young-wook spread his arms. Our biggest problem is manpower. We need more protectors, even if it means forcing those who haven't joined a clan. Xia's eyes narrowed. And how do you plan to control unaligned travelers? Young-wook's frown deepened. We pressure them. Talking won't work, not in a place this lawless. He leaned forward, both hands on the table. The next wave hits in 3 hours. If we're not ready, no one here will survive. The hero's voice cut through the rising tension. So what? We just sit back and wait to die. Li Guktae tilted his head, his tone sharp. And if the clan alliance joins us, can you promise that'll change anything? The hero let out a sharp breath. Sending more people into the dungeon isn't something we can decide lightly. Outside the window, the meeting room came into view, a circle of heroes seated around a massive table. Someone spoke up, pointing out what everyone had already realized. Their numbers had grown. They now rivaled the clan alliance. A new force had emerged, the Basement Alliance, a wild, unpredictable faction that refused to follow anyone's rules. The question now was simple. Could the clan alliance, with all its defenses and structure, actually keep them in check? A vision flickered through the hero's mind. Rows of weary travelers standing before a heavy wooden gate. Young-wook turned from the window, his tone firm. Send the frontline clans into the dungeon, he said. And Jiyun shot to her feet. And who's supposed to defend the castle while they're gone? A girl across the table chimed in. Then the smaller clans should go first. We can't afford to risk the main forces. Xia closed her eyes and exhaled. The conversation was spiraling nowhere. Everyone wanted to protect their own. No one had a real plan. Biting her finger, she looked away, thoughts spinning. If all 1,900 of us focused on defense, maybe then we'd stand chance. Once survival had united them. But that changed the moment a single fighter returned from the dungeon, holding a relic of immense power. Greed took root. Clans began abandoning their posts, one after another, chasing strength instead of safety. By a massive sword embedded in the ground, a few battered warriors stood catching their breath. A girl clutched a glowing stone to her chest. Beside her, a boy tightened his grip around a golden necklace. She had chewed her nail absently. How are we supposed to protect the crystal for an entire month like this? The door suddenly burst open. A girl stepped inside. Shia's shoulders tensed. Her patience snapped. She raised a hand. I don't have time for your nonsense. Jimin's smirk was brief. Relax. I'm not here to play games. I've got news. Shia narrowed her gaze. Then say it. Fast. Jimin's tone hardened. Someone's out there fighting the Basement Alliance, alone. What? Shia's eyes widened. That's insane. How could anyone even? A faint, panicked voice cut through the distance. I never promised I wouldn't go. The heroes turned toward the sound. A young man stumbled forward, falling to his knees, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped from his chin as he forced the words out. 2 more days, he panted. I'll hunt for 2 more days. Then I'll come back. I'll join you. But first, I have to get stronger. Around him, the room went silent. The air shimmered with energy, threads of light curling from his body like smoke. Then, impact. A strike from nowhere slammed into his shoulder, knocking him backward. He gasped, clutching the wound as blood seeped through his fingers. No words escaped his mouth. Across the room, a hero took a long drag from his cigarette and exhaled a thin stream of smoke. That's enough, he said coolly. Starting tomorrow, everyone fights upstairs. No more hiding. The young man staggered, instinct pulling him forward. Don't move, the hero warned, raising a hand. But the boy took another step. Something felt wrong. The power radiating from the man, his characteristics, were weaker than his own. And yet, he couldn't win. He knew he couldn't. His hand trembled as he reached out. I need my weapon, he whispered. A ripple of tension rolled through the crowd. Someone muttered, Who does this guy think he is? The hero didn't bother answering. He moved. A flash of silver tore through the air, his blade glowing as streams of energy flared from its edge. He lunged straight for the dark-haired young man. The boy twisted aside, thoughts racing. That knife, it's enhanced, a skill that boosts its cutting power. He lifted his palm, eyes narrowing. Colorless rank, not bad for an artifact. In a blur, he stepped forward and clamped a hand around the hero's throat. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Shouts followed. Finish him. Do it. But the boy hesitated, frowning. The knife hadn't pierced him. The blade's skill hadn't triggered. So he's got some kind of defense, huh? The dark-haired hero smirked. My turn. A punch landed, hard. His fist slammed into the young man's jaw, sending him staggering back. He didn't want to kill anyone, not yet. Every fighter here was still a potential asset, but holding back strength came at cost. The young man hit the ground, breath ragged, vision swimming. Around him, the crowd stood frozen, stunned into silence. He let out a low sigh. No point in talking to them. They won't listen anyway. The dark-haired hero glanced down, smirking. Guess I've got one last cigarette left. That'll do. Outside, Youngwook and Shia stepped into the courtyard and froze. The shock on their faces said it all. Who is that? Someone whispered. Inside the chamber, a new figure sat calmly at the table opposite the other monarchs. Shia and Injuyun exchanged tense glances. The hero's brow furrowed. So this is the one Han Shiol mentioned, but that creature on his shoulder. What is it? The dark-haired stranger crossed his arms, his tone calm but commanding. Starting tomorrow, the Basement Alliance and the Clan Alliance will operate as one. We'll rotate between defense and hunting. If anyone has a problem with that, speak now. Hansu's gaze swept across the room, meeting every leader's eyes. You can't expect people to follow rules if they're not part of the system, he said. We bring in everyone capable of fighting. If they refuse, we make them join. Every outside force follows our command. No exceptions. Shia's eyes widened slightly. This plan benefits us more than him. So what's his angle? Li Guktae raised an eyebrow. Then tell me, what do you want out of all this? A smirk tugged at the man's lips. Strange question. You think someone with this much power stirs up the world for no reason? Hansu exhaled slowly, expression unreadable. As long as order is maintained, I don't need to interfere. Li Guktae narrowed his eyes. And if that changes, what if one day you decide to turn on us? Hansu stood abruptly, the air around him shifting. I don't have time for useless talk, he said, his grin faint but sharp. But since you're all so paranoid. His form shimmered, then vanished. Youngwook's eyes went wide. He's gone. Weapons were drawn instantly, scraping against armor and wood. Stay alert. Shia's voice rang out. He could strike at any moment. Lee Guktae scowled, drawing his sword in one sharp motion. It's just an invisibility trick. He can't have gone far. A shift in the air, an almost imperceptible pressure. Then, a blade pressed cold against his throat. Hansu stood behind him, calm as ever, his voice edged with quiet amusement. Did you really think I couldn't strike if I wanted to? Lee Guktae froze, eyes wide. For a moment, he couldn't tell if this was sleight of hand or something far beyond his understanding. Had the boy actually summoned a presence powerful enough to crush his senses completely? The realization hit like a stone. He'd been outplayed from start. Hansu's gaze was steady. This ability, this power, wasn't new. It was something he'd gained just before coming here. The pattern had remained consistent so far, and he had no intention of breaking it now. Lee Guktae dropped to his knees, palms pressed to the floor, trying to steady his breath. Hansu stepped back and spoke evenly, his tone carrying through the hall. Calm down. I'm not here to start a fight. His words were firm but measured. Now isn't the time for rivalry. Each of you has a role to play. If we focus on that, this alliance will hold. For a long moment, no one spoke. Finally, Lee Guktae rose to his feet, rubbing at his neck as if still unsure what had just happened. Hansu turned and walked down the long corridor of the castle, his steps echoing softly against the stone. Forming this alliance wouldn't be easy, not after so much distrust, but it didn't need to happen overnight. He could wait. This was just the beginning. Bigger problems loomed ahead. That was when Jimin appeared, blocking his path. Hold it, she said. You're not just going to walk off again. Hansu stopped, frowning slightly. Jimin raised an eyebrow, reminding him of their last conversation. You brushed me off before, she said. But this time, I expect a real answer. Particles of light shimmered in the air between them, faint and shifting like fireflies. I'm asking again, she said softly, stepping closer and placing a hand on his shoulder. Join us. Traveling alone can't be easy. Or, she tilted her head, do you already have someone? Hansu's face darkened. He turned his gaze away without a word. Jimin's eyes sharpened. I heard you were with a girl named Mihi, she said. At Gangnam Station. The silence that followed said more than words ever could. His expression gave her all the confirmation she needed. With a faint smile, Jimin brushed past him. Well, it doesn't really matter. But it'd be nice if you joined our clan. Hansu stood still, silent, lost in thought. She turned back one last time, smirking, not even pretending to listen. Figures. Her tone softened into something teasing. You're an annoying bastard, you know that? And with that, she walked away. Hansu exhaled quietly, leaning against the castle window. Outside, the battlefield stretched below. The walls cracked and burned. Fighters sprawled among rubble and smoke. A commanding voice rang out over the chaos, ordering the fallen to be gathered. Supplies were still needed, and the healers were told to pull back. Hansu turned to the sergeant beside him. The southern walls holding up. Barely. The man nodded. Good. I've sent the wounded below deck to recover. The rest are standing by. He paused, studying Hansu's expression. How's your clan holding up? Hansu exhaled slowly. This time, we actually managed a solid defense. Every post is holding. Below the walls, the battlefield was a graveyard of shattered bones. Skeletal remains lay strewn across the ground, skulls split clean through by blade strikes. The Basement Alliance, once divided and uncertain, had finally fought as one. They'd held their ground. All around him, exhausted warriors slumped against the ramparts, catching their breath in silence. Hansu looked out over the ruined field. Thanks to them, he said quietly, we avoided any major losses. The sergeant gave a tired grin. Maybe so, but we can't start getting comfortable. His eyes swept over the heaps of broken skeletons. If next time's worse, do we even have a choice? Hansu didn't answer. He just stood there, the wind tugging at his hair as he turned his gaze away. Incredible, someone said nearby. You handled all that alone? The sergeant chuckled under his breath. He could already imagine asking Hansu that question himself, but he knew what kind of answer he'd get. The boy would just shrug, maybe mutter something vague. If he had an ounce of humility, the sergeant thought he'd have invited him into the clan already. But that was between Hansu and whatever gods were watching over him. Still, he couldn't deny it. At this rate, they might actually stand a chance. Maybe, just maybe, they could keep surviving wave after wave. Then Hansu's sharp voice broke through the calm. Sergeant, look, something's in the air. All eyes turned upward. From behind the clouds, a figure descended gracefully, the fairy assistant. She smiled, floating just above them. Waiting for me, she asked, her tone almost sing-song. The air tightened instantly. Her appearance was never good news. Have you all enjoyed your rest these last 2 days? She continued, her smile never fading. Uneasy glances passed between the heroes. They knew the pattern by now. Whenever she appeared, the next trial wasn't far behind. Sensing their fear, the fairy giggled softly. Oh my, you all look so tense. How dull. She clapped her hands once. Let's make things interesting. A mischievous spark lit her eyes. Starting today, demons will join the battlefield. A cold murmur rippled through the group. These creatures, she went on, are far stronger than the undead you've been facing. She tilted her head with mock sympathy. But don't worry too much. Unlike those boring skeletons, demons drop something valuable when you kill them. With a flick of her wrist, an illusion shimmered into the air. An enormous, horned demon, its claws wrapped around glowing gems that pulsed like embers. These, the fairy said, pointing to the glittering stones at the creature's feet, can be exchanged for powerful artifacts. There's even a shop made just for this stage. Whispers broke out among the fighters as translucent system windows flickered before their eyes. Men and women stared at the glowing menus, speechless. Hansu's brows lifted as he scrolled through the options, his expression unreadable. The fairy caught his reaction and smiled knowingly. Oh, and one more thing, she added sweetly. Those crystals aren't just for weapons or gear. She waved a finger, and another window appeared, an icon of a running figure. See this? She said, her voice lilting. 600 crystals. That's all it takes to buy an escape ticket. A nearby hero squinted at the glowing system window. It says up to 5 people can go together. The fairy clapped her hands, laughing in delight. Exactly. So go on, give it your best, and start collecting. Before anyone could even process her words, the air split open with a violent surge of red energy. In front of the castle gates, a massive clawed hand reached out from a swirling portal, long, black talons glinting under the light. Then came the grin, twisted, inhuman, a face stretched by malice and hunger. The creature arched its back and let out a deep, rumbling laugh that vibrated through the ground. Incoming, someone shouted. The heroes froze. Not a single soul dared move. The demon stepped forward, its gaze sweeping the crowd. Everyone wanted those crystals, but who would risk being the first to face it? Through the tense silence, Hansu's voice cut clear and steady. Step back. He pushed off the wall in one swift motion, his blade flashing in the sunlight as he launched himself into the air. With a sharp swing, he brought his sword down in a powerful arc. The demon raised one arm, catching the strike with terrifying ease. Sparks scattered as steel met skin that felt more like iron. A cruel grin twisted its face, energy crackling in its other hand. Hansu leapt backward just as a blast of crimson light exploded from the demon's palm. The shockwave split the air, shaking the castle walls. He landed hard, exhaling through gritted teeth. Expected. A degraded version, but still dangerous. He tightened his grip on the hilt. Normal attacks won't cut it, and I'm out of cloud snacks. His defenses held strong, thanks to the Rune Eater snake coiled at his side, but his offense was weak. He needed speed. The demon roared, spreading its arms as bright streams of energy flared behind it like burning wings. At that moment, light surged beneath Hansu's feet. A system notification blinked before his eyes. Light boots of a scoundrel. Speed increased for 1 minute. A faint smirk touched his lips. Speed, huh? That'll do. In an instant, he was gone. A streak of light tore across the battlefield, zigzagging faster than the eye could follow. The demon spun, but Hansu was already behind it, his sword flashing in rapid succession. Steel clashed. Sparks flew. Dozens of luminous slashes hung in the air, cutting through the demon's guard. Then, impact. His blade carved across its chest, leaving a glowing wound that pulsed with fading energy. The demon's bright eyes widened. Its hand snapped forward, unleashing a torrent of searing light. Hansu braced himself, bringing his sword up just in time. Boom! The explosion shook the castle grounds. Dust and shattered stone filled the air. From behind his blade, Hansu's expression didn't waver. The faint glow around his weapon told the story. Nirmaha's ring of destruction had activated. Every attack, every burst of power that touched his sword was neutralized on contact. From the ramparts, soldiers could only stare in disbelief. "Is he seriously fighting that thing alone?" one whispered. The sergeant's brows furrowed. "Just how much stronger has he gotten?" Beside him, a soldier turned to Hanchiol, voice urgent. "We can't let this chance slip by." Hanchiol looked up, uncertain. "You're saying we should join the fight?" He hesitated, glancing at the chaos below. "Is that really a good idea?" Young-wook frowned. "If we don't, someone else will. You really want to just stand here and watch?" Almost as if answering him, a group of warriors vaulted off the castle walls, shouting as they charged. "There's only one demon. We're not missing this fight." Jimin raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "Not really my kind of entertainment," she muttered. Turning to Shia, she asked, "And you?" Shia folded her arms, eyes fixed on the battlefield. "We wait." Jimin's lips curved into a grin. "Oh, so you're curious too. You want to see what Hansu can really do." Down below, several heroes rushed toward the demon, weapons gleaming. Hansu turned his head slightly, his brows twitching upward. Reckless. They had no idea what they were getting into. The demon hadn't used its racial skill yet. If it unleashed it now, anyone nearby would be obliterated. Their interference could get them all killed. He didn't have time to babysit amateurs. Hansu's focus sharpened. The towering demon stood before him, eyes glowing like embers in the dark. Something wasn't right. It hadn't attacked with its full power. That meant either hesitation or restriction. The demon tilted its head, studying him with a mocking glint. Hansu's mind raced. Demons each have unique racial skills, random, deadly. Could this one have an area of effectability? As if to answer, red energy spiraled into the demon's palm, bright enough to burn through the haze. Hansu's voice cut through the noise. "Fall back. If you're too close, you'll die." A bespectacled hero hesitated. "Wait, you're saying we should just watch? You can't take that thing alone." Another hero shook his head, defiant. "We need to be close enough to land the last hit." The demon's grin widened. Power pulsed in its hands, and then it roared. A storm of crimson fire burst outward as it unleashed its racial skill. Hellfire. The flames carved through the air like living serpents, devouring everything they touched. "About an artifact," one hero shouted, raising his shield. "It'll block minor flames." Another clicked his tongue. "TCH, if I finish it off, the loot's mine." Hansu's voice tore through their chatter. "Run." It was too late. Hellfire exploded across the field, engulfing everything in a sea of red. Screams erupted as the ground split and burned. The warriors scattered in panic, their courage swallowed by the inferno. The demon stepped forward through the blaze, laughter echoing across the ruined battlefield. And through that storm of heat and smoke, Hansu didn't move. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he smirked faintly. "Hellfire, huh?" The flames curled toward him, but his blade was already gleaming. He tightened his grip and swung, clean and precise. A burst of pure light tore through the fire, slicing it apart. Destruction slash. The explosion that followed rattled the earth. From the walls, soldiers gasped. Did he just cut through the flames? Dust and ash settled. The ground was scorched, craters stretching as far as they could see. Hansu lowered his sword, eyes narrowing as he faced the towering demon. This isn't just another monster. His heartbeat steadied. His resolve hardened. Right here, right now, he was the only one who could fight it. The demon extended a clawed hand, flames spiraling wildly around him. His grin stretched wider, eyes blazing as they locked onto the protagonist. Then, with a burst of heat, he lunged, talons slicing through the air like blades. Hansu froze for a moment, his breath catching in his throat. His hands trembled as his gaze fell on the hero, standing tall, sword buried deep in the ground like an anchor in the chaos. He clenched his fists, frustration twisting inside him. Is he really just a traveler like us? They had started this journey together. So how had the distance between them grown so vast? Hansu swung his blade, cutting straight through the stream of fire rushing toward him. They needed a plan. If this battle dragged on, they'd lose everything. Young-wook scanned the field, his brows furrowed. Behind him, Sergeant Shia covered her mouth in shock, while Jimin watched with a faint smirk. The demon roared, a guttural sound that shook the ground as sparks of raw energy surged around its body. The protagonist lifted his head, his eyes locked on the monstrous figure before him. A man in a cloak raised his hand high, signaling everyone to brace for the next assault. The clan began to regroup. The tide of battle was shifting. Later, Jimin leaned against a cracked wall, arms folded. Silence hung in the air until a voice broke through it. If you're waiting for him, you're wasting your time. She turned slightly. What are you talking about? Han Shiol sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. I mean, it's pointless. I've waited here before. It never changes anything. Jimin's eyes narrowed. Who exactly are you waiting for? Han Su. Han Shiol replied quietly. Who else? A tense moment passed before he spoke again. So, were you sent here by the monarch? The hero's expression shifted, his tone low but sharp. Be straight with me. We're alone here. You know as well as I do the clan alliance is hanging by a thread. His eyes hardened. And you know the reason. Jimin studied him carefully. Why tell me this? Before he could continue, his eyes darted toward the shadows. He stiffened. Jimin frowned. What is it? Thought I was being watched, he muttered. Meanwhile, Li Guktae stood by a tall window, overlooking the city below. It's been some time since Hansu started monopolizing the demons, he said. And still, he hasn't made a single move. A young man beside him frowned. No reports either. The clan's been monitoring him, but something's off. A girl nearby added, all he does is defend the fortress, hunt demons, and occasionally dive into dungeons. Thanks to him, our defenses are stronger, but she turned toward Guktae. There's another issue. The independents, those refusing to join any clan, keep clashing with the clans. Guktae rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I expected as much. A man like him, standing apart from every faction, it was bound to stir conflict. His gaze hardened. Even the clan alliance is being forced to follow his lead. He exhaled slowly, voice low and firm. That's why I've already made my preparations. A group stepped forward, the tension thick in the air. Li Guktae's lips curved into a knowing smirk. If our strength falters, we lose control, he said evenly. And once that happens, everything we've built collapses. That's not an option. Among the gathered crowd, a figure in a crimson robe stood tall and steady. Guktae's eyes glinted as he turned toward the new arrivals. You came at the perfect time, he said, spreading his arms. Let's discuss the future of the clan alliance. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, broken weapons littered the ground, swords and spears still lodged in the body of the fallen beast. The protagonist stood silently, both hands gripping his blade. He lowered his head. This was meaningless. The last spear slipped from his grasp, clattering against the dirt. Hansu exhaled, raising one hand as a pale serpent coiled loosely around his neck, its tongue flicking in the air. He began counting. This made 60. Finally, he had gathered enough. High-tier artifacts shimmered inside the crystal shop's display. Shields, potions, swords, axes, each glowing faintly, pulsing with power. Most were clan-exclusive, each one capable of shifting the balance of war. If those crystals fell into clan hands, chaos would follow. Hansu couldn't allow that. He needed to move before it was too late. His gaze lifted to the system window hovering before him. I have a bigger goal in mind, he muttered. A notification chimed. Exchange complete. 60 crystals deducted. The air rippled as streams of light converged, solidifying into chains of gleaming iron. Hansu's smirk deepened. He'd mastered countless weapons, but this one felt alive. The chains twisted, forming a sharp, dual-bladed sickle, sleek, balanced, deadly. The system identified it as Judgment of the Decratos. Hansu turned the weapon in his hand, the metal catching the light. This should make the next battles a lot easier. He gave one of the blades a casual spin. Dust rose from the ground, then stopped. The soil began to crack, and skeletal hands broke through the dirt. The undead had returned. Hansu's grin widened. 10 days remained until the siege ended. Plenty of time to see who would make their move next. In his mind, he saw Guktae's sharp grin and the shadows lurking behind him, waiting, watching. Then the atmosphere shifted. A small figure floated into view, a fairy assistant. Her faint, unnatural smile made everyone's skin crawl. This round has been quite entertaining, she said lightly, her voice echoing in the silence. To those of you who've lasted this long, we've prepared something special. The ground suddenly quaked beneath them. A violent tremor spread outward, pulsing with an unfamiliar energy. Panic erupted. This wasn't another wave. A dark aura rolled across the field, swallowing the light. All around them, The corpses of monsters began to move. Gasps broke out as the dead creature's eyes snapped open, glowing with a sinister purple hue. Shattered limbs and torn bodies fused together, drawn toward one another as if pulled by an unseen force. Inside the fortress, the chaos deepened. The remains twisted and merged into something unholy, a single, shifting mass that pulsed with life. From that grotesque pile, a figure slowly rose. A girl. Her horns curved outward from her skull, and liquid dripped down her face as she lifted her head. The demon had arrived. The fairy assistant's voice echoed through the chaos, tinged with amusement. And so, your next challenge begins. The demon spread her wings wide, shadows rippling through the air as she prepared to strike. Hovering above, the assistant crossed his tiny arms, a grin curling on his face. "If you were human," he said lightly, "I'd tell you to stay far away from the fortress walls. Not that it would help, of course," he chuckled. "There's no escaping this." He lifted a finger, his tone playful yet cold. "That leaves you with two choices. 1. Stay and fight the undead swarm heading straight for you. 2. Escape using a crystal." His grin widened. "But here's a little warning. These undead aren't the same as before. There's always one more option." The air fell silent as his words sank in. Face the demon herself. Inside the fortress, shock rippled through the group. One of the boys spoke up, voice trembling. No one had ever mentioned a demon king before. Another answered quickly, eyes darting to the fairy. The assistant looked completely unconcerned, casually filing his nails. "Well," he said, almost bored, "I didn't bring it up because, honestly, most travelers never make it this far." He smirked. Since hardly anyone survives to meet her, it didn't seem worth mentioning. Tension spread fast. Whispers filled the hall as everyone learned the truth. The escape crystal would only activate 30 minutes after the undead assault began. Worse, it could only carry 500 people. That meant half of them were already doomed. But there was still one hope. If they managed to defeat the Demon King, everyone could escape. A timer suddenly appeared in the air, ticking down relentlessly. The fairy helper, voice oddly calm this time, explained that since this was a special event, he'd give them time to decide. Someone cursed under his breath. They had thought they only needed to survive a month. Now, it was far from over. A sharp clap cut through the noise. Lee Guktae stepped forward, his expression resolute, fist clenched tight. "All we have to do is hold out for 30 minutes, he declared. "Survive, reach the crystal, and escape. That's it." He raised his voice. "Clan Alliance, head toward the crystal. Everyone else, prepare to defend the front lines." But not everyone agreed. A man wearing glasses glared at Guktae, fury flashing in his eyes. He saw immediately. Guktae's plan was nothing more than a way for the clans to save themselves, abandoning the rest. Their eyes locked, the tension sharp as steel. Lee Guktae didn't flinch. "If you've got a better plan," he snapped, "let's hear it." The man's jaw tightened, but Guktae pressed on, his tone growing darker. "Even that first demon we faced wiped out dozens with a single blow. So tell me, how exactly do you plan to defeat the Demon King?" He turned to face the entire crowd, his voice echoing off the walls. "Would you rather fight and die like moths to a flame, or survive together and reach the next island?" The man with glasses hesitated, his anger faltering for the first time. From the sidelines, Ji-yoon smirked, clearly amused by the entire exchange. Their safety seemed guaranteed. The alliance with the Smog clan had already secured their protection. At least that's what they believed. But then, a lone voice rose above the noise. Someone stepped forward defiant. "The only way we all survive is by defeating the Demon King." A hush fell. Ji-yoon stiffened, unease written in the tension of his movements. Across from him, Hansu stood calm and steady. "If we defeat the Demon King," Hansu said plainly, "everyone who survives will be able to escape." Ji-yoon's jaw tightened, irritation flashing in his eyes. Hansu was interfering again, and this time, in front of everyone. Lee Guktae stepped closer, his gaze sharp and skeptical. "Are you sure you'll survive?" he asked. Hansu simply shrugged. "Who knows?" His tone was casual, but his next words cut deep. "But if you run for that crystal, more than half of you will die. Maybe all of you." Silence hung heavy. Then, a girl in the crowd laughed quietly. "In that case," she said, "I'd rather follow him." Her smile sharpened. "Why trust clan leaders who only care about themselves? If we're going to fight, I'll side with someone who doesn't plan to abandon us." She turned to Hansu. What do you think? Her words sparked something in the others. Fists began to rise. Voices joined hers, one after another, rallying behind Hansu. The fear in their eyes faded, replaced by raw determination. Seeing the shift, Juyun's clan exchanged uneasy glances before deciding to align with him as well. Soon after, Xia stepped forward, announcing that her group would also stand with Hansu. Juyun's face darkened. If things continued like this, Hansu's influence would grow out of control. One way or another, he'd have to be dealt with. His eyes flicked to his men. If they could break the group's morale now, chaos would follow. In that confusion, Hansu could be taken down. But before Jiyun could make a move, Hansu turned sharply, his glare cutting through the tension. Save your plans to kill me for later, he warned. Then he moved. Hansu's weapon slammed into the ground beside Jiyun with explosive force, the impact shaking the floor. In one fluid motion, he yanked it back, the blade catching the light. You sure you can handle the consequences? Jiyun froze. He'd barely escaped being cut down. Li Guktae quickly stepped in, his tone steady but tight. Not now, he said. We wait. There's still time. He cast a quick glance at Hansu. For now, they would follow his lead. But when the opportunity came to escape, he'd take it. The decision was made. Before they could move forward, Hansu stepped toward the crystal, his expression unreadable. Let's make sure we're all committed, he said. In one swift motion, he swung his weapon. The chain coiled tightly around the crystal's surface. With a sharp pull, cracks spidered across it, spreading fast. A thunderous crack echoed through the hall as the crystal shattered, exploding into glittering fragments. Jiyun and Li Guktae froze. Their faces drained of color. Gasps rippled through the crowd as panic erupted. What have you done? Someone shouted. Hansu turned toward them, voice firm and unwavering. We're heading to the fortress, he said. We don't need the crystal anymore. The thought of escape only makes us weaker. His words hit hard, settling like stone. One by one, the shouts died down. The fear in their eyes faded, replaced by something else, resolve. The hesitation was gone. For the first time, everyone moved as one. Hands rose into the air, voices uniting in a thunderous roar. Follow Hansu. Kill the Demon King. But Hansu raised a hand, stopping them cold. Don't follow me, he said firmly. Look ahead. Fight for your own sake. The timer hit 0. The fortress doors groaned open, metal grinding against stone. A thin beam of light cut through the darkness, spilling across the hall and revealing the path forward. Someone whispered in disbelief. This doesn't feel like the same fortress. And it wasn't. The air itself had changed, thick, heavy, and suffocating. As they stepped inside, the flicker of candles lined the corridor, their flames burning an eerie shade of purple. Shadows danced across the cracked stone walls, twisting with every step they took. At the far end of the hall, the light disappeared into darkness. The group slowed, weapons raised, every footstep echoing too loudly. Then a voice drifted out from the shadows. Smooth, mocking, amused. It took you long enough, the Demon King purred. You've come all this way for a little fun, and now you want to leave? Her laughter rang through the hall. I can't let you do that. Before anyone could react, the massive doors behind them slammed shut with a deafening boom. A crushing force surged through the room, pressing down on their bodies until some dropped to their knees. A system notification flashed before their eyes. Fortress sealed. No escape. The ground rumbled. Cracks spread across the floor, glowing faintly before shattering open. Stone chunks fell away, and the scream started. Something's coming, someone shouted. Then they saw it. Grotesque creatures dragged themselves from the darkness below, jaws unhinged, lined with rows of jagged fangs. Their shrieks pierced the air, echoing off the walls. One lunged forward, claws flashing toward a terrified soldier's throat. But before it could strike, a chain shot through the air, wrapping around the demon's arm and yanking it back with brutal force. Hansu stood at the front, weapon in hand. Stop panicking, he shouted. They're no different from the monsters we've faced before. He turned, glaring at the trembling man behind him. Pull yourselves together. He knew the truth. The real battle wasn't with these creatures. It was with the Demon King herself. As if answering his thoughts, the ground exploded again. Pillars of flame burst upward, rocks levitating as the air crackled with power. From within the fire, armored demons emerged, their bodies wreathed in purple light, eyes glowing with raw magic. Move! someone screamed as the flames spread. Hansu swung his chains, deflecting an incoming blast. "We have 2 targets here," he barked. "Split up and take them down." Orders flew fast. Support units fell back. Ranged fighters stepped forward. Those who couldn't hold their ground were told to stay clear. Young-wook hesitated. "Hansu, if we charge now, we'll—" But Hansu was already moving. "Left side," he called. "I'm going in first." He dashed through the smoke, chains trailing behind him like streaks of silver light. His mind raced, analyzing every movement. This demon, it wasn't random. Its attacks mimicked the Abyss Gatekeeper, a creature far stronger than most. But its pattern, predictable. Hansu smirked. "That's all I need." The chains coiled and struck with ruthless precision. Each blow landed heavier than the last, steel meeting flesh in a relentless rhythm. But even as he fought, his thoughts were elsewhere. Something far more important was taking shape in his mind. This was it, Hansu's chance to unleash the full power of judgment of Decratos. The chains shot out like streaks of light, stretching across the battlefield. With a single motion, they coiled tightly around the demon's massive sword, locking it in place. The metal glowed with an eerie radiance as a surge of energy rippled through them. Suppression. Magic flowed through the chains, wrapping the demon in layers of glowing sigils. Its movement slowed, then stopped altogether. The creature thrashed violently, but it was no use. The spell had already taken hold. Hansu could feel it. The technique was draining the demon's power, siphoning its energy and tearing down its defenses piece by piece. A sharp breath escaped his lips. The ability came at a cost. It consumed his own strength as well, but it was a price he could handle. The ring on his finger pulsed faintly, amplifying the spell. He glanced back at the others. "Are you just going to stand there and watch?" For a moment, no one moved. The sheer pressure of his attack had left them speechless. Then Young-wook grinned, drawing his blade. "You heard him. Move. Let's show them the might of our clan." He turned to his men, rallying them with a shout, and the battlefield exploded into motion. Shia quickly followed, barking orders to her unit. "Those with weak resistance, fall back and support from range. The rest of you attack." The air erupted with energy. Explosions rippled across the field as warriors charged in, clashing with the demonic horde. The noise of battle drowned everything else out, but the demons were far from finished. Hansu's eyes widened as cracks began splitting open in the ground, glowing red-hot from within. A deep rumble followed, and then blinding light. They were summoning hellfire. His chains trembled violently as the bound demon broke free, its power surging once more. Hansu gritted his teeth. "Keep attacking," he shouted. "Don't stop." He could feel the heat rising around him, every blast pushing him closer to the edge. They wouldn't survive if even one of those flames struck directly. Still, if he could read the demon's movements, he could counter. He steadied himself and struck again. Chains lashed out, cutting through the inferno. A sudden flash erupted to his side. "Hansu," someone yelled. "Hellfire makes your attacks useless." But he didn't back down. He sprinted forward, straight into the firestorm. His eyes locked on the source, the ignition crystal buried within the flames. With sheer force of will, he reached into the burning light, grabbed the crystal, and tore it free. A grin tugged at his lips. He crushed it in his palm. The fiery aura surrounding the demon flickered, then vanished. Gasps spread through the ranks. "What did he just do?" someone whispered. Hansu turned his head slightly, his voice calm. "I told you before, just keep fighting." He raised his weapon. The demon can't use hellfire anymore. Before anyone could respond, a sharp warning cry cut through the air. Hansu twisted aside, just in time, narrowly avoiding a claw that ripped through the ground where he'd been standing. Across the battlefield, Young-wook had turned his focus to another front. A different demon loomed over a group of exhausted fighters, non-clan warriors who had been pushed to the brink. Their weapons lay shattered beside them. "Help us!" one of them screamed. Zhu Yun's brow furrowed. "Why aren't they fighting back?" "They said it's too dangerous," someone muttered. "They think Hansu should handle it." Uncertainty rippled through the ranks. All eyes turned to him, waiting for a command, unsure of what to do next. That hesitation was all Lee Guktae needed. A smirk crossed his face as he stepped forward, seizing the moment. Lee Guktae stepped forward, voice rising above the chaos. "Hansu," he shouted, pointing an accusing finger. "You sent them to their deaths. Everything that's happened, it's because of you. You should take responsibility." Before Hansu could respond, a nearby warrior snapped. "Enough talking, fight." With a sharp kick, he shoved Guktae aside. Your clan's standing around while the rest of us are bleeding out here. But Guktae just brushed himself off and smirked. You think I've been holding back because I'm weak, he said coldly. You couldn't be more wrong. He straightened, his tone dripping with arrogance. Fine, let me show you what the special forces can really do. At his signal, his warriors raised their bows in perfect unison. Arrows filled the air, striking with surgical precision. Steel and magic collided as the special unit's blades and projectiles tore into the demon's body, blow after blow. Gasps echoed around the battlefield. Even the onlookers couldn't believe it. Lee Guktae's unit was actually pushing the creature back. Moments later, the demon staggered, then dropped to its knees with a deafening crash. Hansu turned sharply to Xia and Youngwook. Go, he said. Take the right flank. I'll finish this. Without waiting for a reply, he charged forward. His daggers flashed, slicing through the air as his chains spiraled around him like living serpents. They shot out, coiling around the demon's limbs. With a fierce pull, he tore through muscle and tendon. Jiyin froze mid-strike, watching in disbelief. That thing, something that would have taken dozens of their warriors to bring down, Hansu had handled alone. His frustration boiled over. Guktae, Jiyin barked. Stop standing there and end it already. Hansu didn't even look their way. He knew Guktae wasn't the type to form a special squad just for show. Whatever the man's real motives were, they didn't matter now. All that mattered was ending this fight. His chains lashed out again, wrapping around the demon with brutal precision. Sparks flew as he pulled tighter, the metal creaking under strain. Across the field, Jiyun roared, driving his blade into another demon's chest. Hansu caught the motion from the corner of his eye, but stayed focused. Jimin suddenly darted past him, twin daggers flashing, her grin sharp as she dove into the fray. Hansu's chains coiled around the demon's neck, squeezing tighter and tighter until its struggle stopped. With a final motion, he crossed his arms and then pulled them wide. The chains snapped taut. The demon's head fell, severed cleanly. Silence followed. Hansu straightened, surveying the aftermath. Dust and smoke drifted through the air. He wiped the grime from his cheek and looked up, straight into Lee Guktae's gaze. The man's expression was unreadable, caught between anger and unease. A subordinate ran up to Guktae, pointing toward the fallen demon's remains. There's a crystal here, he said. We could use it to trade for artifacts. Jiyun joined them, speaking matter-of-factly. The clan alliance has formed a special squad. Strengthening it is the top priority now. Another warrior frowned. Shouldn't the Smog clan claim the trophies first? The young officer smiled calmly. I might be the temporary commander, he said, but the special squad belongs to the entire alliance. No need for concern. Youngwook's brow furrowed. A special squad? He muttered. Since when? They kept that hidden until now. She shot Lee Guktae a cold glance. We managed to rein in our monarchs and unite the clans, she said. The coming crisis just sped up the process. Hansu opened his system window, his expression unreadable. He'd overheard enough. Whatever their reasons for forming this squad, whatever secret plans they were hiding, it didn't matter. There was no point in dwelling on it now. Just then, Xia and Youngwook approached. It looks like the alliance is trying to corner you, Xia warned quietly. Hansu didn't even flinch. I already know, he said, waving it off. No need to worry. Xia arched a brow. So you have a plan? A faint smirk crossed Hansu's lips. Just wait and see. He had already made his move. Moments later, several warriors approached, delivering the news. The clan alliance would now have to take the front lines. For once, they couldn't hide behind others. That makes things easier for us, one of the men said. They'll finally have to fight instead of watching. Jimin folded her arms, her tone sharp. Are you sure about that? What if they regroup and do nothing? Even if we help, they might just leave us to die again. Jimin stepped forward, cutting through the doubt. If anyone still wants to escape, then there's no choice. We have to fight the Demon King. Survival means fighting, nothing else. Xia's gaze swept over the exhausted group. Many were injured, some could barely stand, while others were already out of the fight entirely. Most had come here thinking they could handle the Demon King if they joined a clan, but now, uncertainty clouded every face. Then, a sharp voice broke through the noise. Enough whining. A girl pushed her way through the crowd. Her tone was calm, but carried the weight of command. If you want to live, there's only one path. Defeat the Demon King. She turned to Hansu, eyes steady. I'm Song, she said, stepping closer. Her hand lifted toward his chest, but Jimin's fury flared instantly. What do you think you're? Shia grabbed her just in time, holding her back. Hansu smacked Sung's hand aside, his glare cold. What do you think you're doing? Sung tilted her head, pretending innocence. Oh, so serious. I wasn't doing anything, just wanted to introduce you to someone. She smirked, turning away. Let me know if you're interested. Then, as she walked off, she tossed one last teasing line over her shoulder. After all, someone seems very interested in you. Jimin's expression darkened. What is wrong with her? She hissed. Just ignore her, Shia muttered, pulling Hansu aside. Jimin grumbled under her breath, glaring at Sung's retreating figure. She's always like this, never acknowledges anyone. Acts like we don't exist unless she wants something. Even the clans couldn't get through to her. Hansu sighed, clearly done with the drama. If you're finished, he said flatly, let's move. Juyin groaned. Ignoring me again. Huh? Hansu didn't respond. The group pushed forward. Before long, they reached a towering stone wall that loomed before them. Voices rose as they debated what might lie beyond. Are we really doing this? Someone asked nervously. Are we actually going to fight the Demon King? Before anyone could answer, the fairy helper appeared again, wiping away tears of laughter. My, travelers these days are amusing, he chuckled. But don't worry, I've got good news for you. The crowd fell silent instantly. You don't actually need to defeat the Demon King to open the portal to the next island, he announced with a mischievous grin. Gasps rippled through the chamber. What did you say? Someone whispered. The fairy floated higher, spreading his arms. You heard me. You only need to hold out for half an hour. Once that time's up, the crystal on the throne will activate automatically. A stunned voice broke the silence. Wait, so we just have to survive? The fairy nodded cheerfully. That's right. Once the crystal activates, the portal will open. You'll be able to travel freely between islands. Then his grin sharpened. Of course, if you don't feel like waiting, you can always buy your way through using crystal shards. He winked. Though, between us, that's not exactly the official route. Hansu's eyes narrowed. He wasn't surprised. The creature had been waiting for this exact moment to tempt them. The fairy clapped his hands together. Well then, good luck, travelers. I'll be watching, and I hope to see you all on the next island. With that, he vanished in a flash of light. The group advanced into the Demon King's chamber. The hall stretched endlessly, lined with massive cocoons that pulsed faintly in the dim glow. The air was thick, suffocatingly still. Then, the Demon King raised her hand. Rise. The command echoed like thunder. Eyes snapped open within the cocoons. Cracks split across their surfaces as twisted forms pushed their way out. Skulls tore through the walls, dragging themselves free, hollow eyes burning with unholy fire. A faint smile curled across the Demon King's face, satisfied, cruel. Hansu's mind raced. This wasn't her full form, just a fragment of the true being buried in the abyss. But even weakened, she was beyond dangerous. He tightened his grip on his weapon. He already knew how he'd strike. The demon's voice resounded once more. Arise. Bones rattled. Skeletons lurched upward in eerie synchronization. At the same moment, a system notification flickered before Hansu's eyes. Monocrystals have been consumed to purchase high-tier artifacts. Hansu's hand began to glow. Chains whipped around him as he summoned his weapon. The chained sides of judgment, Decratos. With a flick of his wrist, they shot forward, cutting through the air. The Demon King shrieked, the impact sending waves of dark energy through the hall. Hansu didn't stop. Channeling his energy, he invoked two of Decratos' hidden skills, separation and return. Dozens of spectral copies of his weapon materialized around him. In a single motion, they launched toward the Demon King from every direction. The strikes landed, but she didn't fall. Instead, a twisted smirk spread across her face as the replicated sides began to tremble. She raised her hand, and crimson light engulfed the chamber. A wave of curses burst forth, wrapping around Hansu's weapons. The chains, alive with corrupted energy, lashed violently against him. But Hansu didn't yield. His grin returned, calm and unshaken. With precise movements, he struck key points on the weapons, regaining control, forcing the cursed energy to obey him. The Demon King hissed in irritation and waved her arm again. Come forth. Another demon erupted from the shadows, towering over the soldiers. Tear them apart. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Hansu turned sharply toward the others. I'll handle the Demon King. The rest of you, deal with the summons. Across the field, Li Guktae hesitated. The leader of one alliance faction gave a cold order. Stay out of it. Don't interfere. Jimin clenched her fists, glaring. Figures. They'd rather hide than help. Hansu caught her tone, but didn't argue. Just hold them off for a bit, he called back. Buy me some time. Jimin's voice snapped with frustration. And how are we supposed to do that without you? The Demon King's laughter rolled through the hall, low, distorted, mocking. She lifted both hands, and above her a gigantic fist made of raw, pulsing muscle took shape. It came crashing down toward Hansu like a meteor. A sudden green light burst around him, a protective dome. One of the mages shouted from behind, sweat pouring down his face. We can't hold this for long. Hurry! The shield cracked under the pressure. Nearby, an alliance warrior gasped for breath, his eyes darting across the chaos. There are too many. I can't even see what's happening anymore. Should we help somehow? Another coughed, spitting blood as he staggered. Then came a sound no one expected, a scream. Ji-yun turned, his eyes widening in horror as one of their own collapsed to the ground, blood spreading fast. What are you doing? He shouted, spinning toward the attacker. Guktae's lips twisted into a sinister smirk. The perfect time to strike, he said darkly, is when everyone's distracted. His faction didn't move toward the demons. Instead, they turned their weapons on their own allies. And Ju-yun's eyes went wide with horror. You think we'll just let this slide? Why aren't you fighting the real enemy? The answer came in silence, then steel. Blades flashed as the so-called special squad launched a sudden ambush, cutting through their ranks with ruthless precision. The betrayal hit like lightning. No one had time to react. Ju-yun shouted, defiant even as chaos erupted around him. This battle isn't over. We'll wipe you out too. But Guktae only sneered, his tone cold and dismissive. You were just disposable pawns, he said, blindly throwing yourselves away for the monarch. Ju-yun froze mid-breath. What? Monarch? Before he could make sense of it, Guktae raised his sword high. Time for you to disappear, Jin. He swung, but Jin crumbled before the blade connected, paralyzed by fear. A flash of silver streaked through the air. Chains cracked like thunder as Hansu stepped between them. His gaze was ice-cold. So, he muttered, you've finally shown your true colors. He'd expected betrayal, but not from someone this bold. Guktae's schemes hadn't changed one bit. Caught off guard, Guktae glared. You should be fighting the Demon King. Why are you here? But the question didn't matter. He was certain Hansu had come too late. The special squad charged forward, blades drawn, but Hansu was already moving. His eyes flicked across the battlefield, mind racing. The truth clicked instantly. The monarch of disguise. That presence, the pattern of corruption, it all pointed to him. These soldiers weren't merely traitors. They were puppets of the Black Monarch, disposable pieces already marked for destruction. Guktae understood the danger, but he wasn't backing down. Even if they couldn't defeat Hansu outright, all they needed was to stall him long enough for the demon to finish the others. If he had to die to take Hansu down, he would. Hansu smirked faintly. You're mistaken, he said calmly. I'm not here to stop you. He took a step forward, chains rattling in his grip. I'm here to make you an offer. Guktae faltered. His expression tightened, suspicion flashing in his eyes. The air trembled as explosions thundered across the tower. The walls shook. Dust rained down from above. Fighters on both sides looked toward the chaos, restless, waiting for Hansu's next move. He cursed under his breath. He'd lost sight of the others. Then, in a blur, Hansu leapt forward, launching himself high into the air. His chain shot out, wrapping around a demon's skull mid-flight. He pulled hard, the metal glowing white-hot. The linked demon screamed before being torn apart in a burst of light. Shia turned toward him, her voice sharp. Where have you been? Preparing, Hansu replied simply. Before she could speak again, an explosion erupted behind them, sending Jimin flying across the chamber. The Demon King sighed, her voice echoing through the hall. This is getting boring. Her skinless fist clenched, and she swung. Hansu dodged, his body twisting midair. A weapon shimmered into existence in his hand, a scythe forged from pure energy. In one fluid motion, he hurled it forward. Chains followed, spiraling around the Demon King as the scythe struck true. The blades tightened, binding her in place. She thrashed violently, her screams shaking the ground. How dare you? No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. Shia's eyes widened, but Hansu held out a hand. Stay back, he warned. Han Chiol frowned. Why? Why stop us now? Before Hansu could answer, a blinding purple flash split the room. Lightning tore through the air, slamming directly into Hansu's chest. Black smoke burst from the impact, filling the hall with choking haze. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. I can't see him, someone shouted. Is he dead? Shia's breath hitched. There's no way, she whispered. There's no way he went down that easily. Jimin's voice cut through the smoke. He's up there. All eyes shot upward. High above them, Hansu stood against the storm, his expression sharp and unyielding. Around him, countless spectral sides shimmered into existence, each one an echo of his will. Without hesitation, they launched forward, slicing through the air and slamming directly into the glowing rings around the Demon King. The chains constricted with violent force, dragging the Demon King to her knees. Hansu didn't stop. His weapon spun once before driving downward. Another scream tore from her throat. With a swift, merciless strike, he severed one of her arms. Looks like that worked, he muttered. But instead of rage or fear, the Demon King burst into laughter, raw and distorted, her voice echoing through the chamber like breaking glass. Then her horns began to pulse, glowing with dark, unstable energy. Above her, a massive demonic hand started to form, its fingers clawing through the air, reaching down toward her. Hansu's eyes narrowed. She's calling on something stronger. He yanked his scythe back, refusing to give her the chance. In his palm, the white stone flared to life, its power thrumming violently. This ends now. The demonic hand shuddered, and then exploded. Hansu leaped back just as a surge of corrupted energy tore across the floor. The shockwave hit like a blast furnace. Then, without missing a beat, he lunged forward again. Chains lashed out, wrapping tighter around the Demon King's body. The demonic hand that had once reached for her clenched into a massive fist, trembling in defiance. Hanao! Hansu shouted. A great sword now. The weapon was hurled to him midair. Hansu caught it, spinning in one clean motion. The demonic fist came crashing down, but before it could strike, it disintegrated, collapsing into dust. Everything stopped. The ground beneath the fallen hand crumbled, and the entire battlefield fell silent. In the blink of an eye, Hansu appeared beside the Demon King. His speed so fast, she didn't even have time to react. He struck. Steel met flesh, and the impact sent a burst of red across the floor. The Demon King screamed, a raw, piercing sound, as she released a wave of magic from her mouth in blind retaliation. Hansu didn't move. He pushed forward, driving his sword straight through her. The light in her eyes flickered. Her head lowered, voice trembling between fury and disbelief. How dare you? Someone in the back whispered, hesitant. Is it over? But Hansu's gaze shifted toward the unmoving crystal. He shook his head. No, not yet. And then, the Demon King twitched. Her body convulsed, then straightened. Her voice dropped to a chilling calm. It's been a long time since I've felt pain like this. Dark energy erupted from her as she spread her arms wide. A pulse of raw power exploded outward, blasting Hansu across the chamber. He hit the ground hard as the Demon King gathered energy into her palm, forming a dark, swirling sphere that pulsed with lethal intensity. For you, Hansu, she sneered. I'll use my full strength. She hurled the sphere, but before it could strike, a blade flashed through the air, slicing straight through it. The sphere shattered into fragments of light. The Demon King froze, eyes narrowing. TCH. She clicked her tongue, turning her attention elsewhere. No matter. There are still some loose ends to tie up. Her gaze locked on Jimin. She pointed, and one of her demons lunged toward her. Jimin braced herself, teeth clenched, ready to meet her end. But Shia was already there, intercepting the strike. Good work stalling her, Shia said quickly. Now we pull back. The Demon King chuckled, her grin spreading wide. You could try to run, she hissed. But soon, none of you will exist. Her gaze shifted again, this time back to Hansu. Now, she said, lifting her hand, it's time for your reward for entertaining me. Hansu tensed beside one of the massive stone columns, instincts screaming. A beam of pure, demonic energy tore through the air, slamming down on his position. The blast hit like a meteor, an explosion so fierce it shook the entire fortress. The shockwave threw bodies across the chamber. Screams filled the air as the dust swallowed everything. Junyun stumbled back, stunned. That was just a shockwave. The sheer force of the blast left him breathless. Could Hansu have survived something like that? The smoke refused to fade. The battlefield hung in silence, until a faint blue spark shimmered within the haze. Out of the thick fog, Hansu's scythe tore through the air, slicing straight toward the Demon King like a streak of lightning. The Demon King let out a low chuckle, clearly surprised that Hansu could still fight despite his condition. Hansu brushed it off, ready to end this once and for all. But the king wasn't ready to fall so easily. She drew her weapon, cursing the restrictions that sealed away her true power. Her patience had worn thin. As the tension crackled between them, the massive crystal above began to pulse with light. Then, it burst open, revealing a swirling portal. Cheers erupted across the field. The Demon King was defeated. The path to the next island had finally opened. But before anyone could celebrate further, the demons' bodies began to shrink, only for fire to explode out of nowhere. Hansu's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. The Demon King's hearts were still burning, alive. Then, her form began to twist. A wicked grin spread across her face. "Did you really think it was over? I'm just getting started," she hissed. "Even if it cost me everything, I'll drag you all down with me." Before she could unleash her final strike, a burst of laughter cut through the chaos. The fairy assistant appeared, effortlessly grabbing the Demon King by the collar. "Rules are rules," he said lightly. "No true power in a training zone. You know the punishment." A colossal hand descended from the sky, gripping the Demon King as an unseen voice echoed. "Violation detected. Removal initiated." The Demon King thrashed, fury blazing in her eyes. "You meddling pest. If not for you, I would've." Her words were drowned out as her body erupted into black fire, disintegrating completely. Silence followed. No one moved. Then the fairy assistant coughed awkwardly and straightened up. Just a minor issue. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, congratulations. You've cleared the stage." With a casual wave of his paw, he continued, "Few ever make it this far. You've all earned your reward." His gaze fell on Hansu. "And as for the one who contributed the most, there's only one prize fit for that." Hansu stepped forward and accepted the purple runestone. A glowing system window appeared before him. Runestone effect. Rune stats locked at 99.99% for 24 hours. After the effect ends, stats will revert to 100%. Hansu exhaled slowly, the glow of the runestone reflecting in his eyes. The fairy assistant smiled. "I'll handle the rest. To use the crystal, just picture where you want to go, and it'll take you there. I'll be waiting for you all on the next island." With that, he vanished, leaving behind only the faint shimmer of magic in the air. Hansu looked down at the runestone resting in his palm. Victory. Hard-earned and absolute. Hansu looked down at the runestone, a faint smile tugging at his lips. This was it, everything he'd come to the central island for. Yet even as the glow pulsed in his palm, a shadow of unease lingered. That energy he'd felt earlier, it was unmistakable. The abyss. He twirled the stone between his fingers, reminding himself that his journey was far from finished. Hanal groaned dramatically. "Seriously? After all that, we only get one reward." Youngwook chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Relax. Nobody's stupid enough to try and take it from Hansu. Everyone here knows we're alive because of him." Hanal shrugged. "Fair point. Not like anyone's strong enough to challenge him anyway." Off to the side, Shia brushed a strand of hair from her face, her eyes narrowing. "The Smog clan's been way too quiet. That's not like them. We should check on our members who didn't show up during the fight." Jimin crossed his arms, clearly irritated. "Why bother? We should just deal with them now." Hansu glanced back at him, his tone calm but firm. "There's no need. It's probably already over." Hall frowned. "Over? What do you mean by that?" Shia tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Yeah, what are you talking about?" Before Hansu could respond, murmurs rippled through the remaining warriors. They were staring at their hands, at the spots where their tattoos used to be. The marks of the monarchs were gone. Realization hit them all at once. The monarchs were finished, either dead or captured. The Smog clan had moved first, sending a special unit to take them down while everyone else was distracted. A small smirk tugged at Hansu's lips. Elsewhere, far from the cheers and confusion, a lone warrior stood amidst a field of corpses. The battle here had already ended. Moments earlier, a group had stepped out from a glowing portal, led by Li Guktae. He scanned the blood-soaked ruins, his gaze settling on a towering structure in the distance. Wherever they were, that tower confirmed it. They had arrived in the right place. As a monarch of disguise, Gukte knew his mission well. Infiltrate the central island and eliminate the remaining monarchs. He hadn't followed his direct orders exactly, but with the heads of the monarchs as proof, he was confident his success would outweigh the disobedience. Using the chaos and their fear of Hansu to his advantage, he'd set perfect traps. Everything had gone exactly as planned. He turned to his men. Tie up the captives. Make sure none of them can move. His lips curled into a satisfied grin. This victory would elevate the Smog clan's standing beyond measure. He remembered Hansu's earlier words, how he'd handed over the crystals and told Gukte to seize the moment. If the monarchs were converted into special forces operatives, the Smog clan could effectively take control of everything. Not that Hansu needed to say it. Gukte had understood his role from the start. The special forces were already in motion. Hansu's final warning echoed in his mind. As long as they didn't stir up trouble here, he'd turn a blind eye to whatever came next. Gukte scoffed under his breath. Turn a blind eye, huh? What a fool. Their deal had only existed to avoid unnecessary chaos during the crisis. Now that peace had returned, the agreement meant nothing. Still, he smirked to himself. It wouldn't hurt to stay on good terms for now. One of Lee Gukte's men suddenly shouted, voice filled with alarm. Someone's here. Before Gukte could react, a blade flashed through the air, clean and fast, striking deep into the warrior's side. Gukte spun around, scanning the shadows. Who's there? But he couldn't sense a thing. The air itself felt empty. Then, from somewhere deep within the darkness, a calm voice echoed. It was real. Someone had actually come. So, the rumors were true. Gukte had half doubted it would happen, but his precautions hadn't been wasted after all. Stay alert, he barked. Whoever's out there doesn't have numbers on their side. We still have the advantage. He barely finished speaking when his body stiffened. His legs, he couldn't move them. The ground beneath his feet felt like it was swallowing him whole. What is this? The voice returned, steady and cold. Just a minor trap, buried beneath you. Temporary, but effective. From the shadows, a figure emerged, silent, composed. It's a delayed activation artifact, he continued. I set it to trigger only when you arrived. That way, I'd know you were exactly where I wanted you. For the first time, Gukte's confidence wavered. How had they known his location? He tried to speak, but before a word left his mouth, a heavy blow crashed into his back. The impact dropped him to his knees. Pain shot through his spine. Wait, cried in Ji-Yun, one of Gukte's remaining men. Please, I'll do anything. Just let me live. The attacker didn't even pause. His voice cut through the plea like ice. No need. Another brutal strike followed, ending the man's cry instantly. The masked warrior slammed Ji-Yun's head into the dirt, muttering to himself, pathetic, nothing worth keeping alive. Letting go of the lifeless body, the warrior's gaze turned skyward. All that's left, he murmured, is to wait for the Central Island's people to arrive, so I can kill every last one of them. He reached up and removed his mask. The cold air brushed against his face as he exhaled slowly. When I first heard about the Central Island and that tower, he mused, I wasn't sure what to think. But I guess everything falls into place eventually. Then, Hansu's voice broke the silence. If you're the one who asked to use me, Hansu said evenly, then listen carefully. I'll tell you something important. If you can endure what comes next, you'll grow far stronger than anyone who started under the same conditions. The words echoed. In the next instant, the warrior vanished, sent to the place Hansu had mentioned. The rest would depend on him. Looking back later, the boy would realize that trusting Hansu had been the greatest decision of his life. Now, all he had to do was wait. The full moon hung high, casting its pale light across the battlefield. In his hand, the transition crystal pulsed with a quiet, steady glow. Far away, deep within a dark forest, a man muttered a curse under his breath. He's dead. The woman beside him tilted her head. You mean Lee Gukte? He nodded grimly. Seems the Central Island made a fatal mistake. The man's expression hardened. The last contact I had was from the Demon King's fortress. That's probably where he died. But there was no surprise in his tone, almost as if he'd expected it. Gukte's death didn't matter. What lingered instead was something worse, irritation. He clenched his fist. We came to Tower Island because it offers the greatest rewards among all remaining islands. But there's only one way in, through. The warriors gathered around the transition crystal, forming a tight defensive circle. Their blades gleamed under its pale light. If anyone tried to pass through uninvited, they wouldn't make it far. The crystal began to hum softly as energy built within it. One by one, runes lit up on the surface. This was their key to Tower Island. Across the Ascension Path's grand map, countless islands shimmered like stars, each one representing a stage of the journey. The first ring of islands marked the beginning, where most adventurers fell before they even began to understand the path. The second ring, home to the central island, tested true strength and survival. But the third ring, that was different. The final stage, where the greatest rewards and the deadliest challenges awaited. And at the very center of it all stood the most sought-after of them all, Tower Island. The name alone drew warriors like moths to a flame. Inside the throne room, silence hung heavy. A massive yellow crystal loomed over them, radiating an otherworldly glow. From somewhere in the room, a voice cut through the quiet. "You really think going there's worth it?" Hansu didn't bother to look up. Casually, he took another bite of his snack before replying. "If you're heading to Tower Island just for the rewards," he said between chews, "you should probably think again." He swallowed and continued, his tone calm but sharp. "Otherwise, you'll end up like the ones who rushed to the central island without a clue." Murmurs rippled through the hall. Hansu's gaze swept over them, steady and cold. Tower Island isn't like the others. Surviving it will be far harder than anything you faced here. If you're not ready to risk everything, don't bother. Unease spread through the group. Whispers filled the air. Should they still go? Could they even survive if they did? Shia stepped forward, her expression unreadable. "So, you're not going?" Hansu didn't answer. Unseen eyes watched them from the shadows as tension thickened. The protagonist finally spoke again, voice low but firm. "There's always a way to claim what you want," he said. "No matter the island." Shia hesitated. That wasn't the answer she expected. She had thought Hansu would be the first to charge ahead, no matter the danger. Maybe she was wrong. Then another voice broke the silence. "He's right." A man stepped forward, his tone calm but resolute. "Our clan's been recruiting survivors ever since the monarchs disappeared. But everyone's exhausted. If we keep pushing without rest, we'll lose more than we gain. Finding a safe place to recover is smarter than dying for greed." He turned to Hansu and extended a hand. "Before we go, thank you, Hansu. We made it this far because of you." Hansu let a short chuckle. "If I'm still breathing, I'm sure we'll meet again." He rose from his seat. Junyun called out, "Hansu, let's move." Behind them, Jimin leaned closer to Shia. "Should we pack up too?" Shia tapped her chin, thinking. "He told us not to go to Tower Island. Maybe we should actually listen this time." Just then, the massive yellow crystal began to pulse, and a swirling portal opened beside it. Gasps filled the room. "Is that the exit?" someone whispered. The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. For the first time, doubt outweighed ambition. If even Hansu was hesitating, maybe Tower Island wasn't worth the risk after all. Hansu looked at them and spoke firmly. "Go on. I've got a few things left to handle." Young-wook shrugged, spreading his arms with a faint grin. "Then we'll head out first." He and Cho approached the glowing portal. Just before stepping through, Young-wook turned back one last time. "I hope we all make it out of this alive." Shia glanced at her partner. "If you want to say goodbye, now's your chance." Jimin crossed her arms, tilting her chin up with quiet pride. "No need. I'll go first." Without another word, Shia turned to Hansu. "I'm not one for goodbyes," she said simply, "but we'll meet again." As the last few people stepped toward the portal, Hansu followed behind them. Just as he was about to pass through, he stopped and looked back. His eyes landed on Song. "Why are you still here?" Song raised a hand, her tone light but firm. "Why shouldn't I be? There's something I need to check." Hansu let out a quiet sigh and nodded. "Suit yourself." His figure began to fade into the light of the portal, and his voice dropped to a murmur. "See you on the next island." When he was gone, Song tilted her head slightly. "See me where?" she muttered under her breath, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. She looked toward the glowing portal, her expression unreadable. Well, at least someone's heading in the right direction. A faint red mark appeared on the back of her hand. It pulsed once, then faded, carrying her message. Time passed. A long-haired man stood before that same portal, his arms crossed. "It's been a while since I got the signal," he muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. "Is anyone even coming?" Before he could turn away, the portal surged with light. Energy rippled outward, shaking the ground beneath his feet. Instinct kicked in. His hand flew to his sword as he dropped into a ready stance. From nearby, another warrior holding a spear motioned sharply to his squad. "Stay sharp," he barked. Then, without hesitation, he charged toward the portal. The air crackled, glowing brighter and brighter until the whole forest was drenched in gold light. When the brilliance finally dimmed, the spear wielder froze. His expression twisted in disbelief. "Down!" he shouted. An explosion erupted from the side of the portal, the blast wave throwing Song off balance. She hit the ground hard, but caught herself with one hand, sliding to a stop. She coughed lightly, brushing dirt from her sleeve. "Well, that was quite the welcome." The man's eyes narrowed. "Why are you alone? Where's the rest of your team?" Song straightened and met his gaze calmly. "I waited until everyone else left before coming here. Has anyone else arrived yet?" He shook his head grimly. "Not a single one." A heavy silence fell between them. Then his tone turned sharp. "You're absolutely sure you were the last to leave?" "I'm sure," Song replied. "I watched every one of them go." Still, she couldn't shake the thought. Had everyone really fallen for that chain lover's trick? She thought back to Hansu's words. How he'd warned them that Tower Island was far deadlier than the central one. How he'd said there was no point in dying for strength they hadn't earned yet. The way he'd spoken, clear, deliberate. It was like he'd wanted everyone to hear it. Maybe even wanted them to stay away. The man beside her scowled, his jaw tightening. Him again. His hand curled into a fist, and with a sudden burst of anger, he slammed his palm into the nearest tree. The bark split under the impact, fragments scattering across the forest floor. Lowering his hand, he muttered under his breath, his voice low and bitter. "That guy's really starting to piss me off." He stared at the shattered tree and spat. "We haven't even killed one of them. Sending people to hunt for a portal was a waste." Turning to Song, he demanded, "Do you know what Lieutenant Hansu is up to?" Song lifted a hand. "From what I saw, he's been fighting at the front. He's more focused on protecting people than killing them." "That makes him a problem," the man said, narrowing his eyes. He signaled to his aide. "Tell the clans on the other islands. If they see Hansu, eliminate him." The assistant hesitated. "He's strong like a monarch. Instead of head-on attack, why not try another approach?" He grabbed the edge of her scarf and tightened his grip. "Didn't you just say he doesn't kill? If our clansmen strike with everything, he'll be forced to fight back." He released the scarf and leveled his voice. "Remember why we're doing this. Remember what those monarchs did. We remove every obstacle, no matter the cost. For those we lost," he turned back to Song, spread his description and fighting style to everyone. "We're heading to tower now." Song watched them leave. "You aren't waiting?" she asked. "Waiting isn't my thing," he replied, and they vanished into the portal as flames flared around the opening. Moments later, Hansu stepped out of another portal and scanned the clearing. "Looks like everyone's gone," he observed. He paused, then added, "If he's still the same, he won't wait either." A movement behind a tree cut through the silence. Without looking, Hansu called, "How long do you plan on standing there?" A hooded figure stepped into view and dropped his hood. "Long enough," he said, then reached into a hand wrap and spread his fingers. "Got what you asked for." A small item changed hands, a pair of earrings labeled the sexy relatives. Hansu accepted them and nodded. "Good. I'm heading to the next island." One of the men stepped forward and grumbled about unnecessary talk. "We just go through, take down whoever comes out, and claim the rewards. No talking, no friendship." He walked to the portal and looked back. "Go in, finish them, take what's left." He turned to the bespectacled man and asked bluntly how many of them would actually survive. The question hung in the air as the team readied themselves. Hansu listened, said nothing, and let them show their plans. Before long, the team had already crossed through the portal, and chaos met them on the other side. The ground shook beneath their feet as giant ants burst from the earth, their mandibles clacking, echoing through the cavernous tunnels. "Split them up," someone shouted. "We'll never survive if they swarm us. Take them one at a time." Before the group could reposition, an ant lunged out from a blind spot. Its claws slammed into the ground with a thunderous crack, sending dust and debris flying. A girl screamed as the shockwave threw her off balance. She hit the dirt hard, just as the monster reared back, ready to strike again. Hansu scanned the battlefield, mind racing. Earrings of the 7 relatives, he thought grimly. "Half my stats gone. A direct fight would be suicide." Even so, a weapon materialized in his hand. He didn't hesitate. This was as good a time as any to test his limits. Pushing off the shoulder of the guy in the hat, Hansu barked, "Stay out of my way." Then, in one smooth motion, he hurled his blade. The weapon spun through the air and struck the ant square in the head with a sickening thud. Hansu didn't wait for it to fall. He leaped, drawing another blade midair, and came down with a crushing slash that split the monster's abdomen clean open. The giant ant collapsed, motionless. Hansu landed lightly, pulling a knife from his belt. If I weren't weakened, he thought, I could have ended it barehanded. Now it takes 2 strikes. Behind him, the girl he'd just saved was catching her breath wide-eyed. That was incredible, she said, awe creeping into her voice. You took down something that big with what a knife. Hansu said nothing. Undeterred, she continued, her excitement bubbling over. You fought on other islands, right? Met a lot of strong people. Hansu didn't respond. She pressed on. Actually, I'm looking for someone. They say he's insanely strong. A guy who helps people and uses a weapon with chain. Hansu paused, but didn't turn around. The girl smiled brightly. I really want to meet him someday. Hansu wiped his blade clean and started walking. Enough questions. Keep moving. The guy in the hat laughed. Relax, man. Talking a little won't kill us. The girl smirked. Oh, come on. You're acting like you've got something to hide. I've heard there's someone famous around here, someone who made a name for himself on the central island. Her tone shifted, almost teasing. Wait, your name isn't Hansu, is it? The rest of the group glanced toward him, waiting for a reaction. Hansu didn't break stride. He just kept walking. The guy in the hat scratched his head, repeating softly, Hansu, huh? Yeah, I kinda know him. We started out together. The girl's eyes sparkled. Really? So you're friends? That's adorable. He chuckled awkwardly. Something like that. She tilted her head. Then tell me, how do you know about him? He shrugged. He's always busy. Doesn't stay in one place for long. I've heard stories from travelers about a guy like that. Strong, smart, helps others. If they're talking about someone named Hansu, it's probably him. He turned slightly, glancing at the short-haired girl beside him. And for a moment, something about her face made him pause. She looked familiar. They pressed forward, voices low, the door ahead like the exit they'd been hunting for. The guy in the hat remembered the protagonist. At first he thought Hansu all talk, but then a memory came back. Hansu asking if someone had ordered him to fight. He looked ahead and called out, Is he really going to fight alone? If he isn't here, half of us will be dead already. A voice from another clan cut in. These ants don't drop artifacts. At best you get ruins. More practical voices agreed. The floor's difficulty was low and artifact yield would be poor with this many people. Someone pointed to a door beyond, the same type they'd used before. They moved toward the portal, ready to step through together. Then a shout broke the motion. A man appeared and stopped them. Without warning, he slashed one participant's arm. Blood sprayed. He spoke up, arguing fewer people meant better artifacts. If everyone went through together, the rewards would be worthless. He planted a spear, laughed, and said he could take everything for himself. Then he swung, cutting through the crowd. Panic spread. People shouted to stop or negotiate, but he kept moving, blood flecking his blade. His path cut straight to Hansu. He charged, yelling that they were weak for only thinking of winning. Hansu watched, then drew a blade. The attacker knocked the weapon from Hansu's hand. It stuck blade first into the ground as Hansu dropped to one knee. The attacker stepped close and taunted him, saying Hansu was weaker than rumored. The guy in the hat pushed the short-haired girl behind him. Get ready to run, he murmured. On my signal, run. She didn't move. Instead, she raised a crossbow and said, Don't move. He froze, unsure. She aimed past him and fired. The bolt struck the man, standing over Hansu. The guy in the hat turned to her. Nice shot, he said. You used my distraction well. She shook her head. First time using this. I'm not that good. Then she raised the crossbow and aimed at him. I wanted to kill both of you with one shot, she said. She gripped the crossbow with both hands and pulled the trigger. The shot landed squarely in the man's forehead. He dropped instantly, his body hitting the ground with a dull thud. Blood spread across the dirt in slow, dark ripples. Leaning on one arm, she exhaled and stared at the mess. Well, cleanup's done. Her tone was flat, almost bored. Let's see if this was worth the effort. She touched a finger to her earpiece. Monarch, there's no sign of the man with the chain. I've checked 10 rooms on the first floor. A small smile curved her lips. But as a consolation, I wiped out everyone else. Her voice softened, playful. If I do find him, though, I'll make sure to bring him to you personally. Consider it a gift. Then, from behind her, a voice answered quietly. Looking for me? Her blood ran cold. She spun around, too late. A chain snapped through the air, wrapping around her torso in one fluid motion. It coiled tight, locking her arms in place. Hansu stood before her, calm and composed, a weapon glinting at her throat. "So," he said softly, "you were looking for me?" Her eyes went wide. "I." The chain constricted, cutting off her words. She gasped for breath, trembling as Hansu tightened the bind until she couldn't move an inch. A knife glimmered beside her neck. "I saw you," she managed to stammer. You were unconscious." Hansu's gaze was cold. "Guess my acting wasn't that bad after all." Her breath caught in her throat. "And don't even think about calling your monarch," he warned, pressing a finger lightly to her lips. She froze. In the next heartbeat, his disguise melted away, returning to his original form. His voice dropped to a whisper. "Quiet now." A single motion followed, clean, final. The chains unraveled, clattering to the floor beside her lifeless body. Hansu exhaled slowly, surveying the aftermath. So, she was the only one sent here. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small snake slithering nearby, swallowing white stones one by one. He watched it briefly, thoughtful. "They gave up too easily," he muttered. Then, almost to himself, "But we'll meet again. No rush." A memory stirred. He saw himself long ago, in the training zone, watching a man chug from a beer bottle, speaking lazily between sips. Hidden dungeons aren't separate places, the man had said. Tower Island's got its own layers. You can't move up without clearing its dungeons. Even past the 3rd floor, there's more. That's where the Real challenge begins. The memory faded. Hansu stepped through the portal and emerged onto the 2nd floor. The vast hall opened around him, supported by towering stone pillars. Now wearing the form of a girl, he leaned against one of the columns, studying his surroundings. His gaze dropped to the spear in his hand. Most of his equipment had lost its edge, outdated relics of earlier battles. Only the Manhwa ring, a living artifact that grew alongside him, still retained its worth. He turned the spear over once, lost in thought. The colorless ones need replacing, he noted. If Conte's directions are right, there should be something useful ahead. Straightening up, Hansu set off toward the deeper chambers of the 2nd floor, his next hunt already in motion. Shifting his attention, Hansu noticed a small crowd forming near the newly opened portal. Hovering above it glowed the number 50, a clear indicator. Only 50 would advance from the 1st floor. As the last of the chosen stepped through, a burst of light filled the chamber. When it dimmed, they stood within a vast stone hall. Hovering before them was a small fairy, his wings flickering with gold dust. With a wide grin, he clapped his hands together. "Welcome, everyone. I know you've been waiting. So let's get started," he announced cheerfully. "Congratulations on reaching Treasure Island. Your insight brought you to the right place." He gestured around proudly. "This is the largest chamber on the 2nd floor. Your mission is simple. Defeat the guardian protecting the treasure. Then, bring the treasure to the island's center to exchange it for artifacts." A soft glow appeared in his palm, a small golden orb that shimmered like liquid light. "You have 2 weeks," the fairy continued, his voice lowering. "Sounds easy, right? But that's only if you ignore the fine print." The grin returned, sharper this time. "Only those who successfully exchange their treasure for artifacts will be allowed to leave. The rest," his tone trailed off with a knowing smile, "won't be so lucky." A quiet murmur spread through the group. The fairy twirled the golden ball lazily between his fingers. "You see, there's only one treasure. So, you have a choice. Fight to gather 50 artifacts and make sure everyone survives, or take fewer and increase your personal ranking." He floated higher, spreading his arms dramatically. "The fewer who succeed, the better the rewards. Choose wisely." With a flick of his hand, a glowing map appeared in the air, showing 128 glowing points across the island. "These," he said, "are the guardians you'll need to defeat. Each one protects a path that leads closer to the treasure." As the projection faded, silence reclaimed the hall. Hansu's eyes stayed fixed on the fairy. Defeating 128 guardians in 2 weeks with only 50 people. This isn't about cooperation. It's a test of endurance and betrayal. His gaze shifted toward a girl with short green hair, standing near the front. Her expression was unreadable, but she raised her hand to speak. "Then let's split into 5 groups," she proposed clearly. 10 people per team. If each group defeats 2 guardians a day, we'll reach the goal within the time limit. She smiled faintly. "Seems doable, right?" The room erupted in whispers. "Work together? With rival clans?" Someone scoffed. "That's suicide. Only 10 per team? What about the solo players?" Hansu listened quietly. Not a bad plan, he thought. Efficient. risky but efficient. Behind him, a yellow-haired girl tapped the shoulder of a boy wearing a white coat. The boy nodded, then raised his voice. "We're in," he said. "2 guardians a day sounds fine. If someone fails, that's their problem. Our clan's already divided into groups." The murmurs shifted. Others began agreeing reluctantly. Not because they trusted the plan, but because it was the only one that made sense. Hansu studied the two who had spoken, the yellow-haired girl and the boy beside her. Their composure, their confidence, they were the ones everyone else would end up following. The strongest in the room, he noted, and smart enough to control the rest without saying much. Eventually, the noise settled. The boy took another step forward, speaking clearly so everyone could hear. "Once we locate the treasure," he declared, "we'll..." and immediately head for the center. The yellow-haired boy finished, his tone leaving no room for argument. With that, the crowd began to break apart, groups forming and scattering toward their chosen routes. Hansu stayed where he was, watching them go. His eyes flicked over the floating map once more. Guard markers dotted the expanse of the dungeon like constellations. The sheer scale of it would slow most people down. But not me, he thought. Not if I move alone. As he began to walk, the yellow-haired girl turned toward him. "Hey," she called out, "where'd that woman go?" Hansu didn't answer. His mind was already elsewhere, locked on his true goal. The hidden treasure, the Philosopher's Stone. Just then, Kangtae waved him over. "Hey, listen up," he said, pointing at himself with mock pride. "No one else here's got what it takes, so pay attention." Hansu raised an eyebrow, but didn't interrupt. Kangtae continued, gesturing animatedly. "When the guards drop orbs, there's one that glows brighter than the rest. Everyone ignores those, too focused on the treasure. They toss the orbs aside like junk." He smirked and crossed his arms. "Big mistake. Those things aren't useless at all." Extending his hand dramatically toward Hansu, he said, "Collect 32 of them, and you can trade them for an artifact disguised as the Philosopher's Stone. Not the real deal, but close enough." A sly grin crept across his face. "Hidden events like this? That's my specialty." Keldien, standing nearby, sighed and adjusted his glasses. "For someone who collects trash, you certainly talk a lot." Kangtae laughed. "Trash to you, treasure to me." While they bickered, Hansu turned the chain in his hand, his mind already working ahead. A fake Philosopher's Stone, not the same one Anvi consumed, but similar enough to matter. Limited chance, worth the risk. He tightened his grip. The chain hummed faintly in his palm. With a quiet sigh, he reverted to his original form. Better to move alone, he decided. No distractions. No dead weight. Then, the ground rumbled. Dust fell from the ceiling as the earth split open. Massive hands broke through the surface, clawing for stability. A creature rose from below, its enormous body scraping the walls as it lifted its head. A dim blue crystal pulsed at its forehead like a heartbeat. All around, the dungeon trembled. Across the cavern, several clans turned their heads toward the sound, weapons drawn. Then, the fairy's assistant's cheerful voice echoed through the hall. "The second guard has been defeated. That's 2 down today. Excellent progress, everyone." Hansu's eyes flicked toward the noise. "So someone's moving fast. Good." Elsewhere, the girl fought to regain her footing. "Focus," someone shouted. "I am focused," she snapped back, barely dodging as the creature's gaping mouth crashed into the floor where she'd stood seconds earlier. She spun, then launched herself upward with a kick that sent the monster reeling. An arrow whistled past her midair, piercing straight through the creature's eye. Behind her, the archer lowered his bow. "You dodged that without even looking my way," he said flatly. "Why am I even helping you?" She shot him a glare. "Then don't. Fight it yourself if you're so confident." "Relax," he muttered, irritation creeping into his tone. "We haven't even found a single guard yet, and other teams already have 2 down. All we've run into is..." He stopped mid-sentence as the ground began to quake again. "Pathetic." The girl's eyes narrowed as she stared into the distance. Her voice was steady, certain. "Those 2 guards weren't taken down by a group. Someone did alone. I can feel it." The boy rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment before turning to her. "So it's true then, Monarch She?" Before he could say another word, she spun around with a sharp exhale. "Don't call me that." Her tone was firm, cold. The title itself irritated her more than anything. She didn't waste time arguing. "Move. The presence I sensed earlier is gone. We're changing direction. Turn right." Just as the group shifted course, she suddenly raised her arm, halting them. A chill rippled through the air. That aura, dark, heavy. It was the same one she'd felt at the start. Elsewhere, another clan pushed through the thick brush. Their leader spoke calmly. Forget the guards. Even if we find the treasure, getting it to the altar isn't guaranteed. A clanmate protested. We can't just sit here doing nothing. The leader's frown deepened, though his tone stayed confident. While they waste time chasing guards, we'll grow stronger. Hunting monsters around here is more than enough to upgrade our gear. He smirked, and when they come back with the treasure, we take it. No one will even notice a few people missing. She listened from a distance, arms crossed, unimpressed. The leader continued. If no one finds the treasure in 2 weeks, we're all dead anyway. Just then, a girl stepped out from behind a tree, her voice cutting through the air. If everyone starts thinking like you, this place will fall apart fast. That uneasy feeling from before, it wasn't from the clan. A figure appeared behind her. You're right, he said calmly, arms folded. In times like this, order is everything. Before they could say more, someone from the clan shouted, Who is she? She turned toward the girl, finally getting a good look. Bruises covered her from head to toe. Why was she traveling alone? The thought unsettled her, and then she realized it. That strange feeling she'd been sensing all along, it came from this girl. The protagonist's eyes locked onto her instantly. The clan's archer raised his bow, pulling back the string. Why are you sneaking up on us from behind? What do you want? Speak, and be honest. Looks like you're alone. The girl didn't flinch. Relax, she said evenly. It's nothing dramatic. I just have a proposal. The man scoffed. A proposal? Are you out of your mind? Why will we even listen to you? She met his glare without blinking. You're right to be cautious, she said, but you're afraid of the wrong person. Then she raised her hand and pointed straight at. The girl with yellow hair stepped forward. I want to talk to her. Turning back, she continued, her tone calm but sharp. You already know, don't you? With that high intuition of yours. A chill crept down her spine as realization hit her. That strange presence she'd been feeling earlier. It was her. It wasn't easy to recognize this person as the monarch of another clan, but the energy was undeniable. Either her intuition was on par with her own, or something about this person wasn't human at all. An artificial shell, maybe. Whatever the truth was, something dark pulsed beneath that calm surface. Then, she placed a hand on her hip, and a powerful surge of magic erupted from her body. The air around them trembled. Her eyes widened. The protagonist didn't flinch. His voice was steady, unhurried. There's no need to be so tense, he said, meeting her gaze. I told you already. I'm just here to make a proposal. The man with the bow still didn't lower his weapon. A proposal? What are you really planning? He demanded. And stop talking nonsense about the monarch. Before he could finish, the yellow-haired girl shouted, cutting him off. I'll talk to her. The man froze, caught off guard. Their monarch had never spoken with such urgency before. After a pause, he exhaled. Fine. Do as you want. She stepped forward, her tone uncertain but firm. You seem strong enough to handle yourself. Why even bother making a proposal? She hesitated, half hidden behind her comrade's arm. Even if you're powerful, that doesn't mean we'll just follow whatever you say. The protagonist closed his eyes briefly, then replied, Everyone has their reasons. Mine's simple. I need someone to take the front lines in my place. Her brows furrowed. You want us to deal with that group from earlier? She thought for a moment, then shook her head. I get what you're suggesting, but facing 40 people? That's impossible. Hansu studied the group in front of him and said calmly, You'll only need to handle 10 at a time. Besides, they're weaker than you think. He then turned to She. Use your monarch ability. Start converting the strongest ones into your clan. Grow your numbers. Her eyes went wide. Was he serious? Managing her current group was already a nightmare. Now, he wanted her to recruit more? She bit back the urge to argue. Her instinct screamed at her not to push him. One of her teammates quietly brought a fist to his mouth, lost in thought. She had complained about the group size before, and now this. The yellow-haired girl sighed, rubbing her forehead. I just wanted to get through this place without getting involved, she muttered. But it looks like I don't have a choice. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. Fine, I'll try. As they started to move out, Hansu's voice echoed behind them. I'll be watching. She leaned toward her teammate, whispering under her breath. This isn't going to work. Hansu opened his system screen as soon as they left. Someone with high intuition, rare in the training area, should handle this easily. With the guard down and the treasure secured, it was the right moment to set the Scout King plan in motion. A while later, a masked man hit the ground. Yellowhair's subordinates had bound the rest of the capture group. One assistant stepped forward. They're refusing to be tattooed. Yellow Hair glanced at the prisoners. They're already part of the clan. There are only 4 of them. Just tie them up. A green-haired girl objected. There's no need to tie them. A bound man protested. Are you punishing us just because we're from a different clan? We didn't do anything. Yellow Hair surveyed the group. Most of them had already become clan members. Only a few remained tied. She tapped her head. This is exhausting. I don't want to keep doing this. The fairy's voice announced. A treasure has been found. Yellow Hair turned. Who took it? Bring it to me for exchange, the fairy instructed. Who found the treasure? She asked the assembled group. A boy behind her raised a golden orb. I found something. He pointed to the spot beneath a tree where he'd retrieved it. The ball gave off a faint glow. She examined it. If this is what I think it should let us leave this place. She called to the fairy. Is this the treasure? The orb passed into the fairy's hands. He inspected it, then declared, I confirm this is the real treasure. A pity, no one died, but you did well. He inspected the orb closely and added, however, it doesn't seem like you obtained it directly. No reward? Yellow Hair asked. The fairy brought up his system screen. No need to rush. I'll give you time to choose. He addressed her. Since you lead this clan, pick a number. A single golden cape floated by. The clansmen tightened their grips, hoping she would choose 50, so everyone could receive an artifact. Yellow Hair set her hand to her chin, weighing one thought against another. Pick one and eliminate the rest. The clan members froze in terror. Please spare us, they begged. The girl paused, then smirked and selected 50. In an instant, cheers erupted. The clan knelt, pledging their loyalty to her as their monarch. Resting a hand on her hip, she sighed. This is getting boring. Her grin turned sharp. Let's make it more interesting. How about a survival game? Her tone turned cold. All clan members, end yourselves or kill the others. The crowd erupted in panic. What did you just say? They shouted. Marks on their bodies glowed fiercely. Some clenched their fists in defiance. You think we'd follow that kind of order just because you're the monarch? Then someone gasped. Our tattoos, they're gone. The fairy floated lazily nearby, sighing. You really thought such an illogical command would work? He shook his head. Pathetic. Then he gestured toward a portal. Leave. This place will close soon. The clan rushed toward it in desperation. The green-haired girl shouted, I'm free. Quickly freeing the others, she ordered. We need to report this to the monarch now. One replied, he's already on the 3rd floor. Nearby, the protagonist listened quietly, eyes closed. When he opened them, his gaze was sharp, calculating. Leaning against a tree, he overheard someone mutter, we could have wiped them out, but we were interrupted. A firm voice answered, come to me. The girl called again, urgent and focused. The monarch's in danger. Everyone, move to the 3rd floor. Hansu smirked. Perfect. They'll lead me straight to him. As the clan disappeared through the portal, he considered his next move. The 3rd floor was vast, a dungeon with endless paths. Finding one person there would be nearly impossible. Then a memory surfaced. Keldian's words. If we don't capture the Dark Monarch in the training area, and he reaches the red zone, everything we've done will be for nothing. Hansu's eyes narrowed. There's only one way to prevent that. Keldian's voice echoed again. Block every exit. Force him into one path. Hansu straightened, resolve hardening. It was time to set the plan in motion. Hansu and Kongtae stood quietly as the man before them spoke, his tone certain. The island within the tower was the perfect battleground for their plan. Iris nodded in agreement. Pulling it off on the 1st or 2nd floors would have been impossible, but the 3rd floor was different. Adjusting her hair, she explained that the floor had hundreds of entry points. Once he arrived, he'd need his clan's full support. She turned to the protagonist, raising a finger. This will be your only chance. She continued, describing the 3rd floor as the true passage to the other world. It resembled the next red zone. Not exactly, but close enough. The creatures there were on another level entirely. Kongtae lifted a finger, outlining their strategy. They would draw the monarch out. Once he sensed danger, he'd vanish into hiding, and that's when they'd strike. The monarch was clever, always cautious, but Kongtae was certain he'd try to lead his true forces straight into the red zone. He admitted the monarch's power rivaled his own, though he wasn't invincible. Stepping up to Hansu, Kongtae pointed directly at him. Want to know how to bring him down? He asked, pulling out a perfect replica of the Philosopher's Stone, his prize from a recent expedition. Hansu recognized it immediately. His preparations were complete. Only one task remained before facing the Dark Monarch. Without another word, he rushed toward the portal, ready to confront him head-on. The yellow-haired girl leaned toward her clan and urged, "Follow him." The third floor pulsed with raw magical energy. The air trembled with the cries of monstrous beasts. Far ahead, the monarch commanded his followers, ordering every remaining clan member to gather on the third floor at once. Meanwhile, Hansu and his allies faced their own challenge, surrounded by scorching heat and toxic mist. Before them stood a colossal creature, its jaws splitting into 3 grotesque parts. Monsters spawned endlessly around them. The monarch observed the chaos and muttered that this was merely preparation for what lay beyond the otherworld. His comrades continued to battle, yet he noticed that the higher beings had chosen not to intervene. Maybe they didn't need to. The earth shook as the monster slammed its foot down. Lifting its head, it unleashed a thunderous roar. But the monarch didn't retreat. Channeling his strength, he swung his weapon with devastating force. The creature bit down, crushing against his blade, forcing him back under the weight of its power. He pushed against it, muscles straining, refusing to yield. With one final surge, he roared and cleaved his weapon through the monster's neck, splitting its head clean in two. As he caught his breath, his subordinates shouted. More monsters were approaching from every direction. Standing atop the fallen beast, the monarch roared for his warriors to hold their ground. There would be no retreat. If they wanted to survive, they had to stay close to him. Raising a clenched fist, he commanded them to stand firm. "We will not fall. No matter what happens, do not let them push us back." One warrior echoed his cry, rallying the others with renewed determination. They had to trust their leader. The monarch straightened, taking strength from their resolve. He couldn't falter, not now. His clan was the mightiest in the tower, built on sacrifice and strategy. Everything he had done led to this moment. He would not fail. As the battle raged on, the number of monsters began to dwindle. Yet something felt wrong. His eyes caught a faint glow from a cross-shaped shard half buried in the ground. He stepped closer, frowning. Was this the cause? A strange unease washed over him. The shard pulsed faintly, as if alive. Within the red crystal, countless faces were reflected, frozen in silent agony. His soldiers gathered behind him, murmuring in confusion. "Is someone inside?" he muttered. A soft chuckle broke the silence. A fairy appeared beside him, grinning. "Beautiful, isn't it?" it said lightly. "This place could be quite the attraction. But there's more here than meets the eye." The monarch glared, but the fairy only smirked wider. "Go ahead, look closer. You might recognize a few. Anyone who's passed through the training area could end up here." A chill ran through him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and placed both hands against the shard. His eyes scanned the trapped souls inside, until one face stopped him cold. A girl, eyes closed, peaceful but unmoving. His hand shook. "Sojong." The word left his lips in disbelief. His knees hit the ground as the truth crushed him. His daughter, his precious child, was sealed within the crystal. A strangled cry escaped him. If only I had become the monarch sooner. Memories surged like a storm. The monstrous creature tearing through their city. The screams, the destruction, his partner's desperate voice telling him to run. His daughter crawling toward him, her small hand outstretched. "Please save me." He had sprinted toward her, shouting that he was coming. But before he could reach her, a cold voice rang out from behind. "Leave them. Protect me." He'd stopped, trembling. "What about my daughter?" The man's reply was sharp and merciless. "Your duty is to protect me, not those worthless lives." The monarch's fists had clenched in fury. If he'd known what was waiting in this cursed place, he would have thrown those cowards to the monsters himself. Now, in the present, he knelt before the shard, cradling his daughter's image through the crystal, his voice raw as he whispered, "Wake up, please." Behind him, another monarch watched silently, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. Consider it an honor to die for the monarch. Letting go of his daughter, the man rose, rage burning in his voice. If he'd known their monarch viewed her as nothing more than a tool, he would have never joined his ranks. The monarch sneered and ordered him to stay silent. Time was short. The bait had been taken, and he needed to move. He turned to flee, but before he could finish speaking, the man lunged. Clutching a knife, he spat. "If someone like you can be a monarch, then so can I." With a swift motion, he drove the blade into the monarch's chest. As the body fell, A crimson mark appeared on his hand, the mark of a new monarch. His destiny was now clear, to destroy every parasite like the one he had just slain. Clenching his trembling fist, he whispered that his power would surpass them all. He wouldn't rest until he found his son. Tears streaked down his face as he reached toward the stone. He never thought he'd see her again. Voice cracking, he pleaded for a way to bring her back. The fairy beside him chuckled. "What you're seeing is only a replica," it explained. "This place is just a copy of where you came from. Everything that happened there, every memory, every power, has been recorded inside this cross. The rules," it said, "were simple. To create something new, a sacrifice was needed. The man had to offer a living being." His companion watched in silence as he whispered in disbelief. His son might still be among those trapped within. But where could they find someone to sacrifice? His eyes darkened as he glanced over his clan. If a single life could bring his son back, was it worth it? The fairy shook his head. "That won't do," he said. The man frowned. "What do you mean?" Resting his chin on his hand, the fairy grinned. "A clan member? Too simple. We want something far more entertaining." There was no turning back now. The choice had to be made. In frustration, he struck the cross with his fist. After all his struggles, after coming this far, was there truly no other way? His teeth clenched, his voice breaking as he muttered that he had just seen his daughter again. Covering his face with shaking hands, he was cut off by a shout from one of his men. A group was approaching. The climbers who had fallen were still alive and coming closer. The man lifted his head slowly. Madness flickered in his eyes, and a twisted smile spread across his face. "Capture them alive," he ordered. Hansu climbed steadily to the third floor, every step measured and quiet. He rubbed his face, letting out a tired sigh. "If only I could have a smoke right now." As he turned, movement caught his eye, a group approaching fast. A familiar presence among them made him pause. It was someone who should have perished long ago alongside the Berserker monarch, Wang Qiang, the Mad Dark monarch. Wang Qiang's sins were countless, buried in the past but bound to resurface. His failed attempt to bring back his daughter had left him broken. Now his obsession had shifted to finding his son, no matter the cost. Hansu watched in silence. Before him stood a clan driven by madness, led by a man drowning in despair. If this continued, Wang Qiang would become something far worse than he already was. Hansu's grip tightened around his weapon. It had to end here. But if he could save the man's son, maybe, just maybe, things could change. Then, Song spotted him and shouted, recognizing him instantly by the chains. Wang Qiang burst into wild laughter. "What luck," he cried. "The one we wanted to kill comes right to us. A gift for Sojong." His grin twisted into something sinister. "Your worthless life finally has meaning." Hansu didn't flinch. He stepped forward, fists clenched. Wang Qiang snarled and lunged, spear in hand. But before their clash, the ground shook violently. The air split with a deafening boom as a massive beast erupted from below, tearing through the stone floor. Wang Qiang cursed. "Damn it! If that thing loses control, we're dead. Everyone, don't let the man with the chains escape." He turned to Song. "Go back, and..." He never finished. Hansu's voice cut through the chaos. "No need." Chains exploded from his arms, coiling around the monstrous creature. With one brutal pull, he tore it apart, its body crashing down in a storm of debris. "The obstacle is gone," he said calmly. He drew his blades, eyes locked on Wang Qiang. "If you won't come to me." He leapt forward, chains cracking through the air. "Then I'll come to you." Wang Qiang stumbled back, eyes wide. "He's a monster." "Kill him," he bellowed. Hansu didn't hesitate. He charged straight in, chains slicing through the battlefield. Each strike was clean, precise, deadly. Enemies fell before they even realized they were hit. Watching his men drop one by one, Wang Qiang growled. "They said he doesn't kill." Looks like that was a lie. Behind him, Song scoffed. "So much for your intel. That woman's information was garbage." Then, through the haze of smoke, a glint of steel cut the air. A chain blade shot toward them at incredible speed. Song spun her weapon, deflecting the strike with a sharp clang. "I know he's strong," she shouted, wiping sweat from her face. "But if he's this powerful, why isn't he using any skills?" She gave a faint, mocking smile. "Guess he doesn't have any worth using." Wang Qiang stood beside Song, his tone cold but steady. "Fine, I'll trust you one more time." His eyes narrowed dangerously. "If he doesn't have defensive skills, we'll crush him with numbers." With a sharp roar, he commanded his troops to unleash everything they had. Warriors charged from every direction, their coordinated assault designed to trap Hansu where he stood. But in a blur of motion, Hansu vaulted clean over them, landing effortlessly beyond their reach. Song's hand tightened around her sword. "Not bad," she said, eyes locked on him. Without hesitation, she lunged forward. "Let's see you dodge this." Her blade sliced through the air, but Hansu summoned his weapon in an instant. Dodging wasn't an option. He met her head-on. Steel collided with a deafening crack. Lightning flared on impact, the shock running through his body. Blood sprayed as he staggered back, pain burning through his limbs. That hit hard, he thought grimly. If I keep trading blows like this, I won't last long. Keep up the pressure. Wang Qiang barked. Don't give him a second to breathe. 3 warriors dropped from above, weapons raised. Hansu reacted instantly. His chains whipped upward in perfect sync, slicing through all 3 before they could strike. Their bodies hit the ground, scattering glowing gray runes. From the dust, a small snake darted forward, quick and precise. It grabbed one of the runes between its fangs, slithered up Hansu's shoulder, and offered it to him. Gasps echoed across the battlefield. "Wait, he's got a monster with him," someone shouted. "That thing, it's eating runes." Wang Qiang's face twisted in alarm. "Stop it. Don't let that creature absorb another one." His voice cracked with urgency. If Hansu was amplifying his strength through the runes, the battle would spiral out of control. Before anyone could react, a surge of mana erupted from nearby. One of Wang Qiang's allies thrust out a hand, releasing a massive explosion that tore through the ground. Seals flared beneath Hansu's feet. Vines burst from the earth, snaking around his limbs and holding him in place. Above him, Song descended, her weapon glowing with killing intent. Hansu moved just in time. His chains shot upward, wrapping around her blade and halting the strike midair. The collision sent a thunderous shockwave rippling outward. Wang Qiang's furious voice boomed over the chaos. "Don't stop now. We've come too far to fail." His eyes blazed with rage. "For every clan that crushed us, we'll wipe them out. Every last parasite will die." His followers answered with a deafening cry. "For our fallen, for our families." Their fury surged, their attacks becoming wild and relentless. Still bound, Hansu gritted his teeth, his chains trembling with strain. The mark on his hand flared with light, pulsing like a heartbeat. Across the field, the monarch's hand burned with the same crimson glow. "My words will shape your fate," he declared. "Our vengeance will live on through you." Hansu stared at him, realization dawning. The man claimed he didn't treat his followers as disposable, yet he was driving them to die for his obsession. The contradiction was clear as day. Hansu watched his opponent closely. The man was holding back, waiting for an opening, waiting for him to tire. But Hansu couldn't afford a drawn-out fight. The longer it lasted, the more damage he'd take. It had to end now. Wang Qiang's eyes flared crimson as he lunged forward. Hansu twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. Every movement mattered. One mistake could be fatal. Then a shout echoed across the battlefield. One of Wang Qiang's allies stepped forward. "I'll hold him down," she yelled. Hansu's response came instantly, sharp and cold. "Not happening." Mana flared through his weapon as he leapt, his dagger slicing through the air and leaving a trail of glowing energy behind. The woman stumbled back, eyes wide. "My skill, it's not working." Hansu didn't slow down. He rushed through the enemy line, cutting them down with precise, unrelenting strikes. In moments, only a single girl remained between him and Wang Qiang's clan. She smirked, stretching her arms as violet mana erupted around her. "You walked right into my trap," she shouted. Hansu's leg jerked. The ground beneath him lit up with glowing seals. He crouched, realizing too late that she had planned for his advance. From behind her, Wang Qiang emerged, his tone icy. "It's useless. You're just one man, and you're already running out of breath." With a roar, he raised his sword and charged. Dark mana crackled around Hansu as Wang Qiang slammed his weapon down. The monarch's grin widened. "My daughter will live again," he cried. "This is the first step toward my goal." His laughter filled the air until Hansu's voice cut through it. "You finished." Hansu gripped the sword pressed against his shoulder. Blood ran down his arm, but he didn't back away. Instead, he met Wang Qiang's gaze with a razor-sharp grin. "You've got it backwards," he said quietly. "You're the one caught in my trap." His eyes swept over the battlefield. Every last one of Wang Qiang's subordinates had fallen. There was no one left to save him. Hansu raised his weapon, smirking. Let's see if you can run from this distance. Wang Qiang's jaw tightened. Fury flickered in his eyes, but before he could act, a heavy impact crashed against Hansu, sending him staggering. Wang Qiang pulled a combat knife from his pocket, voice filled with defiance. You think I came unprepared? I've seen every trick you've got. None of them will work now. Hansu chuckled under his breath. Oh really? He said calmly. Then you're still missing something. A second blade appeared in his hand. I never said my chains were my only weapon. Before Wang Qiang could react, the dagger flew. What? The word barely left his lips before the blade buried itself deep in his stomach. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his eyes went wide, his body jerking from the force of the strike. A subordinate screamed, Get away from the monarch. I won't forgive you. Hansu stayed composed, rising until he towered over Wang Qiang, who had dropped to his knees. The monarch lifted his head weakly. So, you used yourself as bait, he whispered, then shouted, Kill him now. Don't give him time to recover. His soldiers surged forward without hesitation. Hansu breathed out slowly, voice steady. If you want to take a life, be prepared to lose your own. He stared down at the fallen monarch. Do you even have the resolve for that? Then he turned and looked over the battlefield. Watch your people die, just like you always do. Minutes later, Song knelt, shaking. Hansu released her by the chest and faced Wang Qiang. Why? Wang Qiang murmured, then bellowed. Why are you going this far to stop me? What did I do to deserve this? Is it because of those damned rules you made? Hansu said nothing. Is it that rule about not killing travelers? Wang Qiang spat. The question landed, and Hansu's thoughts drifted to a familiar scream, to Wang Qiang crying out about broken rules. For what reason? Wang Qiang pressed. Why have you hunted me? To kill me? For revenge. Hansu looked at him with cold disdain. Kante stepped forward, voice cutting across the field. Do you know how many you've killed? Hundreds. Even your own clan. Wang Qiang gasped, eyes dropping. Kante turned to Hansu. Step aside. Let me finish him. Wang Qiang let out a ragged laugh, pierced by spear and sword. And what would that change? He said. This world is what it is. Those people would have died anyway. He fell silent, then rasped. But why? Why did Sojong and Minte have to die first? The question broke into a roar. What did they do to deserve that? Kante's voice hardened. You claim to save people. What right do you have? You couldn't save your own children. Wang Qiang's body tensed. He stared at them, bloodshot and raw. All of this, he snarled, is because of you, because of the hypocrites, because of the monarchs. He raised his voice higher. Because of this damned world. His body shook as he let out one final, furious cry. That's why. I'll destroy everything. The people, the monarchs, the world itself. Wang Qiang collapsed to the ground. Why? Why must I follow these laws? He barked. He stared at Hansu. Look at you. You're no different. A madman, a hypocrite. Your rules don't even apply to you, do they? Hansu remained still. I'm not killing you because you broke my rule, he said. He closed his eyes a moment, then sat beside the fallen monarch. I don't have time to waste, he added. There's only so much power you can gain by hunting. Memories came back, Keldian's voice in his head. We're just stepping stones on your path, aren't we? Hansu remembered being serious then. It wasn't just about uniting people. He shut a book with a snap. Beyond the 3 trials, we must prepare for what's next, by any means necessary. His voice remained low. If that requires clearing everyone from the training area, so be it. He looked toward Iris. You object? She said nothing. Kante stepped forward, rubbing his head. Don't sweat it. I'll handle this. He grinned. I'll slaughter anyone in the way, take their treasures, become a legend, and impress the ladies. A fist shot out. Iris struck him hard, sending him back. Sacrificing the few for the many, she snapped. I won't agree to that. She added, we need to grow stronger, yes, but we don't know what the hidden dungeon holds. There has to be another way besides killing everyone. Kante rubbed his face. Keldian, back me up. He sighed. There's no one better for this. A beam of magic zipped past him and made him flinch. Hansu asked, what do the calculations say? Kante hit the ground, groaning. The hidden dungeon must be cleared for a better future. Keldian nodded. A normal hunt won't cut it. There are targets we'll have to deal with before training ends. Might as well make it count. Kante raised a finger. If we eliminate the bad guys and absorb their runes, we'll be strong enough to clear the dungeon. We'll grow stronger and become heroes. Hansu considered the plan and replied simply, if we all agree, then so be it. Keldian placed a steady hand on Hansu's shoulder. No need to overthink it, he said. Anyone who stands in our way. That's all that matters. Hansu looked down at Wonkyung, his expression unreadable. You tried to kill me, he said quietly. He planted his gun into the ground, eyes fixed on the fallen monarch. You climbed over others to get here. So why act like you don't deserve this? His voice dropped to a low, cold tone. Maybe that's the question you should be asking yourself. Wonkyung pressed a knife to his own throat, smirking through the pain. Trying to play the hero now? He sneered. Tell me, who are you really? Hansu didn't answer. He could already tell this was ending sooner than expected. Wonkyung met his gaze, voice softening for the first time. If you ever find my son, watch over him. He has the same red eyes as me. Hansu exhaled deeply. I don't have time for that, he replied. If this plan works, then everyone, including your son, will survive. Understanding, Wonkyung gripped his weapon tighter. Without hesitation, he dragged the blade across his throat. For a long moment, Hansu stood in silence. Then he turned his eyes toward the moon, the distant light reflecting off the ruins around him. Meanwhile, a short distance away, the yellow-haired girl folded her arms with a frustrated sigh. How much longer do we have to guard this place? She snapped. A boy from her clan shrugged. Then why not just leave? She jabbed a finger at him. I can't. Something's not right. My gut's telling me there's more to this. Another woman muttered. I wanted to go after her, but we got stuck here. If needed, we can ambush them instead. Just then, Hansu appeared behind them, this time in a female form. I left you here for a reason, he said. How well did you protect the area? Startled, the yellow-haired girl quickly straightened. We did our job, even caught the ones who tried to sneak in. Hansu scratched his arm absently, thinking the girl hadn't seen anything critical, so there was no need to silence her. Even if she went there now, it wouldn't change a thing. Turning away, he nodded. Good work. You can go. The girl lowered her head, disappointed. That's it? We just leave. The boy urged her quietly. Let's go. We'll find another path if we need to. But she shook her head, eyes narrowing. I'll go ahead, she said firmly. I want to see what Hansu's planning. The fairy assistant clapped her hands, eyes sparkling with excitement. Amazing, she whispered, gazing at the glowing cross. A playful grin spread across her face. Looks like we've got another traveler. Things are about to get interesting. With an eager smile, she turned toward the blonde girl and her clan. Shall we begin? She said, preparing to speak about the cross that shimmered before them. The protagonist stepped forward without hesitation, walking straight into the portal. As the light surrounded him, his old appearance faded away. No need for this anymore, he muttered, shedding his disguise completely. One by one, figures began emerging from the portal, travelers returning from their journeys. They gathered at the central plaza, regrouping after surviving the first 3 floors and the preparation zone on the 4th. Hansu lifted his gaze. His goal was clear, the island at the heart of the tower. The 4th floor was a staging area, a place for travelers to ready themselves before entering the red zone. Along the river, they could build boats to reach the scattered islands ahead. The creatures that prowled nearby carried the materials needed for construction, resources to forge both strength and survival. The fairy floated closer and spoke again, voice playful. Sounds simple enough, doesn't it? She teased. Then, raising a finger, she added with a smirk, but it's not. She conjured a small paper boat and placed a tiny human doll inside. The quality of your boat depends on the materials you use. Bigger boats carry more people, so of course, larger means better. A list of materials appeared before the group. Basic ones were easy to find, but rare components would determine whether their boats could endure what lay ahead. Thankfully, everything was clearly recorded. No excuses, no confusion. The countdown to departure had begun. All eyes turned toward the dense forest beyond the wall. One traveler pointed to the horizon. We need a boat big enough for everyone. Let's move, he shouted, leading his clan into the wilderness. Another group stepped up, members of a different clan. We'll join you, one of them said firmly. If we want to live, we have to work together. At the back of the group, Hansu stood still, lost in his own thoughts. He wasn't just thinking about survival. He was searching for something, a specific place hidden within this world. Then, a voice called out from behind him. You're later than I expected. Hansu turned slightly to see Sangjin approaching. The man extended a hand. We got here early, he said. Been collecting materials ever since. Did you finish what you needed to do? Hansu's eyes flicked briefly toward the Black Monarch before answering. Yeah, it's done. Then, with a steady tone, he asked. Do you remember what I told you? Sang-jin nodded without hesitation. I started preparing the moment we stepped onto the first floor. But then, confusion crossed his face. Wait, are you planning to use that form again? Han-soo turned his gaze aside. There's no need for disguises anymore, he said calmly. Then, shifting the topic, he asked, what about you? Aren't you joining in? Building a large ship will drain a lot of resources, and time's not exactly on our side. Sang-jin chuckled. Mihi and the clan will take care of that. Han-soo raised a brow. Mihi, deep within the forest, glowing arrows sliced through the air, striking a massive beast in the neck. The creature let out a guttural roar before collapsing with a heavy thud. From the dense brush, a lone figure stepped out. Mihi, bow still drawn, her stance unwavering. Sang-jin's smirk widened. Found her back on the first floor. She's different now. Scanning the area, Mihi called out, I need backup. Her voice echoed between the trees as shadows stirred around her. The Dark Monarch, watching from the sidelines, spoke casually. She'll be happy to see you again. Then, with an easy motion, he tossed a white snake toward Han-soo before turning away. I don't need her anymore, he added, voice distant. But she might still have her uses. He paused mid-step. This may be the last time we all gather here. The red zone after this, he looked back briefly, is nothing like the training floors. Sang-jin lowered his head, his voice dropping to a quiet tone. I wouldn't have made it this far without you. When he looked up again, a faint smile crossed his face. We'll meet again. Han-soo gave no reply. He glanced sideways, silent for a moment, then turned away with a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. Sang-jin watched him go, shaking his head lightly. He hadn't expected an answer anyway. Elsewhere, the blonde girl stood with her companion, tension in her voice. We're late, she muttered. Wasted too much time near that cross. The man beside her frowned. Shouldn't we have brought Wonkyung with us? Quiet, she hissed sharply. They might hear us. Sang-jin, walking nearby, caught their words. His eyes flickered in surprise, but before he could dwell on it, Yu's voice broke the silence. It's time, for us and for him, to move. Just then, a figure stepped out of the portal. I'm sorry for the delay, he said breathlessly. It was Wonkyung. I was worried about my daughter, he admitted. The blonde girl crossed her arms, unimpressed. My people were guarding the rear. What's there to worry about? Her tone was sharp. You really don't remember anything, do you? He hesitated before raising his hand. It's true. I don't even know where I am. One moment, I was jogging with my daughter, and then his voice trailed off as confusion clouded his face. Moments later, a young girl emerged from the portal behind him. The blonde girl turned away, muttering, I see. But her thoughts were elsewhere. She had hoped for a strong warrior to lead her team, not someone who had lost everything, even his memories. Pushing the disappointment aside, she faced the twin siblings. Come on, I need to talk to the fairy giving the orders. Without another word, the group moved out. From the shadows, the Dark Monarch observed silently, eyes fixed on them, his expression impossible to read. Elsewhere, Han-soo moved steadily through the forest, his steps light but deliberate. The woods were quiet, too quiet. He noticed immediately that most of the monsters had already gathered deeper within the preparation zone. Inside the tower, every floor carried its own strange reality. Some opened into endless skies. Others plunged travelers beneath vast oceans. But here it all felt hollow, fabricated, artificial. Han-soo stopped and placed his hand against a towering wall that loomed in front of him. His eyes followed its height upward. Everything has an end, he thought silently. But he didn't pull his hand away. Instead, his gaze sharpened. They want us to believe the tower stops at the 4th floor, he murmured. But there's a 5th, hidden and sealed away. A dungeon holding something valuable. He gripped his weapon tightly. Normally, reaching such a place would be impossible. But Han-soo wasn't planning to follow the usual path. He swung his weapon, slicing through the air with sheer power. Each strike rippled with energy, distorting the space around him. Nirmaha ring, authority, destruction. The ground trembled as cracks began spidering across the barrier. Strike after strike, his weapon tore deeper, the magical energy screaming with every impact. Then, a deafening blast erupted. The wall shattered into fragments. Without hesitation, Han-soo pressed his hand against the fractured surface and pushed through, emerging on the other side. His eyes locked onto what lay ahead, an untrodden path stretching into darkness. If I can't climb from the inside, he muttered, voice steady with resolve, then I'll do it from the outside. The wind stirred around him, carrying loose leaves as they drifted to the ground. Behind him, the wall began to heal itself, sealing shut almost instantly. Without the ring's power, passing through again would be impossible. Hansu exhaled sharply and brushed a hand through his hair. Pulling up his status window, he checked his progress. Only 40 points gained from the runes after the Black Monarch's attack. Not enough. Not even close. Grinding his teeth, he leapt upward, grabbing onto a narrow ledge. His fingers tightened until his knuckles whitened. He hauled himself up, muscles straining, sweat running down his face. Finally, he pulled himself over the edge, and there it was. The entrance to the 5th-floor dungeon, its shape slowly solidifying in front of him. Hansu tightened his grip on his weapon. Ralph Lauren's warning echoed in his mind. No one knew what awaited inside. Then, the ground around him exploded with motion. Countless blades erupted from the earth, stabbing upward like a storm of steel. Hansu darted aside, deflecting each strike with sharp, precise movements. He clenched his jaw. There was no turning back now. He had to win. A brilliant light burst from the forming portal ahead, flooding the chamber with blinding radiance. Hansu looked up and froze. Something colossal was emerging. A monster, its shape still incomplete, materializing from pure light. Memories flashed through his mind. A creature just like this had once unleashed rivers of molten fire in front of him. His heart pounded. A single drop of sweat slid down his cheek. Elsewhere, Keldian slammed a book shut in anger. "It's not enough," he shouted. "Humanity's only stalling for time." Kangti's voice roared from the command post. "We can't hold this line any longer." Everyone threw the crystal ball. Without hesitation, he handed command to Anvi and turned sharply toward the chaos. "Hansu," he called out, his voice echoing through the tower. Hansu sat on the cold ground, Kiriel cradled gently in his arms. Her body was battered, her skin bruised, and her breathing faint. His voice shook as he looked into her fading eyes. Why would you do that?" he demanded, the memory of her leaping in front of him burning fresh in his mind. Kiriel's hand trembled as it reached up, her fingertips brushing softly against his cheek. A fragile smile crossed her lips. "Thank God," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. Relief flickered in her eyes. She was glad he was still alive. Her fingers traced the wound on his face, but before she could finish her sentence, before she could make him promise whatever she wanted to say, her arm fell limp. Silence filled the air. Hansu gritted his teeth, holding her tighter. The weight in his chest felt unbearable. For a moment, he lowered his head, forcing himself to breathe. Then, slowly he looked up. His eyes burned with fierce focus as he stared down the beast standing before him. The monster let out a low, thunderous growl. Hansu's gaze narrowed. He recognized it instantly. The creature towering over him was the golden dragon, Bellium. Realization struck. This hidden dungeon recreated the most powerful enemy from the challenger's own memories. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. "So, this is it," he muttered. "The strongest one I've ever faced." If the tower had chosen Bellium for him, then this was fate, a chance to finish what he once couldn't. Even if this version was weaker, scaled down to match the strength of the Red Rune, he would still have to give it everything he had. He raised his hand, gripping a crimson crystal, the reward he'd earned for slaying the Demon King. Every plan, every item, every decision had been for this very fight. 2 powerful artifacts glowed in his possession, energy pulsing between them. A notification flickered before his eyes. Worthy imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, consumable treasure, obtained through treasure hunting. He remembered the trade, 32 treasures on the 2nd floor, all exchanged for this single item. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. The stone was already cracked, its power unstable. But that didn't matter. He activated it. A violent surge of energy exploded from within, flooding his veins. His runes spiked, his strength rising to the lower red level. A crimson aura pulsed from the Nirmaha ring, vibrating with raw power. Then, Hansu drew out his trump card, the Jade Demon Essence, his hard-won prize from the Demon King. That victory alone had made all the suffering worth it. Without hesitation, he bit into the glowing sphere. The world erupted. In an instant, every stat skyrocketed to 99.9%. His magical power surged to an almost uncontrollable level. The air crackled around him, the ground splitting beneath his feet. The effect would only last a single day. After that, everything would collapse, dropping to a mere 0.1%. But Hansu didn't care. One day was all he needed. A grin spread across his face. "This is what I wanted," he whispered, his eyes locking on the dragon. "This is what I've been chasing." Bellium's golden eyes burned brighter. It sensed the power gathering before it, and roared. The sound was deafening, shaking the dungeon walls and sending debris flying in every direction. Hansu slid back, bracing himself. His hand shot out, gripping a nearby blade. Red light swirled around him as he channeled the first ability of Nirmaha's ring. A wave of destructive energy exploded outward. The blade blazed with crimson light. The power of destruction red pushed to its limit. 99%. Without a moment's hesitation, Hansu charged forward. His body blurred with speed, the crimson aura from the Nirmaha ring pulsing around him. He brought his sword down with everything he had, every ounce of strength, every rune-enhanced strike, every fragment of his will. The impact echoed like thunder. And then, his blade shattered. Fragments of steel scattered through the air, glinting red against the dragon's golden hide. Hansu's eyes widened. His strongest strike had only managed to chip away a single scale. Bellium didn't even flinch. The dragon's golden eyes narrowed, its chest expanding as flames gathered deep within its throat. Hansu recognized that sound, the low, rumbling growl that always came before the storm. He inhaled sharply and steadied himself. A sphere of molten fire formed in the dragon's mouth before erupting outward, transforming into a blinding torrent of flame. And Hansu smiled. Far away, deep in the forest, the corpse of a massive beast lay motionless on the ground. Sangjin landed atop it, his boots sinking slightly into its scorched flesh. Another man burst through the underbrush, panting. "That was the last kelk in this area," he said quickly. Without missing a beat, he knelt down, cutting into the creature's body to extract the shimmering slime sack. Hopping down beside a young woman, he handed it over. "We've got everything we need. Time to start building the ship." The girl's gaze wandered toward the horizon. Her tone softened. "It would have been nice if Hansu were here with us." Sangjin lowered his eyes, voice quiet but steady. "Even if he hadn't disappeared, coming with us would have been difficult." Minnie tilted her head, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Before Sangjin could respond, the dragon's flames tore through the air like a storm of molten light. Hansu's muscles tensed as he tracked the inferno heading his way. It was the same attack that had once nearly ended him. Yet this time, he refused to take it head-on. He pushed off the ground. The fire missed by inches as he dashed forward, heat licking at his back. Sliding low beneath the flames, he sprinted straight toward the massive creature. He knew a regular blade wouldn't be enough. In his hand, two weapons materialized, Judgment and Justice, the legendary twin blades known as Decratos. But this was no ordinary pair. What Hansu wielded now was their evolved form, reforged and enhanced beyond recognition. Chains of radiant energy snaked around his arms as he unleashed Nirmaha's second ability, Hemorrhage. The chain shot forward and wrapped around Bellium's body, cutting deep into its golden scales. The dragon roared in fury as blood burst from the wounds, staining the air. Hansu's grip tightened. The moment he pulled, the chains constricted even tighter, slicing through flesh with brutal precision. His mind raced. The weapon's power was immense, but fragile. Each pull brought it closer to breaking. Against a creature like Bellium, it wouldn't last long. But that didn't matter. He clenched his teeth, muscles trembling from the strain. If the weapons break, they break. As long as the dragon falls. Bellium thrashed violently, its wings beating against the air. In a single motion, it swung its massive tail, striking Hansu square in the chest. The impact was explosive. He flew backward, crashing hard against the stone ground. The chains snapped one after another as the dragon broke free. Bellium roared again, its fury shaking the dungeon walls. A surge of magic gathered in its core before it unleashed a blast of pure energy, slamming straight into Hansu's position. The world went white. Bruised and bloodied, Hansu forced himself upright. His breath came out ragged, but his grip on the chain never faltered. Without hesitation, he swung it down hard. The chain struck the ground with a thunderous crack, right where countless swords had been buried. The earth shuddered. One by one, the embedded blades ripped free from the soil, shooting into the air like iron comets. Hansu lifted his gaze. Dozens of weapons hovered above him, each aimed directly at the dragon. But Bellium wasn't about to fall so easily. With a furious roar, it spread its wings, the gust alone flattening the grass around it. Its tail whipped through the air like a living blade, smashing through the rain of swords with sheer force. Metal shattered, sparks erupted, and the dragon's massive body tore through the assault, unstoppable. A violent twist of its neck sent blood spraying from its wounded throat, and it roared again, louder, angrier, shaking the very air. Hansu's eyes locked onto it. Magic flared around his body, searing the ground beneath his feet as he focused everything on his next move. The dragon lowered itself, jaws gaping wide. The sound that tore from its throat was almost inhuman, a scream of fury that rattled the entire dungeon. Hansu didn't back down. He lunged forward, chains coiling around his arm like serpents, his momentum carrying him straight toward the beast's open mouth. From a distance, Sangjin stood silently, watching the scene unfold. The sheer energy pouring from Hansu was staggering. His strength was still climbing. Pulling his hood tighter, Sangjin turned to the others. "Get ready," he said calmly. "Once he's done, we move." He shifted his gaze toward the girl beside him. "But first, there's something we need to handle." She looked at him curiously. "What do you mean?" Sangjin's eyes drifted toward the horizon. "We'll be taking a few people with us." One of the men frowned. "Your acquaintances?" He gave a vague shrug. "Something like that." His eyes flicked briefly toward the young clan's camp in the distance. They might come in handy. The forest around them was silent, too silent. The air was thick, and the ground was slick with a strange, red liquid spreading like a stain. A boy's foot splashed down in it. Instantly, he gasped, feeling a burning sensation crawl up his leg. His heart pounded. The poison had spread this far. "Not good," he muttered before bolting forward, racing toward the half-built ship ahead. He raised an arm, shouting desperately, "Wait, don't leave yet, I'm not on board." But before he could reach them, thunk! Spears slammed into the ground at his feet, cutting him off. His head snapped up, eyes wide. "What are you doing?" he shouted. Hanchol leaned lazily against the ship's railing, smirking. "TCH, missed again. Didn't think the little dwarf could dodge that fast." The boy's fists clenched. "You promised," he yelled, anger trembling in his voice. "You said if I brought you the materials, you'd take me with you." Hanchiol waved dismissively. "Change my mind. We don't have space for strays. Clan only." Mocking laughter rose from the others on deck. "Guess you'll have to build your own boat," one of them sneered, "if you can finish before the poison eats through your skin." Their laughter echoed through the forest as the boy's rage boiled over. He grit his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. "Traitors," he spat under his breath. "All of you." He took off running again, fury driving his steps. If only that damn creature had told me about the time limit. He skidded to a halt, eyes darting wildly across the field. "I just need one kill," he muttered. "One kelp slime sack. There has to be one left somewhere." Then, a noise. A low hum, followed by a sharp crackle. He froze. Slowly, he turned toward the source. The ground split open in front of him, light spilling out from a swirling rift. A hand emerged from the portal. His breath caught. Then, with a soundless crawl, Hansu pulled himself out of the light, blood-soaked and barely standing. The boy stumbled backward, eyes wide, a terrified scream tearing from his throat. His voice shook. "W, what are you?" he stammered, eyes locked on the blood-stained figure that had just crawled out of the portal. Hansu didn't answer. Without so much as a glance toward him, he moved forward, stepping through the broken barrier and into the structure beyond. "Hey!" the boy shouted, still trembling. "Who the hell are you?" Hansu ignored him. He grabbed the cracked edge of the barrier, his muscles straining as he pulled himself upward. Climbing back toward the third floor, he paused briefly to scan the surroundings. The air was heavy, but not yet lethal. The poison hadn't spread completely. Good, he thought. There's still time. He brushed off the dust clinging to his arms, adjusting his grip on the wall as the boy's frantic voice echoed behind him. "Wait, how did you even break through that?" The boy yelled, his voice full of disbelief. "I've hit that barrier 100 times. It didn't even scratch." Hansu didn't turn around. "I don't have time to explain," he said flatly. "I've got somewhere to be." He started walking. The boy hesitated, then scrambled after him, words spilling out nervously. "Hey, you're in a hurry, huh?" Hansu stopped and looked over his shoulder, giving him a single, quiet glance. The boy blinked, his confusion deepening. Are you seriously walking around naked? Is that your thing or something?" Without a word, Hansu tore off the shredded remains of his shirt, the fabric fluttering to the ground. "I've got a ship to build," he said simply. "No time to waste." A powerful gust of wind swept through the corridor, forcing the boy to throw up his arms to shield his face. "Wait, what do you mean, starting now? You can't do this by yourself." But Hansu was already moving. In a blur, he leaped skyward, disappearing into the trees above. The boy stood there, mouth hanging open. Is he insane? Not far away, chaos erupted. A deafening crash echoed through the forest as a man was hurled backward, his body slamming into a tree trunk. His comrades cried out, rushing toward him. "Get together! You can't pass out now," one shouted, gripping his fallen teammate. A monstrous shape emerged from the shadows, the Galapagos crocodile, its armored hide glistening like metal. The ground shook beneath its weight. "Fall back! We can't take that thing!" Another yelled, panic rising in his voice. Then, something streaked past them, faster than their eyes could follow. "Hansu, if you're not going to fight," he said coldly, "I'll do it myself." Before anyone could react, he shot forward, closing the distance in seconds. The survivors stared in disbelief. Did he just? He's going at that thing barehanded. The dragon scale beast lunged, but Hansu's fist was already in motion. His punch landed squarely against its snout with a brutal impact. The shockwave sent blood and scales flying, echoing through the trees. The survivors froze. "What the hell? Who is this guy?" one of them whispered. At that moment, the boy from before stumbled into view, panting as he caught up. One of the survivors turned toward him. "Hey, you with that maniac?" He wiped sweat from his forehead. "No," he said between breaths. "I just met him." A short pause, then something like that. Hansu didn't stop. He struck again and again, each blow cracking the monster's armored hide. The Galapagos howled in agony, but it was no use. The relentless assault didn't stop until its body went limp. Hansu stood over the corpse, his breathing steady. He crouched, tearing through the creature's remains with practiced efficiency, pulling out what he needed. Just a coincidence, he thought. Didn't even need the Galapagos. From behind, one of the Earth survivors called out, breaking the silence. "Hey, why don't we work together? Pool our materials, build one big ship." The boy who'd followed Hansu clutched his chest, still catching his breath. "Fine," he said quickly. "I'll add my share, but only if you let me on board." One of the survivors crossed his arms, giving the newcomer a skeptical look. "You know the Galapagos crocodile parasite can only build about 20 ships, right? There's no room left." The man's brow furrowed. "I need it," he shot back. "I'll trade if I have to." Their argument was cut short when Hansu dropped down from the top of the slain beast. His landing was silent, his presence sharp. Without a word, he picked something up from the corpse, then, with a flick of his wrist, tossed it toward them. The parasite hit the ground with a wet thud. "I don't need it," he said simply. Everyone froze. Hansu's eyes flicked toward them, calm and unreadable. "I'm building a 500-seat ship. Do whatever you want with that thing." The group exchanged stunned looks. A ship that size was unheard of. The key material for something that massive, the heart of a knock rockstone lizard. And collecting materials for larger ships didn't just get harder, it got nearly impossible. The man who'd been following Hansu clenched his jaw. He's really going to do it alone? Hansu gritted his teeth, glancing toward the horizon. The poison spreading across the fourth floor was thickening fast. Every minute counted. Was he seriously planning to hunt down that monster and build a 500-seater ship? All by himself? Before the thought could even settle, Hansu pointed toward the others. "Tell everyone still alive. If they bring materials as payment, I'll let them board." The man blinked in disbelief. "Wait, seriously?" he asked. "You'll take us? Just for the materials we've got?" Hansu didn't respond. He was already walking away. Not long after, the fourth-floor preparation zone was buzzing with life. Fighters and scavengers filled the riverbank, each hauling stacks of materials, skins, bones, metals, and cores, all piled high for trade. The man who'd followed Hansu stood among them, staring down at the bundle in his hands. "This is everything I've got," he thought. "My last chance. I can't afford to be betrayed again." He clenched his fists, watching Hansu in silence. Then, a thunderous crash ripped through the forest. The ground trembled, and birds scattered into the air. "What was that?" someone yelled. Another followed, eyes widening in panic. "Over there, look!" A massive shadow rose above the treetops. The man's heart dropped. "No way. It's coming right at us." Hansu's voice cut through the panic like a blade. "Scatter." The ground erupted. The enormous rockstone lizard slammed down in the center of the clearing, the shockwave knocking people off their feet. Screams broke out as the survivors scrambled for cover. And standing on top of the creature's crushed skull, calm, unshaken, was Hansu. He looked down at the stunned crowd and smirked. Well, looks like everyone's here. Then he jumped down, landing lightly on the poisoned soil. Get ready to leave. The man who'd been following him could only stare. He killed it alone? Hansu dragged the colossal, still pulsing heart of the rockstone lizard across the ground. Its surface glowed faintly as he stopped before the fairy guardian. I've got the heart, he said, dropping it at the fairy's feet. Let's trade. The fairy glanced at the timer floating in the air. Still some time left, he murmured, then looked back up at Hansu. You do realize you'll need more than that, right? Hansu nodded once. Of course. He scanned the piles of materials stacked along the riverbank, his sharp gaze moving from orc to bone to fabric. Finally, he reached down and lifted a coil of gleaming rack silk rope. This, he said, holding it up, should be everything. The fairy guardian floated closer, arms folded, his expression smug. And where's the rockstone lizard's heart? Hansu tilted his head slightly. Right behind me, he said. Take it. The guardian's lips curled into an amused smirk. Well, you actually managed to collect all the required materials. He hovered for a moment, studying Hansu. There's still some left to gather, technically, but you're the only one who's done this much alone. Makes me want to give you a little reward. Before Hansu could respond, a voice shouted from the crowd. The poison, it's spreading. Panic rippled through the survivors. They stumbled backward, eyes wide as the crimson mist crept closer across the ground. The fairy guardian, unfazed, spread his arms with a mocking grin. Oh, come on. Shouldn't you congratulate him first? A little applause, maybe. Just build the damn ship, someone roared. The guardian laughed, clearly enjoying himself. Hansu exhaled through his nose, unimpressed. You were all in such a rush a minute ago, he said flatly. Almost liked it better when you were trembling. Moments later, a deep hum filled the air. Hansu turned toward the riverbank, eyes narrowing. There, he said, gesturing forward. That's the ship you'll be sailing on. The crowd turned and gasped. From a swirl of light and shadow, the ship began to take form. Its size was beyond comprehension, an enormous structure stretching across the river like a floating fortress. The boy beside Hansu stared, jaw slack. That's a 500-seater ship? Hansu gave a single nod. Enough room for everyone who contributed. Go ahead, bring them all aboard. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then chaos, shouts of awe, relief, and disbelief all at once. The survivors rushed forward, climbing the newly formed gangplanks, their earlier fear replaced by pure excitement. We're actually getting out of here. I can't believe this thing's real. If he's the one leading, we'll follow him anywhere. Hansu watched them board, silent as ever, before heading to the helm. Once everyone was settled, the boy who'd followed him stepped up and raised his voice. Don't worry about steering, he called out. As a reward for taking us, we'll handle the navigation. Hansu said nothing, his focus already fixed ahead. The fairy guardian floated higher, addressing the gathered crowd. Everyone, take your seats and rest, he announced. Estimated travel time, 3 days. Then, lowering his arms, he gave a sly grin. Well, my work here is done. I won't be interfering anymore. His tone darkened as he added, I'm glad I sent you all to the red zone. At least my efforts won't go to waste. As the ship began to rise, the portal ahead opened wide, swirling with red light. The fairy's voice echoed one last time, mocking but faintly sincere. Try to survive as long as you can. The world shifted. The ship broke through the barrier and emerged into open waters, no longer in the training zone. The air was heavy and metallic. The sea around them glowed with a sickly red sheen. One of the men on deck leaned over the railing. Is that the entrance to the red zone? He asked quietly. His eyes scanned the horizon. Dozens of other ships were visible in the distance, all sailing through the same crimson mist. Then his gaze dropped to the water, and his expression twisted. Wait, that's not an ocean. The realization spread quickly. The liquid wasn't blue. It wasn't water at all. It's poison, another whispered. Silence fell across the deck. The only sound was the ship's low hum as it cut through the red tide. Finally, one man let out a slow breath. We should be grateful, he said quietly. If we hadn't made it aboard, we'd be dead already. They turned to Hansu. You didn't make it hard for any of us. You really are a good person. Another survivor chimed in. Yeah, we never even asked your name. Hansu didn't answer immediately. He stood at the helm, eyes fixed on the endless red horizon. Then, wordlessly, he opened his status panel. His numbers had plummeted, every stat, every attribute, all the way down to 0.1%. He sighed softly. Good thing I accounted for the demon jade essence's backlash. The sea hissed below, the air thick with toxic mist. Still, he stood tall, steady hands on the helm, guiding them forward into the unknown. Hansu's gaze drifted to his bandaged hand. The faint pulse of mana flickered beneath the cloth, radiating through his fingers. He hadn't expected to gain something like this here. Not in the red zone. Then it hit him. The art of dragon energy. The words echoed in his mind. Memories from his past life resurfaced. Whispers of ridicule, dismissive sneers. Back then, people had looked down on this technique, called it outdated, weak, pointless. But now he could only learn 7 skills total. 7 in his entire lifetime. And this wasn't a bad start. Without hesitation, Hansu raised his hand and activated the skill. Mana flared around him, swirling like a coiling dragon. And then, a scream cut through the air. Hansu turned sharply. The boy beside him pointed toward the front of the ship, his face pale with terror. What the hell is that? Ahead of them, the sea was filled with wreckage. Splintered hulls and shattered masts drifted aimlessly across the crimson waters. Dozens of ships obliterated. And from within the poisoned waves came a voice. Help, please. I don't want to die here. A man clung desperately to a floating plank, his face twisted in panic. His eyes met theirs, and horror dawned across his expression. Recognition. These were the same people who had abandoned him before. The same ones who'd left him to die. He shouted frantically, calling out that more survivors were trapped beneath the toxic waves, begging for help. He tried to pull himself higher onto the wood, but then suddenly, his body jerked. A trident burst through his chest, the tip glowing faintly in the red light. Blood spilled into the sea as the weapon lifted him clean off the water's surface. He gasped and choked, his voice lost in a wet gurgle before his body went still. Screams erupted across Hansu's ship. Monsters! There are monsters in the water. Panic spread instantly. People ran in every direction, shouting over one another. Someone pointed toward the helm. Who changed the ship's course? The boy's eyes darted to the wheel, and then to Hansu. It's him, he whispered. The ship creaked as it turned, slowly veering away from its path. Why are we changing direction? Another man shouted, his voice cracking with fear. Stop! Do you even see what's out there? All those wrecked ships. Those things will tear us apart. We'll die out here. Hansu didn't answer. His hands remained steady on the helm. Answer me! The man yelled again, panic rising. You think you can save everyone if we get attacked? That's impossible. You'll get us all killed. His voice trembled, more from desperation than anger. Why do you even care so much about saving everyone around you? For a brief moment, the words hung in the air. Hansu's eyes softened. Memories flickered, his old companions, their voices, their laughter, their sacrifice. Why do you care so much? He let the thought fade away. The man kept shouting, his fear turning to pleading. We need to go back. Please, stay on course. Hansu turned his head slightly, his voice quiet but resolute. We'll make it now. The man blinked. Relief flooded his expression, and he let out a shaky breath. Good, you made the right choice. You're a good man. But then, his relief twisted into unease. Something in Hansu's tone, cold, detached, wasn't what he expected. This wasn't reassurance. It was a statement of fact, and something about it felt wrong. Hands suddenly clamped onto the ship's deck, one after another. Soaked and desperate, survivors hauled themselves up, gasping for air. The boy froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. When did they get here? He shouted. One of the drenched survivors stumbled to his feet, fury written all over him. He pointed an accusing finger and roared, I heard everything. You were going to abandon us, weren't you? He stormed forward, voice shaking with rage. We swam for our lives to reach your ship. And you, he grabbed the boy's cloak and pulled him close. I wonder how you'd feel getting tossed overboard yourself. Before anyone could react, a sharp whoosh tore through the air. A blade embedded itself deep into the ship's side with a violent thud. The aggressor froze, his face draining of color. What was that? What just hit me? The protagonist stepped out from the shadows, his tone calm but firm. Enough. They're here. The The bully spun around, confused and furious. Who's here? The answer came in the form of a sudden jolt that rocked the entire vessel. The ship groaned as if something massive had struck from below. That's when it hit them. They had arrived. From the depths of the toxic sea, dark silhouettes rose. Twisted figures emerged, their glowing eyes slicing through the black water. Each one carried a jagged trident. These were the red zone's gatekeepers, the damned survivors. Without warning, the creatures attacked. Their strategy was merciless, smashing through the ship's underside to drag it down piece by piece. The hull shook violently under the barrage. "They're underneath us," someone yelled. "They're trying to sink the ship." Crew members scrambled to the edges, hurling everything they had into the water. "Keep them away from the hull," another shouted. "Use long-range weapons. Don't let them get close." But it was useless. Every strike was deflected, every attempt countered. The monsters were too strong. Then, amid the chaos, the protagonist stepped to the railing. His eyes were steady. "If they won't come to us," he muttered, gripping the edge tightly, "then I'll go to them." Before anyone could stop him, he jumped. Gasps erupted across the deck. "He's insane," someone screamed. Hansu plunged straight into the poison waters below. The sea churned violently around him. From above, a trembling voice stammered. He jumped in without gear. He's done for. But beneath the surface, Hansu remained composed. The monstrous figures noticed him immediately, their glowing eyes converging on his form. Toxic water? He thought, a faint smirk touching his lips. The art of dragon energy takes care of that. He raised his hand, channeling the ancient power that surged through his veins. Energy crackled around him, alive, fierce, unstoppable. With my magic stat in red, he thought this would be more than enough. He clenched his fist, his power coiling like a living flame. The sea beast screeched, tridents raised, closing in fast. Hansu met them head-on. In that instant, Hansu's body began to change. Scales rippled across his skin, his muscles tightened, and an otherworldly aura poured from him. This was the true essence of the art of dragon energy. A power so ancient it didn't just strengthen the body, it reshaped it into something closer to a dragon than a man. Techniques like this, those that broke the boundaries of human capability, were called zero numbering. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through him, Hansu couldn't help but smirk. So, this is what it feels like. Zero numbering definitely lives up to its name. He flexed his clawed hand, the water trembling around his fingers. Still, I can't go all out yet. Even holding back, his next move was devastating. Hansu drove his fist straight through the nearest sea monster. The blow was so fierce it ripped a hole clean through the creature's chest, the water clouding instantly with blood. The other monsters hesitated, paralyzed by what they'd just witnessed. Hansu watched the crimson plume drift upward and nodded, satisfied. Even like this, my piercing powers are more than enough. But this was far from over. Realizing they stood no chance, the surviving beasts turned and tried to retreat into the depths. Hansu's eyes narrowed. He knew what they were thinking. Regroup now, strike later. He wasn't about to let that happen. He drew back his arm, energy flaring. No time to waste. In a flash, he vanished, his movement so fast it blurred through the poison water. The next instant, the sea split with streaks of light as Hansu tore through the fleeing creatures, cutting them down one by one. The survivors quickly closed ranks, forming a circle around him, tridents aimed at his chest. Hansu didn't even flinch. He snatched one monster by the arm, just as another lunged from behind. Without turning, he caught the incoming trident mid-swing. The water erupted with energy as he redirected the weapon, driving it straight through its wielder's neck. A rush of bubbles and blood filled the sea as the creature's head separated from its body, drifting lifelessly into the dark. Hansu looked around. The water was now filled with corpses. Satisfied, he turned his gaze upward. Something felt wrong. Trouble was brewing above. He kicked off the seafloor and surged toward the surface. When he broke through the waves, chaos awaited him. The ship was in shambles. Shouts echoed across the deck, and seawater gushed through a massive tear in the hull. One of the crewmen spotted a nearby monster and charged. "Everyone, over here!" he yelled, swinging his sword with everything he had. Before the blade struck, Hansu moved. He slammed himself against the breach, using his own body to block the incoming rush of water. "Watch it," he snapped. "You almost hit me." The man froze, stunned. "What? How are you even back? You should be dead." Hansu brushed the wet hair from his face. You really thought I couldn't handle a few sea monsters? The deck fell silent, all eyes on him. Then someone shouted from across the ship, voice cracking with panic. Forget that. Look at the hull. You just made the hole even bigger. Hansu ignored the chaos around him and walked over to a large wooden block. Without a word, he pressed his palm against it, testing its strength. The other stared, dumbfounded. What the hell are you doing? This isn't the time to play around. Another crewman shouted over the noise. Forget him. We still have monsters out there. Get ready to fight. But a different voice broke in, hesitant. Wait, look at him. Hansu was already breaking the wood apart, shaping the splintered blocks into makeshift planks. The realization hit everyone at once. He's fixing the ship, someone yelled. Follow his lead. Get as many Rune wood planks as you can find. Hansu didn't look up as he spoke. We'll also need kelp slime. It'll seal the gaps. That was all the crew needed to hear. They rushed in motion, working side by side to patch the gaping breach in the hull. Sweat dripped, wood cracked, and the stench of salt and poison filled the air. Then came another voice, panicked. What about the toxic water that got inside? It'll kill us. Hansu glanced over, calm as ever. It'll evaporate on its own. Just don't sleep down here. The fumes are deadly. Everyone stays on deck until it clears. One by one, the exhausted sailors climbed topside, their bodies heavy but their spirits lifting. For the first time in hours, the ship felt stable. Hansu leaned against the repaired wall, exhaling slowly. His body ached from the battle, but everything had gone as planned. His eyes shifted to the trident resting nearby, one of the monster's weapons. He turned in his hand, feeling its weight and balance. If it can survive the poisoned sea, he thought, then it'll serve me well. Then his tone shifted. Everyone, he called out, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Look ahead. You're about to see something interesting. A crewman scoffed. What now? We've been through enough for one day. But his words died in his throat as he looked ahead and froze. Wait, is that? Gasps rippled across the deck. Land. A wave of cheers erupted. After endless days on the deadly sea, they had finally reached the red zone, sooner than anyone had expected. Relief and excitement swept over the crew. But the joy didn't last. Why aren't we stopping? Someone asked. The ship should be slowing down on its own. A strange tension filled the air. Then from behind them, a calm voice spoke. The voyage lasts 3 days, the figure said. It's not over yet. Hansu stepped forward, his expression unreadable. That's not land, he said quietly. We're standing on the root of the world tree. The crew turned in confusion. Beneath them stretched a massive structure, root-like ridges rising and twisting through the water, larger than entire islands. One sailor whispered, What kind of tree has roots this size? The mysterious man smirked. So, this is the tree you mentioned before? Hansu didn't answer. His eyes stayed locked ahead. Just watch, he said. The real show's about to start. As if on cue, the entire root shuddered. The ship rocked violently, crashing against the massive structure. Crewmen stumbled, grabbing onto rails to keep from falling. Then came the sound, deep, thunderous, and alive. The sea split apart. Something vast and monstrous began to rise from the depths. The crew watched, frozen, as a colossal creature emerged, its scales glistening, its maw opening wide enough to swallow the ship whole. And then, boom, a second eruption of water exploded nearby. Another titanic form burst from the sea, its roar shaking the air itself. The sound was deafening. The shock waves slammed against the ship, waves crashing over the deck as men were thrown to the ground. The red zone had revealed its guardians, and their true trial had only just begun. As the ship steadied, a drenched man in the poisoned water pulled himself upright, coughing hard. His trembling gaze locked onto the massive shadow ahead. It's not after us, he shouted, voice hoarse. He pointed toward the half-devoured root jutting from the waves. It ate that whole thing. Up on deck, Hansu walked toward the ship's wheel, calm and composed amidst the chaos. The man's eyes followed him, disbelief twisting his voice. That thing was just a root, and it's the size of an island. Hansu didn't respond. His focus stayed fixed ahead, his mind already piecing it together. Leaving the training area always meant crossing paths with one of the countless routes scattered through this sea, each route chosen by the ferry. And this one led straight to it. The fish of disaster, one of the 5 calamities that had once drained the world tree of its life. Long ago, deep within the red zone of Finn, the native creatures, desperate to survive, had tried to save themselves. They used magic and genetic alchemy to create the world tree, hoping it would restore their dying land. But they couldn't stop the 5 disasters. One by one, those monsters devoured everything, and Elfenheim began to collapse. These creatures weren't random horrors. They had a purpose. They existed to destroy the world tree. Hansu's hand tightened on the helm. In another life, he had failed to protect it. Not this time. A thunderous splash echoed across the sea. The beast had already swallowed another root hole, its immense body twisting as it turned toward the next. Beside him, the young boy ran up, panic plastered across his face. "What are you doing?" he yelled. "You're steering straight at that thing." He was shaking, voice rising with every word. "You're insane. You might be strong, but that creature..." His frustration boiled over. "This isn't right. You should have asked if everyone agreed first." Hansu paused, bringing a hand to his chin as if considering the point. You might be right," he said calmly. "Maybe some of you don't agree." The boy blinked, stunned. Now he decides to think about that? But before he could speak, Hansu added casually, "Well, in that case, you can't get off the ship." The boy froze, staring at him in disbelief. Hansu pointed toward the edge of the deck. "I'm following that creature," he said matter-of-factly. "If anyone wants to leave, just raise your hand. I'll drop you off right now." A heavy silence fell. The only sound was the steady churn of the sea as the ship continued its pursuit. Finally, one of the crew members spoke, hesitant. "Where exactly are we going?" No one answered. Minutes passed, tension stretching thin, until the ship finally slowed to a stop. They had reached the very edge of the world tree's roots, the beginning of everything. Cautiously, everyone disembarked, stepping onto the massive, bark-like surface beneath their feet. The ground pulsed faintly with life, or what little remained of it. Before them stood a massive, dying tree. Its trunk was wrapped in something dark and writhing, as if being strangled by the earth itself. One man stared, eyes wide. "I thought this was solid ground." Another whispered, "No, this is where the roots are born." The crew stood in silence, necks craned upward. The structure before them stretched so high that the top disappeared into the clouds, an endless column of decay and divinity. And Hansu knew their real trial was about to begin. Hansu smirked and rested a hand on the boy's shoulder. "So," he said with a teasing edge, "better than swimming, isn't it?" The boy's throat tightened. He couldn't even manage a reply, just a nervous swallow as Hansu's grip lingered. "We got 2 weeks," Hansu said evenly. "As long as we keep moving up, we'll be fine." The boy frowned, irritation creeping into his voice. 2 weeks? What are you talking about?" "The demon said we're supposed to go to the world tree." Before Hansu could answer, a shout echoed from ahead. "Hey, are you two coming or what?" Hansu turned without hesitation. "Standing here won't get us anywhere," he said flatly. "Move if you want to live." "I'm going on." The boy clenched his fists, then hurried after him. "Wait, I'm coming too." Hansu exhaled slowly, not bothering to look back. "You'd better keep up." Then his voice carried across the quiet air, calm yet heavy with purpose. "The fish of disaster will reach the roots in 2 weeks," he said. His fingers tightened around the trident at his side. "I need to find that person before it does." He stopped, lifting the weapon high. But first, with one swift motion, he brought the trident crashing down. The sound split the air like thunder, which shattered. Water exploded upward, and the ship's hull cracked wide open. Hansu didn't flinch as the vessel began to collapse beneath them. The sea surged in, swallowing a whole. Within moments, their ship was gone. Nothing left but the frothing waves. Watching the wreck sink below, Hansu finally murmured, "We've probably already reached the cross." The boy turned toward him, eyes filled with unease. "He's not coming with us?" Hansu had always been unpredictable, but somehow, when he was near, the danger felt manageable. Without him, the silence felt heavier. Before the boy could speak, a shout came from up ahead. "Look, that thing, what is it?" Everyone turned. In the distance stood a massive iron structure jutting from the roots, a cross-shaped monument towering over the sea. "Is that the cross?" someone asked. Whispers spread quickly. "It looks man-made," another said. "We should take a closer look." But before anyone could rush forward, a firm voice cut through the noise. "Wait." The boy raised his hand, stopping the group. "If someone built this, there's a chance it's a trap," he said cautiously. "We can't all go charging in." The others exchanged tense glances, then nodded. "Fine," the boy continued. "We'll scout ahead in pairs. Stay alert. We don't know who or what built this place. Before anyone could move, a sharp, mocking voice drifted down from above. Tisich, cautious types are always such a pain. The boy's head snapped up. Perched high on a twisted branch, a man sat watching them, a faint smirk playing at his lips. Sure, he said lazily, being careful might keep you alive, but it also makes things way more complicated for us. The crew stiffened instantly. Weapons were drawn, eyes darting through the shadows. Who's there? Someone shouted. The man on the branch didn't answer. He just leaned forward slightly, the smirk on his face widening. The man didn't answer their question. Instead, he leapt down from the branch, landing effortlessly in front of the crowd. His sharp gaze swept over them, scanning faces, counting numbers. Huh, he muttered with a grin. 148? Not bad. Didn't think this mini clanless would survive this far. He crouched, resting his elbows on his knees, grin widening. Name's Aaron. Valkyrie clan. Helper group. His tone was light, almost mocking. And lucky for you. He spread his arms with a smirk. We're your saviors. Uneasy murmurs rippled through the group. Someone finally spoke up. What do you mean? Saviors? Aaron sighed dramatically and rolled his eyes. You really don't know a damn thing, do you? He scratched the back of his head. Figures. After the training ends, those freaky-looking fairies of yours don't explain anything, right? They just sit back and watch. The crowd shifted, exchanging nervous looks. Aaron's grin returned. Yeah, they're watching right now, by the way, but don't expect them to help. That's our job. He stood, brushing off his knees. So here's how it works. You follow us, or... He stopped mid-sentence as a quiet laugh echoed behind him. No one's following you after that speech. Aaron turned. A young woman stepped out from the group, her arms crossed, eyes cold and steady. Name's Beck, she said flatly. She tilted her head toward the elderly woman beside her. And this is Pam. Beck glanced around at the confused travelers before continuing. We're also from the helper group, and we were given actual orders to assist travelers coming out of the training zone. Orders? Someone asked, frowning. From who? Pam tapped her cane against the ground with a soft thunk. From Erie's, she said, her tone calm but firm. Monarch of the Valkyrie clan. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Even Aaron blinked in surprise. Beck's expression didn't waver. Erie's left for the Orange Zone 20 years ago, she explained. Since then, our mission has been to help newcomers like you survive the Red Zone. Another helper stepped forward, voice steady. This is the end of the routes. You're still far from the World Tree. Without someone guiding you, you won't last. The travelers glanced at one another. None of the helpers seemed openly hostile, and if things went wrong, they had the numbers to fight back. Aaron straightened and stretched lazily. You rookies just don't know how to listen. He extended a hand toward them with a smirk. Come on, follow us, and you might actually live long enough to see the tree. Beck clicked her tongue, irritation flashing across her face. No, Aaron, you're the one who doesn't listen. She crossed her arms. Didn't you hear what I said? We do things by the book. Aaron sighed, shrugging. Yeah, whatever. But the grin never left his face. For a moment, no one moved. The air was thick with uncertainty. Trusting strangers here could mean life or death. Still, they had no better option. The helpers were the only ones who knew how to survive in this place. Then someone from the back shouted, We'll follow. Beck exhaled through her nose, unimpressed. Even a stray dog would have figured that out faster, she muttered. Aaron rolled his eyes. If you're so smart, then why don't you do everything yourself? Beck smirked, stepping closer. Big words for someone who hides behind a title. Aaron's grin sharpened. For someone weaker than me, he said coolly, you sure talk a lot. The tension between them crackled like static. And just like that, the uneasy alliance began, fragile, uneasy, and hanging by a thread. Before the tension could blow up, Pam stepped between them. Enough, she said. We don't have time for this. We got a job to do. She turned to the others without waiting for an answer. Get these people out of here. Aaron faced the crowd. Don't think you can attack us just because you outnumber us, he warned. 30,000 helpers have been here for years. If you want to survive, don't act like fools. He glanced ahead. The newcomers might feel bold now, but soon they'd learn the truth. This place held beings whose names alone made people tremble. He stopped in front of the restless mass. The Red Zone has its own rules, he declared. No one touches the newcomers. A murmur ran through the group. Someone turned to the side. What's that noise? He asked, spotting movement nearby. Before he could move, Aaron cut him off. Ignore it. Keep moving. Then boom, an explosion ripped through the distance, the ground shuddering. All heads turned to the source. A fierce fight was unfolding not far away. Aaron's gaze sharpened. "None of you are ready to face anyone here," he muttered. Vex's eyes locked onto the battle. The fighting style rang a bell. Why is she fighting over there? She wondered. Another blast shook the earth. The protagonist ducked automatically as heat swept past. His hands burned. His face stung. He lifted his head, trying to make sense of the chaos. "Why did she attack?" he asked, voice rough. A sharp voice sliced through the noise. "Shut up." A girl planted herself before him, magic crackling at her fingertips. "You just finished training. You have no idea what kind of place this is. And you dare to talk like that." Elsewhere, a pink-haired girl stood still, eyes fixed on the horizon. A monstrous shape was rising, a massive fish of calamity. She breathed. Finally, he's here. The moment of focus passed. Her fists tightened, nails carving into her palms. "Do I even have the right to seek revenge for my parents anymore?" she whispered. She tilted her head back and looked at the sky. The wind ran over her as she made a choice. "I have to finish this. For them, and for those who will be dragged here sooner or later." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Master, I will follow you soon." The whispers about her never stopped. They called her crazy, a fool for thinking she could kill a fish of disaster. No one wanted to risk their life fighting a monster bigger than a mountain. But Sophia wasn't like the others. As the distant rumble of the departing train faded into silence, she knew her battle had only just begun. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice the figure approaching until his voice cut through the stillness. "You're Sophia Veyrich, right?" She turned sharply, startled. Her eyes narrowed as she studied him. "How do you know my name?" Her gaze swept over Hansu, his stance, his weapon, the faint uncertainty in his eyes. A newcomer. No rare items. No aura of power. Just another lost soul tossed into the red zone. Hansu didn't waste time. "I want to talk about the disaster fish." Sophia froze. "What did you just say?" "I need your help," he replied firmly. She eyed him suspiciously. "I haven't seen you around before." Hansu crossed his arms. "Are you a Quadratus?" she asked cautiously. He could feel her distrust. Remembering Kangte's words, he extended a hand, trying to ease the tension. "This could help you too," he said quietly. Then his tone darkened. "Or do you plan to keep living in fear, wondering when your family will end up here?" The words hit her like a blade. Sophia's breath hitched, her body tensing. Hansu pressed forward. "If we take down the disaster fish, their chances of survival increase." Rage flashed in her eyes. "How do you know about them?" she shouted. Before he could respond, her fist slammed into the ground. The earth split apart, a violent shockwave tearing through the air. Dust and rock exploded outward, but Hansu had already leapt back. He steadied himself, watching her carefully. Something was off. Sophia gritted her teeth, lunging again, faster, harder. Hansu dodged by a hair's breadth. "Just listen to me," he shouted. The moment his feet hit the ground, he reached out, grabbing her shoulder. That was a mistake. Sophia recoiled like she'd been burned, shoving him away with a burst of heat. Flames flared from her palm as magic danced around her. "How dare you interfere in my life?" she snapped. Her power surged. Above her, a glowing seal unfurled in the air, pulsing with raw energy. Hansu's eyes widened. She's already mastered this spell. He could feel her fury, unrestrained, unrelenting. 3 brilliant orbs of frost and light materialized overhead, spinning with deadly precision. Tri-jade balls of frostlight. She launched them straight at him. Hansu's jaw tightened. He knew his control over dragon energy wasn't enough yet. But retreat wasn't an option. A small sphere of energy flared to life in his palm, glowing with the power of a dragon's breath. He exhaled slowly. "This is going to cost me later," he muttered. "But it's worth it." Power roared to life inside him. Wild, unrestrained dragon energy tearing through every vein. Scales rippled across his skin, his eyes blazing like molten gold. The change had begun. Boom! A blast of raw magic erupted outward, shaking the ground and sending waves of energy slicing through the air. Sophia's gaze sharpened. Her spell was taking hold. 3 jade balls of ice light. A technique that froze everything it touched, even the air itself. There was no escape. As the icy prison closed around Hansu, she exhaled sharply. "I didn't plan to kill you," she murmured. "Not yet. Not until you tell me where you learned that name. Then, sorry." Her heart skipped. Crack. A line split across the frozen surface. Another followed. Then the ice burst apart in a deafening explosion. From within the shards stepped Hansu, no longer entirely human. His presence radiated heat, his body marked by dragon scales and power that rippled through the ground. "You're not the only one with tricks up your sleeve," he said evenly. He lifted his hand, energy spiraling around the ring on his finger. Nirmaha's ring, first authority. It pulsed once, and the earth responded. He slammed his fist into the ground. Authority of destruction. The world trembled. A roaring shockwave tore through the battlefield, shattering every trace of ice. Mist evaporated under the raw force of his mana. Sophia stumbled back, shielding herself. "He broke my 3 jade balls of ice light." Her mind reeled. That's not possible. No one can gain that kind of power through training alone. Just how deep does his mana run? Her jaw tightened. Hesitation was death. Echoes from her past whispered in her mind. If you don't move forward now, you'll be left behind. You'll die chasing a legend, Sophia. She gritted her teeth. No, not yet. I won't stop here. Impossible, she screamed, mana flaring. With a burst of speed, she shot into the air, monumental air path activated. Power spiraled around her. As Alice's book appeared, its pages flipping in a furious storm. She clapped her hands together, solidification. Above her, a colossal magic weapon took form, pulsing with destructive force. "This is why I'm still alive," she shouted. "So people like you can't look down on me." She hurled the weapon downward, aiming straight for him. Hansu's eyes glowed crimson. His arms shifted, fingers turning into claws of living flame. In one smooth, precise motion he swung. The air split. Then the massive weapon shattered into nothing. Hansu dropped to one knee, steadying himself with a hand against the cracked earth. Dust swirled around him, the last echoes of their clash fading into silence. What was left of his clothes hung in tatters. His battle-scarred form a testament to the power he'd just unleashed. He glanced up, eyes calm. "Are we still doing this?" Sophia's fists trembled at her sides. Her breath came out sharp and uneven before she finally bowed her head. "There's no point." Hansu tilted his head slightly. "You're backing down already?" Sophia's gaze flicked toward him. Her mind replayed the fight in fragments, his strange technique, the unnatural force behind it. She analyzed it in silence, noting every detail. Energy arts were judged by 3 elements: the scaling and reinforcement of the rune, the strength of the mana barrier, and the technique's unique abilities, those rare effects that could change the course of a battle. His form wasn't flawless, but it was powerful, too powerful for someone new to the red zone. Pushing him further now would serve no purpose. She looked away. "Fine, you're strong," she said quietly, "but strength alone won't help you." Her tone hardened. "So tell me, how exactly do you plan to kill the fish of disaster?" A bitter laugh escaped her. "People tried for years. It swallowed 1,000 lives before they gave up. You think you understand what it's like to face something that can devour an entire ship?" Her voice cracked, anger spilling out. "That thing isn't a monster, it's a curse. And there are idiots who worship it, believing disaster will spare them if they bow deep enough." She clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. "I'm done fighting alone." She shot him a sharp look. "If you don't want to end up like me, walk away while you can." With that, she turned and began to leave, her voice low. "This is a waste of time." Hansu didn't move. "If I thought it was easy," he said quietly, "I wouldn't have come to you." He straightened, his tone firm. "I have a plan. That's why I need your help." Sophia stopped mid-step, tension rippling through her shoulders. "I'm done with this stupidity," she muttered, still refusing to turn. Hansu's eyes narrowed. "This would be your 14th attempt to kill the fish of disaster," he said. "Are you really going to stop now?" She spun around, fury blazing in her eyes. "You don't understand," she shouted. "You don't know what I've—" Her voice faltered. Memories flooded in. Her parents' screams. The endless nights of battle. 13 attempts, 13 failures. Every fight ending the same. Shattered magic, broken bones, and the suffocating taste of defeat. She'd collapsed more times than she could count, her tears mixing with the blood-soaked earth. Survival had become her only victory. Hansu stepped closer, his voice steady but resolute. "You may not have one," he said, "but you've survived 13 times. That's not weakness." His gaze locked with hers. "You wouldn't have made it this far without strength." He paused. "But this time," he said quietly, "you won't be fighting alone." Sophia stood frozen, her mind blank for a moment. Then, like a whisper carried from another lifetime, Her parents' voices echoed in her head. You don't have to come with us, Sophia. We'll handle it. Just trust us. Her shoulders sank. The memory hit harder than she expected. She lowered her head, her voice barely a murmur. Why? She asked after a long silence. Why are you so determined to go after the fish of disaster? Hansu didn't face her. He looked out at the horizon, his tone calm and steady. To save billions of lives. Sophia's breath hitched. The weight of his words lingered between them, heavy and raw. Her hands shook before she managed to whisper, You're worse than most. Off in the distance, Madman Aaron peeked out from behind a tree, observing the scene with unease. Something about the air between those two made his skin crawl. Whatever this was, he wanted no part of it. He turned to leave quietly, but before he could take another step, a sharp pull yanked him backward. A trident had pierced straight through his cloak, pinning him to the tree trunk. His breath caught in his throat. Slowly, he turned and froze. Hansu stood just a few paces away, eyes locked onto him, leaving without saying hello. His voice was calm, but the weight behind it was unmistakable. Aaron wordly stiffened, forcing an uneasy grin. How the hell did he notice me? Before he could answer, Sophia leaned out from behind Hansu, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Aaron, what are you doing here? Caught red-handed, Aaron laughed awkwardly. Oh, just passing by, he said, scratching his head. Hansu wasn't amused. You were here the whole time, weren't you? Aaron hesitated, searching for an excuse that wouldn't get him skewered. But before he could stammer one out, Hansu cut in. Can you show us the way? Aaron's grin faltered. Why, you sure? With no other choice, he started leading them forward. Eventually, they arrived at a crowded camp. Dozens of survivors filled the area, huddled around makeshift shelters. The air buzzed with movement. People hauling supplies, repairing gear, and keeping their eyes on the horizon as if disaster might arrive any second. A man greeted them near the entrance. Refugees from the end of the route, he explained. We keep moving in shifts. If the fish of disaster shows up, we have to run before it devours everything in its path. He gestured toward a large building in the center. Briefings that way. They'll help you get registered for the upper city. Then, noticing their silence, he smirked. Oh, and you hungry? No one answered. He took their silence as agreement and pointed toward a nearby tent where food was being handed out. For the first time in a while, the survivors' eyes lit up. Real food. Or so they thought. Behind the counter stood a broad woman with her sleeves rolled up and her hands on her hips. When she saw them, she gave a proud grin. You're new, huh? I saved the freshest batch for you. They stepped closer and froze. The meal before them wasn't food at all. Just piles of thick, writhing, slime-like goo that reeked of something rotten. The woman beamed. Go on, she said cheerfully. It's still warm. What is this? One of the survivors stammered, staring at the plate in disbelief. This isn't food. A man in a tattered cloak slammed his palm on the table, the sound echoing through the camp. You expect us to eat this disgusting sludge? He barked. The cook didn't so much as blink. Instead, she grinned, proud and unbothered. Yep, everyone here eats it. Her tone was almost cheerful as she explained, this slime's packed with everything you need to stay alive, protein, minerals, mana stabilization, you name it. She gestured casually toward a group of people nearby. A few were clutching their stomachs, some vomiting, others barely conscious. If you'd rather try your luck with something else, she said with a shrug, talk to them. They went for the monster meat instead. Red zone beasts taste great, until the poison kicks in. Silence blanketed the area. The survivors looked at one another, their expressions a mix of disgust, confusion, and reluctant realization. Slowly, shame washed over them. Survival left no room for pride. Then, Hansu stepped forward. Without a word, he grabbed a plate, scooped up a glob of slime, and took a bite. The others froze, watching him in disbelief. The cook's grin widened as she crossed her arms. Good, she said approvingly. Finish that up, and I'll hand you some utensils. You'll need them for gathering your next batch. Hansu didn't respond. He just kept eating. A short distance away, Beck waved at the cook as he passed. I'll leave the rest to you, he said casually. She chuckled. No problem at all. Beck had only taken a few steps when he noticed Hansu and Sophia among the crowd. His stride faltered briefly, his eyes narrowing, but he didn't stop. Instead, he continued on toward the tents at the far edge of camp. He pushed open the flap of one tent without warning. Inside, Aaron sat hunched over, trying to stitch his torn cloak back together, his expression sour. When did you get back? Beck asked, arms crossed. I saw the footage. You brought that guy with you. What's his deal? Aaron didn't even look up. Fixing my damn clothes, he muttered under his breath. Beck raised a brow. How'd that happen? That was enough to set Aaron off. He shot to his feet, waving the half-mended cloak. That lunatic fought Sophia. Beck blinked, then gave a slow whistle. You said this was supposed to be a simple recon mission. Aaron dropped back into his chair with a groan. Don't remind me. He rubbed his temples, trying to calm down. How's everyone else holding up? Beck leaned against the table, glancing out the tense opening toward the bustling camp. They're fine, he said. Actually, better than fine. This batch is tougher than last year's. The red zone's getting harder, but the ones who make it this far? They're monsters in their own right. His tone darkened. If it weren't for that damned fish of disaster, we'd have even more survivors here. He paused, scanning the crowd outside. The fairies know it too. That's why they've been adjusting the difficulty, tightening the filter. Only the strongest get through now. Aaron exhaled heavily, still frowning. Doesn't matter. No one's crazier than that guy. He slumped back, arms crossed. Sophie is already a powerhouse, and someone who just finished training, was able to stand toe-to-toe with her. A bitter smirk tugged at his lips. Word's gonna spread fast. If that's true, then the next big challenge. He trailed off, eyes narrowing. It's coming sooner than we think. A single footstep echoed down the main path, steady, deliberate. A man emerged from the shadows, his loose clothes fluttering slightly in the breeze. His posture was casual, but something about him radiated danger. His eyes glowed a deep crimson, and a wild grin twisted across his face, promising chaos. Meanwhile, Sophia walked toward Hansu, a small mechanical device clutched in her hand. Did you get your slime extractor? She asked, her tone brisk. You won't last long without it. Hansu glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. Where did you disappear to? Sophia looked away. I had to handle something. Then, as if remembering, she shoved a pair of folded pants into his hands. Here, you should change. They're not great, but better than what you've got left. Hansu looked at the clothes, then back at her. You worried about me now? Sophia froze. What? No, don't flatter yourself. She crossed her arms, trying to sound firm. We're partners, that's all. Before he could tease her again, she suddenly went wide-eyed, her face turning crimson. Wait, you're not seriously going to change right here, are you? Hansu laughed softly, holding up the pants. Relax. I'm just checking the size. His voice dropped to a warm murmur. Thanks, Sophia. Her head snapped away. I just don't want to see you half-naked. Okay. Still flustered, she cleared her throat and quickly switched topics. Before we leave, there's something we need to handle first. The Newcomer Assistance Center. Sophia stopped in front of a tall building, buzzing with activity. Wait here, she told Hansu. This place is for adventurers who aren't ready to move on yet. Mostly those waiting for family. It's one of Valentina Iris's support centers. Without waiting for a reply, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. A girl with short black hair sat behind the counter, scrolling through a floating screen. When she saw Sophia, her expression brightened. Well, look who it is. Been a while since your last visit. Sophia didn't waste time on small talk. Check the list of new arrivals for me, she said briskly. And I need an update on the artifact I left here. The clerk smiled, tapping through a holographic interface. Of course, Miss Verich. You're one of our VIPs, after all. As she worked, she added, the help center's more than just a hub for newcomers. Sponsors, missions, trade permits, you name it, we handle it. After a few moments, she printed out a glowing list and handed it over. Here's everyone rescued from the nearby routes. If you want us to search the deeper sectors, that'll take a few days. You'll have to come back. Sophia scanned the names quickly, her brow furrowing. They still haven't arrived, she whispered. Her gaze hardened. Then I'll focus on the fish of calamity for now. Just then, the door opened. Hansu stepped in, now dressed in clean clothes, his presence calm but commanding. If you're finished, he said evenly, let's go over the plan. The clerk jumped, startled by his sudden appearance. Why, yes, of course. Hansu checked the timer on his wristband. 13 days, 18 hours left, he said quietly. We don't have much time. Sophia's eyes flicked to him, a faint blush coloring her cheeks before she masked it with composure. So, she asked, voice steady, what's the plan? Hansu met her gaze, dead serious. Simple. You take me inside, and I'll strike the fish of calamity's weak point with my special weapon. Sophia stared. That's it. He nodded. That's not a plan. That's a bad joke, she said. What's wrong with it, he asked. They stepped outside. Sophia inhaled once. You can't kill that thing from the outside. It's not that simple. Hansu didn't flinch. Then we'll use a ship. You have a ship ready? She asked. I do, but not just any ship. I've got a 30-seater, she offered. That won't do. We're taking mine. How big is yours? 500-seater. You still have that thing? She snapped. I'm not a newbie, he replied. You'll see once we get there. But definitely a newbie, she countered. Fine. Let's just agree I have superpowers. Either way, we have a ship. Now we need materials. Let's split up. His voice went steady. Trust me, and everything will go smoothly. She paused, then pointed. I'll collect materials over there. Don't refuse me yet. She tossed him an axe. Your weapon won't last long in the red zone. He caught it. You worried about me? No. We're working together. That's all. She added, this axe is better than your trident. The weight and grip felt familiar to him. A memory flashed. Sophia handing him a weapon years ago and saying, this is your first weapon. Take care of it. He strapped the axes to his back. I already know what materials we need to take down the fish of calamity, thanks to my ability, she said. The library? He guessed. How do you know that? She asked. Wait, do you really have abilities? He only grinned. Fine. Yes. I can visualize any information I need. I don't know everything, but when it comes to the red zone, no one knows more than me. She glanced at him, and yet, I still can't figure you out. I'm heading to the outskirts. You ready? He asked. Let's finish this monster once and for all, she said. She launched into the air and flew off. To kill the fish of calamity, they needed a deadly poison. That meant gathering specific ingredients. Landing with purpose, Sophia focused on the next task. To collect a pond's fluid, they had to lure him out of his nest. Sophia shot forward, green streaks of energy bursting behind her. She twisted midair, summoning a shimmering shield that deflected the incoming blasts with effortless precision. Then a voice, one that made her skin crawl. Well, the man standing across from her grinned, his tone dripping with mockery. His red eyes gleamed with twisted amusement. Sophia, still wearing that same body, I see. Care for a stroll down memory lane? Her eyes hardened. Go deaf, she snapped. Then louder, I don't have time for garbage like you. Zhang Gisu chuckled, clearly enjoying himself. Ouch, that's no way to greet an old friend. He smirked, leaning slightly closer. You're standing a little too close for that kind of attitude. Her jaw tightened, the air around her humming with restrained mana. Gisu lifted his hand, green magic sparking to life at his fingertips. My partner, and I just came back, he said casually, the grin never leaving his face. Fresh from the belly of the fish of calamity. Then, without warning, he launched a blast straight at her. So maybe show some respect. Sophia didn't flinch. Her eyes locked on him, cold and unreadable. With one sharp motion, she swept her arm sideways. A massive manifestation panel appeared above her, glowing like a miniature sun. In an instant, countless energy projectiles rained down, tearing through the ground around Gisu. He barely dodged, the smirk fading for just a moment as explosions erupted where he'd been standing. Sophia's tone dropped, steady and venomous. I hate people who don't know their place. But Gisu only laughed, low and unhinged. Inevitable. A glowing arrow materialized above her and shot toward him with terrifying speed. Gisu reached up, tore the bandage from his forehead, and revealed a crimson eye gleaming with power. Sophia's focus snapped to it instantly. She redirected her arrow midair, sending it straight toward that exposed weakness. Gisu smiled, quick thinking. He tapped the side of his head, the red eye pulsing brighter. Do you even know what this is? He didn't wait for an answer. The Zerat beacon. His tone turned smug. Did you really think I'd come here alone? I've got an entire organization at my back. And I don't just have the beacon. His grin deepened. I've got something tied directly to you. Sophia froze for half a breath. Her fist clenched. You really love running your mouth, don't you? Ah, there it is, he said, placing a hand dramatically over his chest. That familiar irritation. I miss that. His tone softened mockingly. Don't take it personally, Sophia. Just want to test you, to see if all those defeats dulled your edge. He smirked, the red eye flickering before dimming. Guess the rumors were wrong. You're still sharp. Whatever, she muttered, turning away. I'm done listening to your nonsense. Get lost. Gisu sighed theatrically, closing his third eye. Fine. I'll back off. His expression darkened. After you tell me one thing. He leaned forward slightly. Where's the newbie? The one they call Hansu. Sophia spun around, fury blazing in her eyes. As if I'd ever tell you. Before she could finish, his hand shot out like a viper. Gotcha. His fingers clamped around her wrist. The grin returned, cold and triumphant. I knew it, he said quietly. Jang Gesu's grip tightened like iron. His tone turned mocking, every word dripping with smug satisfaction. That's why I used my investigation skill, he said, leaning closer until his breath brushed her ear. Thanks for your cooperation. Sophia jerked her arm free, fury flashing in her eyes. Since when did you? He cut her off with a low laugh. You could have stopped me, but you hesitated. His grin spread, cruel and taunting. You've gone soft. Her eyes darkened, her voice turning into steel. You should have stayed inside that cursed fish of calamity. It would have been better for you to die there, she said flatly. The temperature around them seemed to drop. Jang Gisu stumbled a step back, trembling. You're freezing, he hissed. But the chill didn't come from her. It came from him. He forced a shaky laugh, raising his hand, the madness in his eyes returning. You should have joined Quadratus when I gave you the chance, he snapped. But no, you just had to be stubborn. Quadratus, the cult that turned terror into worship. They'd crowned themselves the servants of the four disasters, kneeling before the very monsters that destroyed humanity. Sophia's patience shattered. Enough of this garbage, she shouted. You really think I'd ever side with monsters like that? Her anger poured out, raw and unrestrained. You kill people to glorify those disasters, then sell the relics of their corpses like souvenirs. You're nothing but a vulture. Her voice trembled, but it wasn't fear, it was rage. Do you have any idea how many travelers you've led to their deaths? You promised them safety, hope, salvation, then feed them to that thing. Jang Gisu only smirked, his eyes gleaming with unholy amusement. So what? He said, his arms spread wide, as though welcoming judgment. I profit from my skill. I honor the rituals. If fools believe me, that's their fault, not mine. His grin turned monstrous. They wouldn't have survived here anyway. If anything, they should thank me. He chuckled darkly. Dying in the belly of the fish of calamity? That's a far more glorious end than starving in the dirt. Sophia trembled, disgust coursing through every nerve. He stepped closer, voice lowering into a venomous whisper. You should understand, Sophia. You've had your share of close calls with that divine beast, haven't you? Maybe you just need a few more to truly appreciate its beauty. His smirk widened. You'll get it eventually. We'll meet again. And with that, he vanished. Sophia stood frozen, her fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. He always was good at running away, she muttered bitterly. For a moment, she let her guard drop. Memories surged of who he used to be before the madness, before the cult, before the red zone twisted him into something else. She'd once trusted him, maybe even pitted him. But that man was long gone. A cold realization crawled up her spine. If I chase him now, she stopped herself. Hansu's words echoed in her mind. Forget him. Focus on gathering materials. Sophia exhaled, steadying herself. You're right, she whispered. Her anger melted into grim resolve. I'll leave this to you. Hansu didn't waste a second. He shot forward, his movements fluid and precise, every step echoing with purpose. No hesitation, no fear, just focus. The key to killing the disaster fish, the sclerosing solution. His mind ran through the plan like a battle algorithm. The sclerosing solution, an alchemical weapon created from forbidden magical research. It was the only known toxin capable of hardening the disaster fish's inner tissue. But to craft it, he needed one thing above all else, the heart of the Kukulza. Moments later, he stopped before a pool of shimmering poison. Steam rose from its surface, carrying the stench of decay and magic. Hansu stood tall, voice low but resolute. I need the heart of the Kukulza. The Kukulza made their nests deep within the middle and outer roots, far from the fish's hunting grounds. If he was right, this valley, hidden and silent, was where they bred. His eyes narrowed, scanning the ground. Then he saw it, deep gouges and claw marks leading toward a dark burrow. Found it. Without hesitation, he stepped into the toxic water. The surface hissed against his boots, but he didn't slow. Once he had the heart, the rest would fall into place. He could feel it, the faint tremor beneath his feet. The air thickened. He was close. Hansu drew both axes. The weight in his hands felt right, steady, familiar. He inhaled once, then unleashed the dragon art. Power surged through him, rippling beneath his skin. His weapons glowed with molten light, the air vibrating with the force of his mana. Magic enhancement, activated, the world shifted. The water boiled. The nest stirred. Then, boom, the surface erupted. Dozens of Kukulza burst from below, their carapaces glistening with venom. Hansu moved first. His axe came down hard, splitting the first creature clean through. Another lunge from behind, jaws snapping wide. He twisted, leaping out of reach as the creature's bite shattered the ground where he'd been. No hesitation. No wasted motion. His blades tore through flesh and shell alike, every strike precise and lethal. He landed lightly, scanning his weapon. Cracks shimmered across the metal. He frowned. It won't last much longer if I keep pushing this hard. Adjusting his stance, he lowered his energy output. The rhythm of battle changed, measured, deliberate. Then he felt it. A massive shadow loomed behind him. Hansu's eyes darted sideways. His instinct screamed. He spun midair, muscles coiling. Thunk! The axe flew, burying itself in the forehead of the massive Kukulza leader. The creature staggered backward, crashing into the pool with a thunderous splash. But before Hansu could recover, another Kukulza lunged from the side. Fast, deadly. The axe embedded in the first monster's skull suddenly flared with light, glowing like a beacon. Hansu clenched his hand. Now, the weapon tore itself free, spinning violently through the air before embedding itself deep into the new attacker's back. Hansu reached out, catching the returning weapon mid-spin. The blade dripped with venom and blood, glinting in the toxic light. He exhaled once, steady and calm. The hunt for the Kukulza's heart had only just begun. Standing shin-deep in the toxic swamp, Hansu realized he was surrounded. Dozens of Kukulzas slithered closer, their slick bodies slicing through the murky water. Then chaos. One lunged forward, tail whipping the surface, sending a wave of venomous mist into the air. 3 more launched skyward, circling above Hansu like shadows ready to strike. He didn't hesitate. His eyes flicked upward. Now, Hansu leapt, meeting one of the beasts midair. The clash thundered through the air as his axe came down again and again, relentless, precise. Then slash. The blade tore through flesh, cleaving the monster clean in half. He hit the surface running, sprinting across the poison water as pieces of the slain Kukulzas crashed around him. Climbing to higher ground, Hansu scanned the carnage below. His gaze hardened. These were only juveniles. The real threat was still out there, which meant the hunt wasn't over. He crouched, brushing his hand against something half buried in the mud, a glowing red rune. He exhaled, tired but focused. I'm burning through stamina and mana too fast. Still, there was no choice but to keep collecting. He raised his hand, summoning 3 runes of different colors, their light pulsing faintly in the poisonous haze. But before he could move, crack! The trees around him exploded, splintering into shards. Instinct took over. Hansu crossed his axes in front of him just in time, shielding himself from the storm of debris. Then he felt it, a crushing presence barreling straight toward him. His arms trembled under the impact. The steel of his axe groaned, a deep crack spreading along the blade. Too reckless, he thought grimly. I pushed him too far. Amid the chaos, footsteps echoed, slow and deliberate. From the haze, Jang Gisu appeared, eyes glinting with amusement. You actually blocked that? He said, voice low and curious. Then he smirked, stretching out a hand. You're better than I thought. That wasn't even a killing blow. I was just testing you. Hansu's grip tightened on his weapon. Gisu stepped closer, tone dropping into something almost conspiratorial. Relax. I've got an offer for you. His fingers twitched, gesturing casually. Join our clan. Someone's got their eye on you. Then, raising one finger, his grin widened. It's a good deal. You be smart to take it. He waited, eyes locked on Hansu, watching for a reaction. Hansu gave him one. With a sharp flick of his arm, he hurled his axe straight at Geisu's face. What? Geisu's voice cracked in disbelief. Are you trying to die? Hansu's only response was a cold, unflinching stare. Geisu's composure snapped. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.